Bring on season 10. Bring on season 10 because this is a mess. This is a mess. What do you guys think? What do you think of this this second part of the reunion?
Too much concentration on drama. Too much concentration on drama.
Say again. Too much concentration on drama. Okay. Yeah. There was a lot of that. Well, I mean, but to be fair, don't we need to go over what happened during the season? And wasn't this like one of the most scandalous seasons that we've ever seen?
True. Indeed.
Yeah. True indeed. Unfortunately. Ryan, what's your take on it this season?
I mean, I think you gotta do what you can and what you got, and I think production was trying to do that. I mean, let them be themselves and see where it goes. I mean, I think with some of the negativity I've been hearing beyond the season, I mean, at least it was a match, and we ain't had that in 2 seasons, so it ain't all bad. I judge the seasons by what the show is supposed to be really made for, and that's finding connections and love, even though it's not necessarily based on that. But that's how I judge the wins. I judge it like the NBA judges championships or NFL judges the Super Bowl. So a match is a match to me. And I think that's the whole reason for the show should be. So I'll give it that. We got a match that I got confirmed last time I was in Dallas. They're still together. So I mean, that's good news there.
Right. That's true. That is true. That is very, very true. A lot of outside drama going on in these various Instagram, Facebook groups. Would you agree with that, Ron?
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, I try not to call it drama because I mean,
okay. Well,
we're men. You know what I mean? I don't do drama.
Okay. What do we call it? A lot of what do we call that then? You know what I'm talking about.
I think it's a lot of. I mean, I think with this season, with some of the people, it's a lot of. And I'm not making this up myself because I don't want nobody to be like, that person don't know me and stuff like that. I'm going off people that do know you that I've asked, that I've talked around. But it seems to be a lot of sensitivity, a lot of self-centeredness, unnecessary self-centeredness. These are the words coming from their own cast, not me. So,
ooh, I can confirm that. As a blogger, YouTuber. I can confirm that we're getting some very, very bad reviews on the cast, and more specifically the men. And I'm neutral. I'm Switzerland, right? But we've already had Patricia on. We've had William on, and we hope to get a few other from this season's cast. But it's not looking good for the guys.
And a lot of it's self-reflecting. Like I said, I can see I'm an expert, and you see me on all the episodes I've done this. I'm an expert on picking out bad edits. When editing is bad, when this and that, when somebody skews something the right way, and I defend the cast 100% of the time. Whether I know them, like them, wherever indifferent. If they got a bad edit, I'm the first one to kind of peep it out and be like, nah, that probably didn't go exactly like that, or that could have went different, or that's just kind of how I see they made that edit. Like they kind of gave them a bad rep, or I'll say things like that and point it out. But when you're going on your own interviews, your own lives, you in every single chat room, keep it. I mean, you're doing too much. You're doing yourself an injustice. It ain't. You can't blame production then when the show's over. Like people are not editing or doing anything else no more. Now it's just your own personalities coming out, and if that's not hitting the right way or it's not good, it's better just to not say nothing. Just let it ride out. I think like AJ from my season was great at that. AJ didn't say anything. He's like, off the blogs.
What do you mean? Oh, you mean as far as being on these blogs on like IG?
Yeah, like you can. Like, don't drive yourself crazy is what I'm saying. Like you don't want to be like you see like something like Chaz. Like you don't like you pointed me that little little black book thing yesterday. You just put it. I wouldn't even known about it. I guess I was in the car already, so I just tipped in on it for 3 seconds. I don't be listening to that stuff for too long. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
then
because
all of a
Mojo
sudden,
can go. He be on. He may be on. He might be televising for like 6, 7 hours. I ain't
yeah, nobody's listening
got
to
time for that.
that long. I didn't listen to it in my seat. You know what I mean? Like even on my season. And like I said, at one point, I was on Little Black Book. Then talked about like every 5. So I listened in one of them episodes, and the lady was like, "Oh, if Ron thinks he's a provider, then I want to see $1 million assets, not no cash." I'm like, "You dummy,
What?
cash is an asset." I'm like, "I don't want to
What?
listen to this bad financial advice."
Yeah. What is that? That don't
Yeah,
even
I
make
like it ain't no
sense.
point in my time. But like on that, I'm there, and all you hear in the background, Chaz in the building. Like, why would you get on this? You know what I mean? Like, and you're on the episode here, the old time last, every single thing somebody brings up or something like that. You on everything they say about your name. No castmate ever done that. We don't do that.
I,
You
I,
know,
I'm,
the
I'm,
bloggers
I'm a
gonna
little.
talk.
I'm a little lost. Wait a minute. Slow it down for me, or break it down. Maybe my hearing comprehension. But what? Wait a minute. You're saying that other people don't go on other YouTubers because they do.
No,
Other
I mean like castmates. We're not on.
right.
We're not. Anytime our name is brought up on the show and things of that nature, we're not peeking in to see what everybody's saying. You drive yourself crazy. You can't do it.
Oh, you mean like? Oh, okay. I get what you said. So you're saying that being on trying to pop in on all of us various
Yeah, every
bloggers.
time your name is mentioned on
Yeah.
any kind of platform, all of a sudden you popping up. Like that's kind of. I ain't saying I hate to use the word narcissistic because it's not. To me, that has to
Yeah,
be
don't
clinically
use
proven.
that because we don't want no lawsuits over here. We don't want no
No, I
lawsuits
like to
over
use,
here.
but it is a self-centered thing where it's like, yo, like every time your name is mentioned, don't get involved in that. That's not healthy for your mental. It's not like it ain't that important. Like to put that much emphasis on it is not good. It's not good for your mental. It's not good as a castmate. Nobody else did that. Like I did one live, maybe just to set the thing straight. That was done. And like I said, I probably did not even look at any other blogs and things of that nature. I did a few interviews. That's about it. And then you be done with it. But to be so obsessed, it's not right. It's not good for you. And that's just advice for everybody else because it's going to end. And then what you're going to do? You got to move on and things of that nature. So if I was giving some grown man advice to somebody like Chaz or something, I'd be like, man, you got to move. You have apparently you have a fiance. She deserves your full attention. She's probably a good woman and stuff like that. Give her what she needs and all that, and concentrate on that. Don't concentrate on this. This over,
Yeah,
and
we
it
gonna get
ain't.
to that in a minute, right? Okay, go ahead,
Yeah,
go
it's not
ahead.
good for you. Yeah, so like so
Mm,
and then the more you talk and the more you say stuff and the more you intervene and things of that nature, whatever, you're not gonna be able to change somebody's narrative at this
That's right.
point. So you're only gonna
mhm.
make it worse
Mm-hmm.
because a lot of the stuff they be saying on a thing. I mean, I ain't gonna say all of it's false for anybody. You know what I mean? So it's like if you just gonna bring more of that out. It's better just to be cool, calm, let it float. Nobody's gonna talk mess about you uh if you just let it go. You know what I mean? When you start fighting back, combating back, they see you caring so much. That's when that's when the fans really start to get on you and stuff because you're giving it so much attention. You're giving it so much air. And they gonna come at you that way because they be like, okay, we know we're getting to you. We know this is that. Like I said, nobody went after AJ because AJ was like, I'm 6'6", chocolate, long beard. I'm him. I ain't about to got time to be answering fans and things. And then y'all gonna be talking to yourselves. I ain't answering nothing. I ain't doing nothing. And it goes away, and then you fine. But it's almost like you like the attention is what it's looking like. And if you go at it that way, they're gonna give it to you.
Mm. Okay, let me get over here to this corner and see what JR is thinking. JR, what was your initial take on this final episode of season 9?
Yeah, I expected more, to be honest. Not necessarily more drama, but I expected to see more of what was happening behind the scenes rather than recapping what we already saw and where we are now. But obviously, I can understand there's certain things they don't want to release. They want to leave it up to our own imagination devices, whatever you want to call it. But for the majority, I'm like Ron in a sense where I watch the show to see how many connections are formed at the end, and every season, you're usually going to get just the one if you're lucky. Out of the 10 men and 10 women that come on the show, just one connection formed. So it's a very low success rate continually. I'm not sure how they go about improving it. I don't think necessarily moving to Philly or wherever they're planning to go next.
Detroit. Don't be forgetting my city, Detroit. Philly and Detroit. Ron and myself, our city, Detroit. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm not sure if just relocating the show is actually going to bring more success. I really don't know.
Well, we definitely need to. We have to get out the South. We got it. Whatever we do, we got to get out the South.
Yeah.
And no disrespect to Texas. My mother was a native Houstonian, born and raised in Houston, Texas. But we got to get out of Texas specifically. We got to get out like fast, quick.
Yeah, I kind of think they went back there because they did have some success there, right? In terms of viewership.
Yeah, initially when Ron season.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but it's a hard city to date though. They'll do a lot better on the East Coast. Definitely in the Midwest when it comes to getting couples and relationships, because it's just too easy to date in Houston, Dallas.
Yeah.
It's just too you ain't gonna put 10 couples against 10 couples and expect a bunch of connections because everybody else got other connections and side pieces and everything else going on in this city. We got that new song and like, welcome to Texas, everybody dating everybody. That's like the caption of the song.
Oh Lord, I haven't heard that, but okay. Is that on Beyonce's new album? What's going on? Everybody's dating everybody. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's kind of getting like that.
Texas has become like the new Atlanta. It's the Mecca for Black people.
It's the new Atlanta.
I hope it's not. I hope it's not for other reasons.
It is. So get ready for it, Sean. I know you live there.
I hope it's not for other reasons.
Well, that too.
Yeah.
Any major city with a lot of people congregate, you're gonna have the DL brothers, you're gonna have the DL sisters, you're gonna have all of that. It's metrosexual. I mean, like when I think about New York, when I was young gal and I first went to New York City, man, the stuff you see in New York City, I mean, it takes the cake. That in Vegas, you will literally see just the most salacious stuff in New York City, right? But that's the way these major cities are becoming. They're like, what do they call Las Vegas, Ron? Sin
City, yeah.
Yeah,
Dallas and Houston is not like I've lived in Vegas too. It ain't the same. These are professional singles with a lot of options, and professional singles with a lot of options are just dating. They're not really linking because they got other options. They're not taking it that serious. You go to Detroit, it's not easy to find a woman in Detroit. It's not easy to get a woman out the house in Detroit. So if you can get me 10 good single women in Detroit, I'm on the show. I want to see. You can't get.
You want to retry. You want to come.
Yeah, I want to see what you're gonna do because I could go to Detroit and be there for a whole 3 weeks visiting the family, stuff like that. I won't run into a woman or a quality woman, or you have to really try hard. You have to be like Houston. You can go on a Monday, somewhere a little lounge, something like that. You're gonna see 10, 20, 30 good looking professional women. Tuesday, any day. Detroit, especially if Detroit in the winter, you might not see a woman at home.
You need some warm weather. Yeah, you need some warm weather. You need some warm weather in Detroit.
Yeah, even then in Detroit in the warm weather, you got women in Detroit, like the good women in Detroit, they don't be moving like that. They didn't kind of gave up on dating for the most part of things of that nature, and they be working or in the house. You had to be like a really big event or a good event to get them out. That's how it was in St. Louis too. Like the first Friday. So you got one time a month to go meet some women. If not, all the good ones you ain't gonna see again to another month. They don't be out like that. You could try the online dating.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Well, Aubrey, I mean, when they go to Philly next season, I bet you there's gonna be a couple of brothers from New Jersey, because Camden is right across the bridge from Philly. They're gonna be some
Mm.
brothers from Camden, probably, and then there's
Mhm.
gonna be somebody from Delaware. Somebody from Delaware. So somebody from Delaware, somebody from New Jersey, and then
Okay,
of course,
yeah.
and other areas outside of Philly, probably.
Well, well,
Everybody,
if we get
everybody in Philly probably ain't gonna be from Philly.
if we get some people from New Jersey, will they be like Chaz? Because we know Chaz says that in Jersey, the men curse the women out and call them the B word. That's what they do in Jersey. So
I think
will we be?
LaRon is from
Yeah,
Jersey to
I'm
correct you.
yeah,
sorry, LeBron.
yeah,
My bad.
LeBron.
Let me not,
I mean,
Chaz.
it's
That's
it's a
not what I
different
meant.
animal. It's a different animal. It's a different animal. New York,
I
New
think
Jersey.
so.
It's
I
different.
think one of my former co-hosts was of course what you guys know is from New York, and talking to him and knowing other people from New York, New Jersey, the men out there are a different breed, and I think that their motto for a lot of the black men is that women are so aggressive in those areas that they feel like they can treat a woman the same way they treat a man. That's my take. That's my opinion, and that's my take. Don't get angry with me, but that's how I feel that the men I've talked to that were African American that came from New Jersey, New York, they think black women are rough, and we're gonna just talk to them the way we talk to a dude. That's what it is.
I mean, New York woman kind of is with her Tim's on.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
yeah. Well, it's him. Yeah, well, it's him. I mean, when you got people like when you got people like Queen Latifah, MC Light. But
Well,
Queen Latifah
yeah,
from
but
New
that's
Jersey.
not
Queen Latifah,
everybody in New
well,
York
well,
City or New Jersey.
Queen
You
Latifah
giving
from
us
New Jersey.
you
You gotta be
giving us
New
tougher though. You
Jersey.
do have to have a bigger, another layer of thick skin on that
you
East
Yeah,
Coast
yeah.
to
yeah.
really
Well, you
deal with it.
definitely do. You definitely do. I've been there several times, and you definitely do. And I get that it's a dog eat dog city. Because
You
let's
do in
just
Detroit too. Detroit women mean shit.
no, they are not.
Oh,
No,
they're
they are
known for that. You guys have that reputation. Come on now, you
no.
go up on a Detroit woman the
We
wrong
need
way. Everybody's scared too.
I need backup. Kia Simone, where are you? I need backup. Kia Simone. He talking about our women in Detroit. Tell them no, they are not. We are not mean.
Mm.
We are
You ain't getting a
very,
bunch of smiles swirling up
But
and
very
flipping.
gracious.
How it
You
works.
might be right about the smile thing. Yeah, that
but
you may be right. I can recall coming back from Houston as a kid, and like in Houston back then, everybody's smiling, everybody's speaking to you. Like my auntie, her neighbors knew that I was coming. That's your niece from Detroit. And so when I came back, I brought that with me because I spent the whole summer down there as a kid, every summer, like every summer break. So I came back to Detroit and I'm like smiling at people and I'm singing hello and waving and speaking. And people are like, we don't do that here. We don't do that here. We don't have Southern hospitality. You're back in the Midwest. So you're right about that to a degree. But once you get to know people from here, they are very warm. Oh, Miss
Mm.
Iffy has an
but
idea. Hey, JR, wait a minute, JR, I want to see what JR thinks about this. Miss Iffy says they should come to London. And then she says, I hope never. Why? Why, Miss Iffy? Just because you
Mm.
date men outside of our culture and race doesn't mean that some of the uh, black women there might not want to date some black men and be on ready to love. That's a great idea, actually. I like that. I like that.
I actually put that idea to Kojo the other day. Still,
Yeah.
um,
Okay. So what is he saying?
uh, uh, yeah, I think he would be the ideal candidate to do something like that over here. There's no one more experienced in the show and has covered it as much as he has, so he would be the ideal
Well,
candidate
wait.
to either.
Well, wait a minute. Would he be one of the contestants, one of the castmates? Is that what you're saying?
No,
No.
no,
Well, I
No.
he'll
think he
be
should
the
be a castmate. Now
he'll
forget
be
Kojo,
no, no,
I
no,
love your channel, by the way, and
no.
I was just thinking about those marathon 7-hour videos that you do.
Yeah,
But
woo,
seriously, Kojo is single. Why not? He's between 30
no,
and 50.
Nah.
no, no.
Why
He would
not?
be the UK Will Packer and put it together or host the show, but
Put
not
a
actually
thumbs
a
up,
contestant. No.
guys. Hold on, guys. Sorry for interrupting you, but just real quick, guys. If you're in the chat right now, live, put a thumbs up. If you're on the replay, put it in the comment section. Do you vote yes or no? Thumbs up if you vote yes that Kojo should be on the UK version of RTL. Come on, come on. Thumbs up or thumbs
No.
down. No, yeah, I
No,
say
no, no,
thumbs up.
no.
Nah, he
Okay,
He,
wouldn't.
he,
If
he gonna
they
be
he
pick a
better.
certain type
he
of
gonna be
castmate, he
he gonna
wouldn't
be too
be.
that's right, he gonna be too busy psychoanalyzing somebody.
Yeah, he won't
Exactly,
make. He won't make it 2 days.
exactly. So it'd be better if he was like the real packer, putting it together, and owning the whole franchise type
Yeah,
of thing,
he could be
or hosting.
casting director or something like that.
Yeah,
Oh, well, you know what? If he could do, let me tell you something. Now, that's another thing. If Kojo could get out of the DMs of IG and find some real guys that really come to have a relationship, they're serious, they really care about black women like that, that would be awesome.
What
That would
about
be
the
awesome.
women though? You got women got to be serious
yeah.
too, though.
We already got guys like that here, but we already got guys that want relationships and marriages and things like that.
No, 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 but I'm
And
saying
you know
on
what?
the show.
Further to your conversation just now, we got ladies that actually do smile here, so they got more chance of actually finding a mate. But
Oh,
if
But
listen
you
here.
ain't
I heard
smiling,
London is turning into
Y'all
the
fun.
new America.
it is because you got these people. You got some of the ladies trying to be baddies,
Ooh, baddies, not the
right?
baddies.
But that's the younger generation. They're trying to be these UK baddies and all this other stuff. Uh, yeah, they're gonna do what they're gonna do, but I don't think it's gonna work out in a way that is any different to how it does over there.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, I
telling
don't think it
Why?
work
you,
out
But
any more
why?
different.
If you guys, from everything I hear, you guys value marriage a lot more, supposedly, allegedly, than Americans. Why wouldn't that be a good show
Because
for the
UK
UK?
baddies and the whole
IG models.
ratchet movement, the independent woman movement, it's not conducive to traditional marriage. So it
Mm.
doesn't. It's not compatible.
Yeah, it's not compatible, and it's the way the dating is going now. I'm learning now that the woman gonna want what she want. It matter if it's good for her, rather if it's conducive to her future and stuff. The days of getting her attention and growing the attraction and playing the Steve Urkel role with Lori are over. She gonna want what she want. Don't even waste your time on it. If you're not chosen and you're not picked as the guy, you're not the front runner of her dreams. Move on, go do something else different because that woman, the women now are saying we're not taking no less. We'd rather be single. We don't value it. If it ain't exactly what we want, we're staying. We're not gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. Guys were shocked. They're like, wait a minute. Well, she ain't gonna find that. So she eventually got to come to me. She's not coming to you. She gonna stay single. She wants what she wants. That woman
Yep.
wants what she wants, and nothing could change her mind, including you. Not gonna be able to change her mind. So King, save yourself. Move on. And let her be. Let her be single. Let her be single. You ain't. We used to be like, hey, if I just wait it out, she ain't gonna find that guy. So she gonna come back. She ain't coming to you. She's gonna be single. So she gonna keep trying forever. And it's a
Yeah.
waste of your time. Don't do it.
And also, like, we have had a few of the shows like Married at
Kojo, you
First Sight
gotta
come
vote.
over here, which is right. We've also had I think Love is Blind is coming over here as well. But Ready to Love is a predominantly black relationship show. So that's where the interesting dynamics will take place. Like finding a group of 10 men, 10 women, melanated peoples, and seeing how that will work. I think there would be a good chance that that might work in terms of relationships if people are more focused on the traditional aspects. If you're trying to modernize and customize and come up with your own stuff, and you're going to take the lead from what you're seeing in the States, then I don't think you're going to end up with much more of a better outcome than we're seeing played out over the last 9 seasons over there.
So wait a minute. Am I to understand you, JR? Are you saying that this is generational? This thing that we're seeing over here in the States, that is generational across the
Yeah,
board?
yeah, pretty
Okay.
much.
Wow.
I agree.
Well,
Wow, that's sad.
I tell you, Aubrey, one idea that I read that was pitched in the Facebook room one time, and
Okay.
I didn't interject my opinion because I know how Facebook is. But they say, well, Ready to Love, they have all these bad couples. Why don't they get a Ready to Love same sex edition?
No,
Oh Lord, I saw that. I saw that. No,
well,
no.
that could be why they chose Philly, because it's the city of brotherly love, right?
Ooh, Well, that's not literal, okay? That's not literal, JR. Get out of
Brother
here.
love murder.
What in the world?
Ain't no brotherly love. Hey, click, 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 click. Click, click, click.
No Diddy.
No Diddy. Pause.
No
Pause.
Diddy.
It ain't no brotherly love. Ain't no
Nah,
love.
there's
Oh,
pure
no
Diddy. They're
Diddy.
looking for
Diddy.
10 Diddy out there.
Nah, man. I'm from North Philly. I'm from South Philly. I'm from West Philly.
Yeah. Nah, they're looking for some Diddies. They're looking for some Diddies in the city of brotherly
Hey,
love.
it ain't like we haven't had Ready for Love before, so
Yeah.
they got representation on TV.
Hey, Kimberly, and those of you that are joining us a little bit late, go ahead and put a thumbs up. We're talking too also about Kojo from Little Black Book 91. Put a thumbs up in the chat if you believe that Kojo should be on the UK version of Ready to Love. Give a thumbs up, thumbs
No.
down, or maybe in between. I don't know. Okay.
No.
He like being in
I'm,
front of the
I'm
You better-
microphone. He
I'm
like being in front of the
politicking
microphone.
for Kojo. I think he would be
No,
excellent.
it's not gonna
He
happen.
like
Well,
being
wait
behind
a
the
minute. Would that
microphone.
be because Kojo would start an alliance? Would that be because maybe Kojo might start an alliance? He would use his
No.
psychoanalytical skills to start an alliance in the men's group?
No. He'd be
He
better
like being
off
in front of the microphone.
like directing it, executive producing it, and or hosting it. That would be more his lane, not
Yeah.
the content.
They wouldn't let him be. If I'm a castmate, I don't want Kojo on there anyway. You don't want a known person on there who has maybe relationships with. It's not fair. This is an elimination game. You don't put
Oh,
nobody with a
yeah.
head start. They did that with KG, and we're looking like,
Okay.
why is he back here? He obviously has alliances with the production. Like he's gonna have a spot no matter what. Like now you done made it harder on us.
Right. And also KG is known in the community, in the Texas and the Houston community, right? He's on the
He's
radio.
known in the community, and that's fine. But when you bring him back and then you have him jumping out of a car and have us clapping and stuff like he's a movie star, of course you're gonna keep him on. You know what I mean? Like we're keeping him on because now everybody has seen him from the season before. He has an unfair advantage than the rest of
like
the
people will be
guys.
tuning in. People will be tuning in just solely because he's a well-known person in the space, so he'll automatically attract viewers and all that stuff. So
Yeah, that's good for viewership. Yeah, but like I said, it's not fair to the contestants who's working just as hard as him, trying to save a spot for love on an elimination show.
Exactly, and the edits that he might get will be more favorable.
Are going to be more favorable. Of course, they're going to be.
Go ahead.
When I saw it, I don't think he was eliminated unfairly. I was like, why bring him back for what? What makes him so special? I don't know.
You know why he's got that in with the production company. Do you guys think? Yeah. Let's take a vote too. Another new question. How many people in the chat right now, and if you're on the replay, drop it in the comments section. How many people think that we're going to see LaRon in the next season of Make a Move?
What? Is it going to be the men this time, or what? The women?
I think it should be. I've been saying that. I think they should do the men. Why not?
Move to where? Dallas?
Who is that? Who did that? Was that you, Rob?
No, I didn't do that.
Yeah. Was that you, JR?
Yeah, that was me blowing.
What?
That was like a sigh of frustration. Like, what? Listen, from what we've seen, right? Like, and this is no shade personally or anything, but why? Like, are you gonna accept someone with the personality that we've seen on the edited show version of LaRon? Would you accept that guy moving into your house or moving into your state?
Wait a minute. Yeah, if it's a house, it's a house for the men. Why wouldn't men accept other men being in the house? It's like being back in college. Why not?
No, to date you though.
Well, I'm actually too old to be dating him or anything like that.
Well,
maybe
we're talking
hypotheticals. Maybe my daughter.
We're talking hypotheticals.
What could happen? What?
We're talking hypotheticals, right?
So yeah. So if I was between 30 to 50, or if I was,
I'll widen it out so it doesn't seem like I'm targeting one specific person. Yeah. Name 3 dudes from this season that you think would be successful on Make 'em Ready to Move?
No,
William.
nobody.
William.
Mm.
That's
William.
one.
William could be. Well, if he wasn't in a relationship, because you said hypothetically.
Maybe
Justin,
Demonte, if he would
Justin and
agree to
William.
it.
Justin and William. Okay.
Jonathan.
Jonathan?
You gotta be able to speak. He's too
You
shy.
said
He's making a move.
Justin is with Mika. You said Justin,
Right, that's
right?
what I said.
But
No.
Justin's with
I
Mika,
said
right?
if we're doing hypothetical in a hypothetical
Oh,
world, they're
hypothetical.
not a
Oh, okay,
couple.
hypothetical. Oh.
Hypothetical. So yeah, no, I
okay,
get it. They're
okay.
together. And I'm not trying to break them up. I love them together. I'm just saying hypothetical. If he was a single guy, I could see him from this season. I could see William.
All right.
In fact, I would love to see William again. I think that William got a raw deal. We interviewed William just a couple weeks ago. I think William got a raw deal. He really did.
Well, what about Demonte, the guy that got booed off the first night?
Nah.
I think I would like to see him. I don't know anything about him.
Nobody does. All these he's done more. What we do know is he's done more with the first. They didn't give him a scene on the reunion, but he's done more with the.
You guys were at. Hold on a minute.
He was at the party, but he's.
You guys were at the party. You guys were rubbing elbows and talking to these people, getting to know them over the weekend. Ryan, you were. What was your take on Demonte? Would he be good for make a move?
No.
Oh, okay. Demonte, I did not say that. That was Ron Freeman from the Houston.
No, he's good. He likes his fashion and the attention. He's done more with the first person being cut off than any attention I ever seen. You getting a clip from him every day, this and that. But I don't see no attention on the female. Like I see the attention on him. Like get the attention off yourself and go make some connections with some of these females in your cast or the cast before or something like that. I want to see that. I don't want to see everything about you and your fashion design and your clothes and you posting pictures of yourself every 5 seconds and you posting your fashion week every 5 seconds and you posting your one clip of the season 12 times. Like you were supposed to be there for the females. Where to focus on the females?
Yeah, now this is what I think. I think instead of having Glenn work the room because he didn't even show up, they could have just had that Demonte guy make up for lost time because all he was doing is sitting there in his hat, glasses, and his big Undertaker jacket. I kept thinking to myself, he's not Undertaker. Like he didn't get no one speaking role. He didn't get one speaking part, but he was in lots of scenes. So. You know what they could have done is make him work the room a little bit and follow him on his journey.
Well, I didn't see him really working the room at the party with the females. Like, show me some interest in tell me a wolf. I want to see a wolf if we're gonna do a making the. You know what I mean?
Everybody can't be an alpha male like you, Ron.
Well, you're gonna put when you do a making the move men version. You're gonna put alphas in a room, and they're gonna eat you. Like I said, if you put Orion on there, there's gonna be a fight because Orion's not punking past male contestants of Ready to Love like he did Will. We're not Will. We gonna get with you. Like you ain't saying that to Joel. He gonna get with you on the spot. Like you know what I mean? So everything would have to be tapered down anyway. But a lot of the guys in the past, at least the more known guys, were all wolves. And they're all very alpha. And if you're not, you gonna get ran over. That's just how it goes, especially if you're in the same setting in a room situation. That's how it's gonna rock. This ain't the show for the non-alphas because it moves too quick. You know what I mean? You got to be on it. You got to be. You don't get a lot of time with the females. It look like you be getting all this time with the females and stuff. People don't understand. Me and Alexis only went on one date. That was on the thing. You know what I mean? Like all that stuff we know anybody trying to went through is all that stuff was outside.
Ron, hold on. Wait a minute. Was that one date on or off the camera, or are you including the? No,
I mean on camera. We only went on one date on camera. So imagine, you know what I mean? But we had a full romance. We did some outside of time, but you don't get that much time with the females as people think you do. So when you get your time, that's why you see the guys, and I know we're going to try to go over it and stuff. You saw Lamar and stuff, everybody getting sexual real quick because they felt that was their moment. They had to get that out quick because they don't know when the next time they're about to see the female. You got to shoot your shot right then. Like, you know what I mean? Because we're not getting all this time with the people. That's why I respect the couples that stay couples and make it to the end, because they did it in a very quick period with not a lot of time with each other.
Okay. Okay. Wow. Wait a minute. Hey, how do we get to Phil? You talking about Phil from the DC season? I'm lost. I'm lost. I'm catching up on the chat. Okay. But
Oh,
anyway,
Philly. She talking
guys.
about Philly. Philly. She meant Philly. Philly. She
Philly?
was talking about
Oh,
Philly.
Philly,
Phil.
yeah.
Oh, Phil
She
is
talking about
Philly.
Philly.
Okay,
Philly.
you're right. Okay, gotcha,
Philly.
gotcha. Brotherly love.
Philadelphia don't
Okay,
play.
I
Yeah.
get it. I get it. I get it. When he made the brotherly love comment.
Yeah. Yeah. Guess the brotherly
Yeah.
love for you.
Miss Iffy, I definitely agree. Detroit and Philly, I think, are going to add, hopefully. But now here's the thing: if we can get people out of doing this whole alliance thing, because we've seen that this season, these last few months that we've been covering, Married at First Sight and Ready to Love, both shows were ruined because of alliances. Both shows were ruined because the participants decided to make their own rules and not follow the rules. So I don't know. It's kind of hard to cover these shows that you know and love and have enjoyed, and then see people come in and destroy the process. So
And that
I,
won't happen again. That's why Tommy made that speech. That's what that
really,
speech meant when Tommy made that speech. He basically
oh,
meant this
okay,
this this,
wink,
this
wink.
ain't about to happen ever again. Like we gonna keep a
We
lookout
go,
for this.
we gonna
Yeah, this
revamp
happens
and
again,
maybe
we gonna punish
revamp
you.
it.
And
Good.
and if production decides to
Mm.
peep out alliances and punish the people for alliancing, it will never happen again, because when they punish you, they get petty. Your edits will be all so sideways,
Ooh.
jacked up, and be crazy.
Well, that's interesting because the person that may have been, I don't know, may have been behind a lot of the alliances and exposing the so-called alliances, they got the best edit, and that's LaRon.
Well, production
Star of
didn't
the
know. They
show.
did something different with this season when I heard, because they said they had a chat group. We never had that. We didn't talk to each other. We didn't. I didn't want to. The guys in our season were good. We're close, but we didn't talk to each other because I didn't want to know about you dating my girl. You know, and what was going on and things of that nature. I'd rather be surprised. I don't want to hear it. So I made sure we didn't have no chat group. We didn't talk to each other and stuff like that. I didn't call the guys for information or whatnot. You just talk to the woman you were talking to, and then let the chips fall where they may. But that's why I didn't know these different things. When Alexis kids say, I didn't know. I didn't have a clue what was going on. You know what I mean? You didn't know. We didn't talk. There were no chat groups or things of that nature. So you can't collude if y'all not around talking to each other as guys or as castmates. These guys in a chat group where they can talk to cast members that whenever they want to and things of that nature, that's what they got to do. They got to get the spacing out the way and say, hey, you guys can't, ain't no group chats. It's not no this, it's not no that. You talk to the girl that you're talking to, and then we'll film it that is. But yeah, there's ways to stop it, but they didn't see it coming.
Okay.
And this is a different type of group too. This group kind of cared a little more about that type of stuff than any other group I've seen castmate wise. Like, they really wanted to make it to the end. They really wanted the exposure and some attention and things of that nature. Other people didn't really care as much. So it's tough on production to catch that. But they caught it at the end, and they said, it does mess up the chessboard. As I say, it does mess up some possible relationships and things of that nature, and it does kind of take away from the show. So, like I said, when you got Tommy making a speech like that, I know how to read between the lines. That's basically production saying this will never happen again.
Yeah, I was wondering why he was saying that. That makes sense to what you're saying, Ryan. That makes perfect sense. Okay, well, enough of the small talk. Let's get into this stuff here. Let's get into it. Oh, wait a minute, real quick. Baby Doll says Chaz, LaRon, and Jonathan are my vote for 3 men on this season's RTL for the show Make a Move. Yeah. Okay. Well, Chaz is getting married. Chaz is getting married, so he can't be on. Otherwise, I would agree with you about
That didn't stop them before. They ain't gonna stop them.
Ooh,
Put them
child.
back on.
Chaz is not no two-timer. He would never do such. Never. Never. Okay, well, and were you saying I don't dislike Ron? in spite of all his antics. No, I don't. I think he's young. He's young. That's what I say. I like LaRon. I liked him from the beginning, and as the season wore on, he started to dance on that one last nerve of mine. But I like LaRon. I wish him the best. I think he's got a lot of potential.
Yeah,
I think.
LeBron's cool. LeBron is who he is, and he does. He genuinely liked Tamika. He took a shot and went for it the way
You
he's
mean
supposed
Maya?
to.
You mean
My,
Maya?
Maya's her
Yeah,
name. Okay, yeah,
Maya.
Maya.
Yeah.
Okay,
He.
yeah.
Oh, he
He genuinely.
definitely
I
still
talked to
like
him. He genuinely had interest in her, but you know what I mean. When you start talking to the women and your narrative is bad, and she getting a lot of flack from people online, that does kind of changes a woman's perception of you, even if you are treating her nice and taking her on dates and things of that nature. And she's like, you know what I mean?
Oh, I forgot about Dom. I'm sorry. I'm reading this. Y- yes, three men from this season: Dom,
Charles,
William, and who did I
Dominique,
say? Who did I just say? Dominique. Yeah, Dominique, William, and
Jonathan.
Justin. Hypothetically, if he wasn't, no, I didn't say Jonathan. I would not say Jonathan. Men that break boundaries. The three men on this season that broke boundaries. I would not say them. I don't think they're ready to love. No, I would
What
not say that.
with the boundaries broken?
You're talking about like within the season, like for example, so Jonathan, do you remember the scene with between he and Alexis? We're gonna talk about that coming up, but just real quick,
Okay,
do you remember that scene at the pajama party, Ron?
I do.
Between
Look, when I got on the Kojo thing last night, they were talking about that was I didn't stay on long, but that was what they were talking about there. And I thought some of the stuff they were saying was just so unfair. Like they was trying to make this dude out to to be R. Kelly times three, and I'm like, that you can't do that. Some of the wording they were using, I'm like, you can't do that because it is
no, I
it's a
wouldn't say
different culture. It's a culture too now. It's a different culture these days also, and you
that.
have to take an effect of the culture. We're in a strip
Mm,
club, lap dance, sexy
culture.
red culture
Ooh,
in America right now. You know y'all we might be too old to recognize some of the stuff that's
I
going on,
get
but
it. I get it.
yeah.
I was saying one of the
So if she accepts his apology, they say, "Oh,
okay.
apology is not good enough. Apology is not good enough." No, apology is good enough if it's accepted because it's accepted on culture terms, new culture terms, where
Mm,
it's going to be more accepted than it was back in the day. It just is what it is. Music has changed, culture has changed, movies has changed. The way we interact with each other has been changed. Dating has changed, sex has changed, things have changed.
right. Right. I agree. I get that. But it's mighty funny, like you're saying, and I get it. I do get it. You were in this stripper culture, as you say, but then we're also in this we're still in the Me Too movement. We're still in the midst of it. And we're still in, I think boundaries are a thing that's different from the stripper culture. So if you go see a stripper, even strip clubs, at least the ones I've been to, they have rules, right? So the woman may be naked, she may be partially naked, she may just have a G string on. But guess what? If she comes over to do a lap dance for you, you're not supposed to touch her. Most cities around the country have laws about touching women that are strippers or even men that are strippers, right? And if there's a vice cop, you could get arrested, you could get fined, you could get a ticket. And at the very least, most good strip clubs that are honorable, I ain't talking about the ones that are they're fronting for something else, right? I'm not talking about those. They will throw you out. The bouncer will throw you out on your head. So my thing is with when I say men breaking boundaries, if you don't have consent from a woman to touch her, to pull her down on your lap, that's not your woman. Why are you doing such?
And I agree with you 120%. My thing is from a male point of view of that, because that was a woman's point of view, the male point of view, that same guy, and we all had experienced it, every man on this table, uh, would be talking to that girl, interested in that female, and she might say, I wasn't that interested because you weren't aggressive enough. We've all heard it.
You're right. There's a balancing act, but the thing about it is, and I'm going by what Alexis said on her interview with Little Black Book, she said she told him no as he was pulling her down. She was pushing away, and then he was like whispering in her ear, "Well,
Just go
go
with it.
along with it." You know, then on one hand he says it was because of the alcohol, but then on another hand he says it was because he was bored. Like, which one is it? Which one
I
is
think
it?
he got pressure from the guys because I can see. I know the guys enough well. He probably got a little pressure, but probably by LaRon to say, "Yo, man, get this thing popping. You know, get it lit. You know how LaRon talk, get it lit." And he's like, "I'm gonna make a move on her. I bet you won't." You know, and he went over there and made his move, and then he's getting denied, but he already knows it's on camera, so I could believe him saying, "Don't embarrass me in front of my mama. Go along with it for a little bit."
Mhm.
She was like, "Nah, I ain't doing that." And that was that. But that doesn't mean like he was just I wouldn't stop and I'm just aggressive and I just wanted to grab the butt so but you know what I mean? Like so bad and things of that nature. He got caught in an awkward situation because he went in there thinking something was gonna go across one way. It didn't. And now you're in the middle of it, you're on camera and you're begging for her to like, yo, this don't yell at me, get off me smooth or something like that, or doing it in a certain way. She didn't roll with him.
Mhm.
So I don't know what you call that. You know what I
I
mean?
got I got an issue. Here's the thing: I got an issue with the men on this season's cast, or any cast, or in real life, whatever you want to say. I got an issue with, like, so my opinion as a auntie, aged lady, seasoned woman, and even when I was younger, like, if as a man, and we always say females when we mean women, but we never say males when we mean men. But if as a male you haven't matured to the rate as a grown man in your 30s, 40s, and 50s, you haven't matured to the rate where you're still worried about what your group of homies, what the other boys are going to feel or think about you. You're not cool enough, you're not aggressive enough, you're not alpha enough, and you going and grabbing a woman and pulling her down on your lap, you're talking crazy to her, you're calling her out of her name. That's a problem, because you worried about somebody calling you a simp, because
Well,
you
I don't
worried
think he's worried
Mhm.
about the
about street
castmates
cred.
more, but every guy is worried. Everybody has a dream. I ain't gonna say every guy, but especially the guys that are a little ego and a little different have this dream of being on Ready to Love and not necessarily there for love, but want to be. They don't want to be in love. They want to be the ladies' man on Ready to Love. They want to go for the hottest woman and have her into them and doing stuff where it's on camera. So now they can show their boys, oh yeah, you saw me. I had the best looking one. She was lap dancing me. I was doing that. I was looking cool. I looked this smooth. I had my good suit on. They want that kind of persona of the show, and the production knows this too. That's why they play with them and stuff.
Mhm.
You try to be too much of a playboy, they're gonna get you at the end because they don't like, what I mean, they see what you're trying to do. But a lot of guys want to come over here and be that smooth ladies man. They want that persona because you could take that persona off the show and use it in your regular dating life and get some more dates. I know
Hmm.
it sounds immature and I know it sounds wicked, but it goes on. Trust me, it does.
Okay. Okay.
Like some of these guys would be like, especially if they're not feeling a lot of the girls 100%. It's like, okay, I'm gonna
Right.
use this opportunity to look cool, have all the ladies liking me and this and that, and use that reputation to get the girl I really want outside the show. And
Hmm.
and then they get mad when it backfires on them, and then you get what's happening now. But
Hmm. Okay. Okay. All right, guys. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Finally. Here we go. Episode number 5011. Um, we start off this episode with nephew Tommy letting us know, letting the audience and the viewers know that Alexis decided to leave. We kind of saw that on the part one. Just wanted to briefly ask if anybody has anything additional they want to say to what we said last week, or any thoughts. And I'm going to end with something that I kind of came up with from watching her on Kojo's channel. Shout out to Kojo. The interview was very interesting indeed. But you guys, anything you want to say about Alexis leaving, not deciding to come back and speak her speech?
Well, you can't hold a person hostage. I mean, I don't know what you said last week, but I would not
Yeah.
have let her drive. I would not let her drive off in that state of mind because anything could have
Good
happened.
point.
She could have her mind could have been off what she was doing, and she could have had a real bad car accident. And thinking about everything that transpired, and just her mind could have been just off what she was doing. And this DFW traffic ain't no joke. So I
No, it
mean,
Yeah,
ain't. That
you were
traffic
just
is no
telling me
joke.
about that, John. You
Yeah.
were just telling me about that in real life, right?
yeah, I
Oh
mean,
wow,
so it's craziness. But I mean, I
wow,
would not have let her leave like that. It's almost like
right.
like when you got a person that's drunk, you got a designated driver. Like, look, you done had too much, buddy.
Well, she was all you. That's a good point because she was all of that. I mean, from
Yeah.
allegedly, from what we could
Well,
see,
she
it
said she
appeared
had a little bit too much. Yeah.
she had too much to drink. Yeah, so that you're
Yeah.
right. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not sure that they allowed her to drive off. That would be libelous, as far as I know, in the law. That would be libelous if you serve, whether you're a private citizen or a bar, if you serve too much alcohol and that person leaves your establishment or your home and gets into an accident, you're liable for that. So I don't think they allowed her to drive home like that. I would
No,
pray.
they probably asked. She probably had somebody pick her up.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
That
but
that
I
would have
do
been
agree. Like I said last episode, I agree with her leaving. I think that was the right move for her personally because
yeah,
Hmm.
you did say that. And I
you
said
want
that
people to forget that, and the best way to forget that is to not see you.
Hmm.
Matter of fact,
right.
I was even mad. I was even mad at Tommy for saying that she left. I was like, just act like it didn't happen and just move.
You
We ain't
like
bringing none of
you
that
like
back up
Zelf from
again.
the Miami. You like Zelf from the Miami season, man, when he and Swayze were getting into it, like, I'm out of here. Peace out. Peace
Yeah,
out.
Hmm.
yeah, just let them go, and then like, but her capped at the end of the episode. So now you start a new episode. You don't need to rehash that one. Just let her go in peace and just move on to the next episode, and that helps people forget about the first one. You know what I mean? It drowns that out. So if they were trying to help her for what took place.
Hmm.
But like, yeah, what you don't want to do is you don't want to be like sitting there looking crazy for another 10 hours, and then they just keep flashing the camera on you, and you looking drowsy and a little tipsy and mad and all that stuff like that. And then it reminds people of what they just saw the episode before. So it was smart for her to leave.
Mm,
Hmm.
right. I I guess anybody else you because you weren't here last week, unfortunately, Sean. Did you want to say you add anything to it and about Alexis?
Well, I mean, it was just a whole lot going on. I mean, I was listening to her interview with Kojo, and it was a lot of people taking digs at her, and I'm sure, like she said, they had been filming all day, and she was hungry. They had a whole lot of drink, and she had reached her tolerance level and beyond. And when you get all that anger, hungriness, alcohol, people picking with you and picking with you and picking with you, I'm sure the powder keg is about to come off somehow, some way. So that's what it's just, I mean, even though you're the only one that's in control of your own emotions, nobody else can
Yeah.
control you but you. So, but I mean, I listened to her story, and you know I said, wow, this woman was really had bad experiences on the show. So
And she said the words that I said last episode verbatim, and they were
yeah.
very important words. And I'm glad that she repeated them. What I said, she said, "If you back me up against a corner, I'm gonna
Hmm.
call my way out." And I kept on saying they're backing her up against the corner. Well, you don't have no
You
alliances.
did.
Yeah, we don't got no alliances, and everybody seems like they're coming at you, and production's coming at you too, kind of, because they're not
Hmm.
saving you. You're backed up against the corner. That's how it feels. I was it. I was there. You're backed up against the corner, and the only thing you can do is save yourself. But nobody tells you that. And she tried to fight her way out. You can't fight your way out. You don't have the alliances to do so. So I know exactly
Hmm.
how she feels, and that's why I used that term backed against the corner, and she used the same term on her interview.
Hmm.
Mm, yeah, yeah, you're right. She did, and I'm going to say this. So if everybody's got, I'm sorry, Jr. Did you have anything else you want to add to the whole Alexis situation, leaving her deciding to leave before the second part?
No, I mean, I said it last week as well. I said, what was the way back from the outburst that she had, even though it was legitimate. I mean, she came back and apologized to the group. I don't think that would mend the bridges that were kind of fractured with the ladies. And if she left, then they wouldn't have to necessarily deal with her scenes anymore, like talk about them or anything like that. So it was kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place situation. But I get it. I obviously listened to the LBB interview with her as well, and hearing her side of it, like I can understand why, so many factors played into what we saw on the show, on the reunion. But at the same time, Sean's right. I did also say that there has to be that self-awareness where you're getting to that point and you have to excuse yourself before you lash out like that, because it is going out on TV and across the pond, because we get to see it here as well. So yeah, like I think if she was just placed in a very difficult situation, some might say it was partially to do with the way she treated other castmates, but still, it wasn't an experience that she enjoyed at that particular time, and that's the most important thing. How she was feeling at that time was the reason why she reacted.
Right.
Ron, what did y'all have to y'all's reunion? What did y'all have?
What
do you mean?
Food.
No, she's 100% right. There's no food, and I thought they forgot. Wow. But now that I see that as a trend, they're doing it on purpose.
Right.
I was like, damn, they forget to feed us. Like we didn't get fed. We didn't get fed. We got there like they said at them by 8:30. Really, because you got to be there an hour before. So 8:00 in the morning, and I swear we didn't get our first meal until like 8 p.m. And it was like some cold burgers.
Oh man, you gotta be kidding me! I would have been like so hangry.
Yeah, it wasn't about the food, and I was like, I'm thinking that they got it's so much jam packed. They got to fit so much in. They just forgot to feed us, and they forgot to lay out a spread. But now I'm looking at it like, okay, they do it on purpose.
Yeah,
absolutely. They wanted you guys to bring your own packed lunch. That's what it was.
Well, yeah, I was thinking that I would have if I would have known. I was thinking that when I was there. I was like, man, I could have brought me a little something. You know what I mean?
Right.
But there was no shortage. There was no shortage of alcohol, I'm sure.
Well, mine we didn't have. As I said, theirs is the first time I heard about open bars and stuff like that. And even that one guy, he said he brought some liquor and was making drinks for the cast.
Liquor? What?
The guy who on his interview, the guy who was ended up being with Vanessa at the end. I forgot his name.
Oh yeah, he did. I saw that. I saw his interview with on another channel.
Yeah, so he said he brought some liquor.
He said he made drinks for everybody, and he said some people had 5 and 6 drinks. I was like, "Are you kidding me? Even on a full stomach, I'm not going to drink 5 or 6 drinks."
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
Yeah, to do that on an empty stomach, and then with the pressure of being on that stage, because everybody looking for their moment, so it's like everybody's trying to be as sharp as possible. That's kind of tough.
Ooh,
exactly.
Yeah.
And what are some of the most important things that can happen to you to affect your mood or your mindset is to deprive you of food. If you're hungry, you're usually highly irritated. If you're under the influence of alcohol, you're inebriated. You're not in control of everything you want to do, and sometimes you may go much further than you normally would because your inhibitions have been reduced, and your self-awareness. And then the other thing, long days of filming. Like if you're going without food and all that other stuff, then you're going to be tired. So
that was the longest day I've ever had in life. It was 15 hours straight of nothing, of boringness. Like I said, if I told the guys who was first off, we didn't get no parts in there, I was like, don't even go. No, they ain't worth that money. Ain't no in the world I'm giving up 15 hours of my no in the world. It's not worth it. It was. I mean, it was nothing fun about it. It was draining. They got to separate. It'd be different if we were all able to mingle, but they set you up in different little groups. If you don't like your group you in, you know, you stuck with them. It's just, I do like the fact that at least during certain sections of the film, and they put the guy, they put him, they're probably even worse than that. Well, no, it's probably better. At least they get a little more comfortable. We had to sit there the whole time. They put them in the backs and then show them like commenting on with the people up front, you know, that's on stage and stuff we're doing. So at least they can sit on the couch and relax and kind of chill in the back. But we had to sit there in them hard chairs the whole time. Yeah. So you're uncomfortable. It's long. You tired. You hungry. You can get moody, and if somebody say the wrong thing to you, you will have the ability to snap.
Some people are saying they should have called DoorDash. Some other people are saying they should have got a box of fried chicken and took one piece and passed it around.
You can't get nothing because you in a building. You're up in. I mean, you can't get in or out. Like I don't know how she got out so easy. I like us. Our stuff was a maze. I couldn't get out that building if I wanted to.
Glad to let her out. Like after she's like slapping at the camera and whatnot, they're probably more than happy to let her go.
She knew what the door was at least, though. At least.
Oh, okay. Oh, you saying you actually literally didn't know what the door was?
Oh yeah, I didn't even know how to get out that thing.
Like a compound. Like a compound.
Compound.
Yeah, it's like her and Zoe, they had pretty easy access. They knew how to get out to get to their car.
Yeah, you know, that's recognizance. You gotta every time you go into a building, you gotta notice the access and the exit points. That's a strategy that you should always have. But I just want to say this to Alexis because I feel I have conflicted and mixed feelings about her leaving, about her behavior during the reunion show. I have some all kinds of feelings about her interview with Kojo, but at the end of the day, I think that that a disservice was done to her. And even though I don't like the fact that she seems to be male identified, she seems to also put a lot of accountability onto the women, which is nothing wrong with that part, but no accountability on the men. I don't like that. I think that's unbalanced. And I don't think it seems like it's a blind spot with her. As I listened to the 3-hour interview, it seems like that's a blind spot with her. She doesn't see it. But I feel like at the end of the day that she was done dirty. And I said it all along when we did the review last week in the recap. I never did like the fact that all those men were standing over her and the men, if you're going to direct your energy to somebody, direct it to another man and let the women handle her or let security handle her. But why were you guys, like even Alonzo, like pulling all on her arm? Like that right there, for me, somebody touching me and I'm already upset and I'm already heated, that would have made me that much more angry. Because you don't do that. You don't, all those men clamoring around her, like what? Like either let one person escort her off, let her walk herself off. She's not a threat to you guys. So why are you all standing there giving this male energy? And that's what women mean by sassy. Men just putting all their energy into women, but you never correct the guy next to you that's doing something, that's pulling the woman down on his lap. You never correct your bro, but you always over here trying to pull up on the women. I didn't like that. So
He said LaRon stopped. I like I said, I thought that the guys were trying to they just got railed through the cold so that you try to be like the savior of the situation to try to get your narrative back. I think that's what they were doing. So I think that's what they was trying to come to her rescue, and just she wasn't having it. It went the wrong way. But you're right. She girls having a nervous breakdown. Have another female handle it. You get all the men settled to get them back, and then let everybody else do their job. You're not gonna be able to come in there and because what happened is what happened. She yelling at you now. Now you looking dumb for coming over there.
Right.
She knows you're not. She knows you're not one of her alliances. She doesn't have none at that point. She understands that.
That's the only person I could see. Right, was Will getting back to.
And he went after her. He was the only one that could go that far to even make it to the door with her.
Literally, when I look back at the last week, he was the one that literally kind of had her by underneath her shoulders with his arm and was literally almost physically dragging her away because she was still throwing out, "You get a butt beating, you get a butt beating, and you get it, and you get it, and you get it." And she was talking to some of the men. I was like, "What? You think you literally 110 pounds soaking wet? You're gonna beat these guys? Come on, lady. I don't care how much b-ball you play. Come on." Seriously?
Well,
Yeah, and
don't clean it
also
up, Aubrey. Don't clean it up. Say what she said. What did she say, Aubrey?
I said it last week. You missed it. You should have been. You should have been present. Go ahead, Jr. You were saying.
yeah. No, I was gonna say like even her strongest connection couldn't calm her down. So
No,
I,
you
even
couldn't.
though they may have had a strong connection, it wasn't that deep where she's listening to him at that moment. So she was so far gone. I don't think even whether it's security or the other male castmates, no one was gonna
They want to
restrain
stop
her.
her. And the worst
No.
part is this. It ain't her. She could bounce back from this. She's on reality TV. We understand it's television, blah, blah, blah. Everybody gets it. But the point that she made, and it is a deep point and is really true, is the embarrassment it is to her family. Because imagine if you're her mother and you don't even watch the show, and some woman that you don't even know come up to you and go, "Is your daughter okay?" How you gonna feel as a mother who's very protective of your daughter and your family, stuff like that? And you're like, "What's going on? What are you talking about?" Oh, is she weak? You know what I mean? She say the wrong thing, and now as a mother, you have to react. That's not fair to you. It's not fair to to anybody over a TV show.
Mhm.
And somebody will make that. Nobody's gonna come up to Alexis and say anything to her. Nobody's gonna be like, "Oh, girl, you wilding out on the thing." No, no, no stranger's gonna come up there and say that. But there is somebody who might come up to a family member and go, "Is she okay? Is she getting psychological help or something?" So say some dumb stuff like that to a mother, and now the mom's about to get knee deep in your butt because you're talking about her family. You know what I mean? You stuff like that.
Yeah, that's crazy. I never thought of it that way. Hey guys, we got to move on. We got a whole show to recap here, and we're just on the first ticker. Okay, the next one up, we see Lamar. Lamar is brought onto this stage, and Tommy is talking to him about his keeping it real. We see the clips of him being very verbally aggressive with the ladies, and he admits himself that he is too much sometimes, too much. I guess that's what he calls it. What are your thoughts about Lamar and when keeping it real goes wrong? We'll start with you at the top there. We'll start with you, Sean.
Well, I mean, Lamar is a good time guy. I mean, that's just him. I mean, when I met him at the party the other night, I mean, that's his
Mhm.
same personality. I mean, not a bad edit, I don't think, but that's
Okay,
just
okay,
Lamar.
okay.
You know,
Got you.
he's a good time man from Houston. I
H
mean,
Town.
whether he would H Town, yeah, H Town, he called it H Town, H Town, yeah.
Hmm.
But
Hmm.
I don't think he would have pushed the envelope and really tried to overpower a woman in a non-consensual way. If that's a good way to say it on YouTube streaming yard.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, that's
I
right.
think I think he's a lot taught us a lot of game and see how far he can get with it. If you get down, you get down. If you don't, you don't. Hey, that's just the way he is. He's a real
Okay.
cool guy. I mean, might seem jerkish or creepy, what have you, but I think his bark is worse than his bite.
And see, this is where I think, and I appreciate you, Sean. You know, I love you. You know, I love you like a brother. You know, I do. But this is where I'm really getting the sense that men don't really understand how unsafe women feel. Like whether it's verbally or whether it's physically in a woman's space and in an intimate space with a man, you get to talking about why don't we go skinny dipping, and are you, what was the word he used, are you adventurous? That wasn't his exact word. I can't think of the word that he used, that but you just basically throw all caution to the wind. You're with a stranger and you just do whatever because he's a man. Like,
Mhm.
I
Well,
think
I
that's
mean,
where men kind of miss it. I think that, and I'm not knocking you. I get it.
mhm,
And I think the same thing can happen with women. To be fair, I think,
mhm.
and even and balance, I think the same thing can happen with us ladies with men. Like we sometimes create unsafe space for men, and we don't hold each other accountable. But that's just how I feel. But go ahead. You were saying.
But I think, I mean, like I said, I want to approach a woman like that, but I mean,
I
I don't know what the order of the scenes are. I mean, we're
okay.
watching it just like they were. But when you had you, I mean, I guess the latitude was when he heard one woman say that, yeah, she like to be face down, blessed assurance up, and
Yeah.
maybe that was his key. Like, hey, look, she like that, and which gave away to the other comment about the choke and spank. But I think the
Mm,
idea is that hey, if she talking like that and that's what she likes, hey, maybe I can see if I can segue
okay.
that, because that's the way I
Okay.
like to talk, So, and she
Oh,
wasn't
okay.
feeling him
Okay.
like that.
Okay, I see. Right, I see your point. So when in going back to that scene with Koshia,
Uh
she
huh.
did say she, liked it this way. She was talking to, I believe, LaRon, but I think
Yes.
you're right because I do recall Lamar being in that, like having
He's
a
right
look
there.
on
In
his
that.
face to the
Yeah.
screen, like what?
Mhm.
Like
Mhm.
okay,
All
yeah,
right.
I
Yeah.
get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. But I mean, like, there's so many. So for me, Lamar had more than one. Like, like one time you say it's one off, right? But if
Yeah.
it's two, three, four, five, six, seven times, so we see, for example, we see LaRon kissing April on the cheek when she leaned
Lamar.
in.
Yeah.
I mean,
Hmm.
Lamar. I'm sorry, Lamar.
Hmm.
She wanted a hug. She was expecting a hug. She even said a hug. He goes in, gives her a hug and a kiss. Like, no, dude, I'm not offering my skin, my beautiful, smooth, silky skin, to you for a kiss. I said a hug. Like, what part of hug do you not understand?
See, some women. I mean, depends. I mean, just like what Ron sees at Troy. you know, Troy, when Tommy said, Troy, you can't go around kissing all the women now. You can't, you know, uh, um, I'm just
Mhm.
sure Ron remember that one,
I remember that too.
Yeah,
yeah,
Troy, my guy.
yeah, yeah. So,
Troy,
I mean,
wait a minute.
I
Troy,
guess
what season?
maybe,
What season?
He's from my
sure,
season.
Houston
Houston.
season, yeah,
Oh, okay.
Houston, Ron season. He was kissing all the women, and he said, Troy, you can't kiss all the women. So,
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, I remember
maybe,
now.
maybe Lamar felt like, hey, it's a friendly peck on the cheek. I ain't trying to announce or nothing like that, and what have you. And because she's violating a person's space, and like you said, the part of the Me Too movement and what have you, and you don't know what kind of trauma a woman has had in her past. That a lot of these women don't come. Sometimes they probably have past trauma that they have suppressed to be on the show. And when you do something like that, it might trigger something. So I don't know.
Yeah, Lamar is in a bad situation from the beginning because and it was this is a competition at some point of it, and men understand it because men are men. We understand it before the ladies even do. So the men are sizing up the other men in their competition, and if you're a man and you feel like, hey, I'm a little older than a lot of these guys here. I'm a little, my shape ain't the same as some of these guys here. My height ain't the same as some of these guys here.
Mhm.
I'm gonna have to do something in order to get these ladies' attention. I usually got a
Mhm.
nice personality and I'm funny and I can use that, but I don't got enough time around the girls to even use that trait. So what do I use? And you
Mhm.
end up overplaying your hand sometimes and coming off a little too aggressive. But you were gonna lose anyway because Ready to Love, especially in the beginning, by the time he got kicked off the season, you're still in the meat market. That means women are just looking at height, looks, money. All the rest of
Mhm.
that stuff ain't even came into play yet. Like if you a good guy or not and whatnot. And you see this going on as a man, and you're like, well, shoot, I don't got the height. I might not have the looks that everybody here, and I might not have the money. What do I use as a man or a tool and stuff to get these women attention? Because I want to make it
And
to
lead with
the end
something.
as far as I can. So I'm gonna try to. Hey, I'm sexy Lamar. I can move too. I can say, you know what I mean? Maybe I could talk something sexual to somebody and get in the ear, almost like the old love songs, or whatever, something to kind of jazz it up a little bit to get the woman's attention. If not, you about to be the first one friend zone. As soon as you're friend zone, you're the second one out,
Mhm.
which would happen anyway. So
Mm,
I understand that some women might feel uncomfortable. I understand the whole you wouldn't want that no dude to come up there who didn't know your sister and kiss her. I understand all that, but I do understand from a competition value that these men were forced to do something. It was the same thing with Troy in our season. You got a man here that's 53 years old going up against Jason, who's 34. Of course, he's going to feel some insecurities and stuff like that and say, man, I'm going to have to beat this guy off effort. I'm going to have to do more. I'm going to have to come in real friendly with the women and kiss a few hands and cheeks and stuff like that. Let them know that even though I'm the older guy, I can still get with the youngins and I can still get some attention. I'm not your friend. I'm not your friend zone. I'm not too old, not your uncle. I'm not this. I'm sexy Troy. I'm sexy Lamar. I can do a little something too. I think that's all they were trying to do. It just came off wrong.
Okay. Okay. Stay tuned. Go ahead, JR. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think Lamar played the game completely wrong, but he was authentically himself. So in other words, he wasn't ready to love because he was coming off as being very sexually forward, lustful, which probably gave off the impression that he's basically just sexualizing the ladies, not really looking for anything long term, like a serious relationship where you're going to take that person seriously and look at them for who they are rather than just what you can get sexually. And that is never worked on any season that we've seen so far. Usually the guys that lead with the over sexualization, the innuendos, the straight up freaky dirty talk, you ain't got a connection where you can do that with anyone. You're doing it with everybody, and that's what you're leading with. So that's what's going to lead you straight out the door to go home early. It's never worked.
It just reminds me of the liquor store guy. I'm sorry, go ahead. I'll say that.
So all I was going to say is it's never worked before, and it definitely isn't going to work now because
it works if you're one of the more attractive guys. Don't let them fool you.
But that's
because everybody's doing it.
Working for him. We'll put it that way.
That's the other side of it, right? Like I said, if you have a connection with someone, then that means that they find you attractive enough. Then obviously you have more of a a rapport with the person to say those type of things or push that envelope just a little bit further. But if you're not attracted, if you're not attractive to the person, but you make those kind of statements, then it's the fast ticket out of there because you're going to make them uncomfortable. They're not going to want to be around you because they're going to definitely feel a way about the sexual nature of your conversations and your comebacks and your jokes and everything's about sex. The ladies, for the most part, came out there to meet guys who they could potentially find long-term relationships with at least. And so then they're not going to be looking at any guy that's just going to lead with sex. None of them. Even the ones that were more flirtatious, like want to eat fruit from your lips and grapes down the bosoms and all those type of things, or the ones that talked about face down, arse up and all that stuff, they were still looking for relationships, not hookups and booty calls. If that happened with the guy that they're connected with along the way, then that's one thing. But if that's what you're leading with as a guy, then no, it's red flag territory.
And go ahead, Ron.
Well, they refer to him as the guy from Harry Hines Boulevard. Harry Hines Boulevard.
Yes.
Is a street in Dallas that's known for the red light district.
Ooh.
I don't know about that. I'm from H-Town. I don't know about that. But it's not such a good name. Harry Hines doesn't have such a good name. But it's just very interesting dynamic.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Some guys. It's not. It's not all across the board. It's just like Ron was saying and Jay was saying, some guys can get away with so much and some guys can't.
And that's all it is.
Some guys I give you 6 inches. Some guys I give you a foot.
Ooh, not the 6 inches.
No Diddy.
6 inches?
No. Well, I'm no Diddy. No. I'm talking about in latitude of competition. I ain't talking
somewhere else.
Oh Jesus! Oh God!
John.
Edit. Rewind that.
Well, no, you
I
okay?
was
So you
talking about the
say Harry
latitude.
Hines? Latitude. Oh, you
Uh-huh.
weren't talking. Oh, but you said 6 inches though. That's what you said. But
Yeah, I was
anyway,
talking about
you
in terms of conversation. How far can
yeah,
I mean? Just like okay, you refer to yourself as a seasoned woman, Aubrey. There are some things
yes,
that you
yes,
would not be acceptable that would not be acceptable to you from one man that may be acceptable from another man. It's
absolutely.
not something that cuts across the board. And
Yeah.
like Ron was saying, it all depends on the truck. Okay, do you have
The
like
attraction.
to put up a line from Corey season, 6 feet, six figures, and the 666 package.
The
So
little
so
six.
so
Okay,
so yeah,
66.
he gets 666 package. So the idea is that some women they will kick a little game with you as long as if you're in that sphere of attractiveness, your money is
Right.
attractive, you're visually appealing, your money is appealing, and your male anatomy is appealing. Hey, I'll let you talk to me like that. With some guys, you can have the male package, but if you ain't visibly appealing or monetarily appealing, no, that's all right. I'm not even interested.
Everybody on the show is talking sexually at some point. They're talking in
Yeah,
self.
Yeah,
yeah,
but
The
is
the
it
yeah.
not
problem
So
with
always on
Lamar,
camera? Go ahead.
Lamar's biggest problem is this, and this is why the rules are bad, and this is why if you are the Lamar type character that I feel that they purposely pick, you need to just exit yourself off the show because you're not gonna it's not gonna be good for you because the fact of the matter is it's one thing if I'm Lamar and I'm the older guy and this and that and I go find me the older woman who's on the show and I act like I want a relationship with her and I divvy her up and we got a connection and we go. If that was the rules of the show at the beginning, Lamar would be fine. But no, you expect Lamar in order to compete, in order to stay on the show, in the beginning, you got to have at least 6 women voting in your way, connection wise, in order to stay on the show. Lamar can't get 6 women of all those different age groups and things of that nature in order to vote for him to stay on the show. That's impossible to do. You already set this guy up for failure. Now, he can't have, he's looking at the rules, and the rules say, okay, if I get one of these women at the beginning and I DV her up and she votes for me, it's not enough. I'm still going home. I got to get 6 connections. I
yeah,
can't get 6 connections at this age and this and with my personality how it goes. I'm in a lose-lose battle because of the rules of the show.
Right, but all the guys are subject to the same rules.
so you got to
So
be able
They
to
are,
manage.
but a lot of guys are younger. A lot of guys got more tools. I mean, he's the older
exactly,
guy on the show.
And that's
exactly.
that's
So
the
that's
thing
my
that
point.
comes
That's the
against them.
point I was going to make. All the other guys were in the same situation where they needed like maybe a majority of votes to keep them on, right? But the problem is Lamar didn't offer any qualities outside of the sexual nature of his conversations, jokes, and innuendos that elevated him into a safe position. He had no
You think he would have
connections.
been a compete?
No, because like I said, we didn't see
Well,
nothing outside of and the thing is he was unwavering, he's very rigid and not willing to change his approach either.
yeah,
So yeah, like he stood no chance. You can't come in there with that mindset, having no connections,
yeah.
thinking you're going to get
Too much
connection.
competition for him in that age group. He was not going
Mhm.
to be able to compete.
That's true.
And
You're
if
not
he
going
if he
to.
knew that, I believe he knows that coming in because guys size up the other guys in competition. And everything. That's the first thing you do as a male on this show. And you're like, okay, I ain't gonna be able to get 6 of these women connections. These are the rules and regulations of the game at first. I could play the one game with anybody, but I can't get 5 or
Yeah,
6 connections. So I'm just gonna say and do whatever I want to do. I'm gonna make a name for myself somehow on this show then, because I know I'm going home pretty soon. And
yeah,
I bet he knew he was probably gonna be the first or second going home from day one.
Exactly.
yeah.
That's why he resigned himself to just eating his salad and chilling. He didn't
Yeah, he
flip
had a
out about it.
line for that. He already knew he was about to get eliminated. He knew everything that was about
Exactly.
to go on. That was played out in his head already. I'm gonna go out like a G. Because then you want to be remembered too
Hmm.
on the show. You know what I mean? You don't want to be I'm the second one off and nobody remembers who I was. You know what I mean? You want
Yeah,
to set your tone and stuff. You want to have something that they could talk about on a reunion. People know all this stuff going into this.
Right.
but
And
yeah,
like I
You
said,
wouldn't.
Lamar knew he wasn't going to make it that far when
true.
he looked at the competition, he looked at the ages, and they said, okay,
Mhm.
6 of these women got to vote yes for you in order for you to stay on.
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
don't
So
play
he's
that
going to
game.
go out
I'm
in the
old
blaze as
school.
well.
I
Now,
could do one-on-one.
yeah.
Mm.
Now,
But he
your
didn't even get
age,
one.
Now your age might not play a part in if you got something going for yourself. Okay, for instance,
Yeah,
what I
six
mean
foot
by that,
six.
6 foot 6. Like if you're Clifton,
If
the
What's
you
voice
the
of
PO,
God,
what's
the
with the
voice of
six
God.
foot six? What's up with the number six tonight? I think I'm gonna have to play that in the lottery or something if I played the lottery.
Sounds like they're looking for a
If
demon.
you,
For this 666, they're looking
I
for a
mean, well,
demon
think
out
about
here.
it. Well, think about it like this. Clifton came across as man because the voice of a God. He's
Oh
not got a little.
yeah,
He doesn't
that
have a
deep
squeak
voice. Ooh,
deep voice. He doesn't
yeah.
have a squeaky voice. I mean, so
D
the
Mm-mm.
man
boys,
impression.
Clifton a good 6'4", 6'5", six
Now,
five.
yeah, yeah, at
Big.
least
I
that.
mean, good looking dude. I mean, you ain't gonna be able to
Yeah,
compete with them. I mean, of course, he gonna make it
yeah,
wherever he at.
yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
And the thing is, his conversations were very flirtatious too. He's feeding oysters. He made a lot of sexual references, but like I said, the key thing was they were two women that he had connections with, Dakia and Joy at the time. And you
Yeah.
know,
He had
they
multiple
Uh-huh.
connections
already
early.
established that they liked him, and he was able to push that envelope, and they were down for it, right? But when
Right.
you don't have connections, like we're talking about with Lamar, you can't sit down and be doing those things. You can't be talking about tickle my pickle, or let me feed you oysters, or let me eat some fruit or chemicals or
One
whatever.
thing
Can't be
you
doing none
got to
of that.
give LaRon. LaRon is charismatic. We got to give him that. LaRon is
Mhm.
charismatic. Like him, love him, hate him. Ron is charismatic, and Ron, uh, he has a certain leadership quality. We saw that at the getaway, right? When he just
Well,
sat
he's
everybody down.
31. He a lot
Hmm.
younger. He makes
Yeah.
very good money.
Oh yeah.
So and he uses. I mean, he uses the tools that he got. The thing is, Lamar was trying to, but it ain't gonna be enough to get 6 connections, 5 connections. And Lamar gets had to concentrate on one woman. Fine, he could play that game. The way Ready Love is set up, if you the older short guy, you ain't gonna make it. You won't be able to get enough connections to keep you on. Impossible to do. We ain't seen it yet. With somebody older and short. Name one.
Oh, he's
Mhm.
short. I missed that part. Okay.
Yeah.
I missed that part.
No, he's
Okay.
Yeah.
short. He's short in real life. So
Oh.
yeah, we ain't seen it yet. We seen the older PO, 6'6", 7", you know
Yeah.
what I mean? Coming in with
Yeah.
a suit on. Yeah, they gonna be fine.
And he
But
made some
nah,
women out of him because Carmen was on to PO during his season, right? Carmen wanted him.
yeah,
He had
girls
some
Well,
want
women
to
that
that
might
PO.
have been a,
wanted
PO's
that might have
him.
been a,
Yeah,
that might have been a production thing, to keep
it
her
might have
on,
been, but I'm
'cause
just saying. But we just got to go with it
yeah,
because
true,
the
true,
Kia was
true.
into him, and Carmen seemed to be into him. But I can't remember. It's something he did, and then Carmen kind of fell away from him. But
Remember, PO was
Eh,
talking that
eh,
stuff earlier. And everybody didn't think he was gonna keep it on, make
Yeah,
it on. They were
that's
like,
true.
I don't know why he make it to
That's
the
true.
end. Why he make it so far? Because he's 6'7".
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Aesthetics. Yeah,
yeah. But the
aesthetics.
the other thing is, like
Ooh,
Po started off like that, and everyone was writing him off and calling him a perv, and he's creepy and this, that, the other. But guess what happened? He changed it up. Like
Yeah,
when
he
he
Definitely
was
did.
did.
up for elimination, he sat down and was given the advice. And guess what? He was adaptable, coachable, and he said, "Okay, I'm gonna approach this different from now on." And
Yeah,
Lamar
and
didn't
that,
get that chance because Lamar was already doomed from the beginning.
but
and
he
we
Mhm.
did from the
kind of
beginning, and he didn't get that chance because he led with that to a point where it was like there was no redemption. He was unapologetically himself,
He's
and
leaving
there's
number
no,
two regardless.
yeah, he was leaving anyway.
He's leaving number. He's eliminated number two regardless. What he does,
Yeah,
nothing he could
exactly.
have done.
Yeah, take that salad
I'm not
in
saying
a
I would
doggy bag
either,
and go
D,
home.
but
But I mean, hey, think about it. I mean, I think I heard Ron say that if you really don't have a particular job, they'll just give you one. I mean, because I looked at it and said he's a coach. I'm like, coach of what? I mean, hey,
who's the
you
coach?
know,
Lamar?
well, it was saying
Yeah,
under his
I
tag, he
think
was a
he does
coach. I
something
mean,
similar to Justin, where he
yeah,
coaches
Oh,
like,
but I
eh,
athletes
thought with
or kids.
Justin, he's a PE teacher, which is a
but
little
Justin
different
is a
from
PE
coach.
teacher.
Yeah,
But
yeah, and Lamar does something along those lines in terms of coaching athletes,
coach.
Okay,
kid
Okay,
athletes, something
okay.
like that.
So
yeah,
I mean,
okay,
And Lamar's not shy. He's a good parts. Like the boy got the gift of gab conversation. You saw him at the party. Shine
oh
grabbed
yeah,
the mic. The MC a crowd is very hard to do. You gotta be a very good speaker, and he did that the whole, basically most of the party. Um, so entertaining, fun guy, and things of that nature. But I mean, the way that the rules are set up with the show, he's leaving number two, regardless if he's a nice guy. right? Regardless if he's the pervert or stuff like that. At least now he got remembered and he got a pretty nice section on the reunion. A lot more camera time than what the first guy got eliminated got, who didn't even get a speaking part on the reunion. So he had to
That part.
carve his niche somehow, you know.
Baby Doll has
Yeah.
a great question. I want to give it to you guys. And we'll start with Ron. She says that Asian looks keep being brought up. Chaz is 47, but if Chaz would have led with the sexual approach, do you think he would have made it to the end? Start with Ron, and then we'll go
Yeah.
around.
Yeah, because one Chaz makes buku money. They knew that. You've been to Chaz's house, you've seen it, and Chaz was playing that I'm ready for marriage right now, this and this and that. It's all the stuff that some women want to hear at that time. And when you can lead with your security, and you're the only man on the kind of season that's leading with that or has those type of credentials, yeah, you're gonna be okay. I
Okay.
did that.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I'm looking up and seeing all these 6'5" dudes and stuff around, and I'm still 6 foot, but it's still ain't tall enough for my season and what's going on. And I said, wait a minute, okay. Usually I'm a decent looking guy. I could use with a little. I got a 6-pack and thing. I could do a little 6-pack. It was the men looked too good. It was too much competition. I said, okay, where am I strong at? Well, I think I'm a little more financially secure than some of these men. I'm going to use that.
Okay. That hits the party at your home. Okay, I got you. Okay. Okay, so go ahead, Sean. You were gonna say
Well,
what's your
yeah, yeah.
thoughts?
Chaz would have lasted. Chaz would have lasted. I mean, number
Why?
one, he doesn't look like he's 47. No,
No,
I
he
mean,
doesn't.
whatever
Great
47 looks like. I mean,
Yeah, great physique.
he's not a very chocolate brother. He's a lighter brown skinned brother, kind of built, muscular brother. So I mean, he keeps himself in shape. So I mean, he's got something to offer. And like Ron said, it doesn't hurt that he's making bank. So I mean, these things
Yeah.
help the brother out along the way, and I mean, versus somebody like contrast him with Lamar. Lamar just didn't have too much going for himself. you know,
Well, we didn't see his house. We'll put it that way. We don't
we
know.
didn't
He
see
might
we
be a
didn't see his
bigger
house. We don't
bag
know.
too. We never
He might have
we never
bank. He
saw
might
his
have bank.
house.
We don't know, but he was
We
not
don't
given
know.
that edit. Some guys like and Ron is the about Ron because Ron is the guru. He's been there, done that. I mean, some guys just get the edit, just like whether you get an edit like Phil. Phil got the edit last season, and he was the broke guy, unstable. So who knows how Lamar would have gotten the edit? Unstable. And what have you. And then, of course, go back a few seasons ago, Laverne was seen as the cornball dude. I'm from the home king of R&B. I'm king of pop. Michael Jackson, Gary,
Who was
Indiana.
that?
What you know about Gary, Indiana? What you know about Gary, Indiana?
Who was that? Who was that?
Laverne,
Sean.
Laverne.
LeBron.
Oh
Laverne, yeah.
yeah.
I'm
Laverne
in front
actually
of Gary,
was
Indiana.
a cool dude, but you're right. Laverne, he did get an interesting edit. You're right. He
But
was the
the
one that won
Lamar's
the
the
case.
fact he can't be that stable because if a woman has the gall to call you a
Uh-huh.
bum on national TV, she must know something that we don't about your finances to a certain thing. Because ain't no way in the world I'm letting you. I wish you would call me a bum on there. Now we're gonna talk some money. We're gonna talk some stuff now. We're gonna bring I'm in your finances now. We got to compare, we got to do something, but I ain't just and the way she said it so quick and so precise. She might as well said be it because she was bum. I was like, oh no.
Uh-huh.
Someone's trying to compare Miss Wilson. She's saying that Walter from the DC
Walter.
season was about 50, but yeah, but Walter was handsome in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Walter was
But I
known
know
already in
Gary,
that
and
DC
he was
area before the
tall.
show as like the older hot
Yeah,
throb. I remember hearing that from the ladies that I
yeah.
met in DC. They
Walter
was
had
like, well,
it
Walter
going
was already
on.
known as like he was already wanted in our area as like the
Yeah.
good looking guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Walter had it going on. Walter had a very good career, and we know that he's now engaged to be married to Sabrina from the other season in DC.
Sabrina
So
Topaz.
they
Topaz.
met
Yeah.
Sabrina Topaz. We interviewed her on this channel. Go back and check that out. In fact, we have a 2-part interview with her. She is an awesome lady. But yeah, he's marrying a much younger woman, and I'm hoping that that I'll be auntie soon. That they'll have some children down the road. because I know that she wanted to have children. And so he's a little bit older, but it ain't too late. It ain't too late for you, Walter, with your handsome
But
self.
see, the thing is, it goes back once again to stability. Remember, when PO
Mm-hmm.
approached her, she said, "Well, I see you as a mentor." Because PO was like, "Well, you think you can see me and you together? I mean, I think I can see myself with you. Well, you're kind of like a mentor, a father figure." Okay. Now Walter's older than this dude. Walter's older than this dude. So,
Well, I
but
remember Walter. Like I said, I knew. I can't tell
yeah.
what guys want. But I remember hearing from the my homegirl. She's cool too.
Mhm.
She was the first girl eliminated on that season, and she was talking about how unfair it is from the females to the males because she was like, I'm actually looking for love in real life, and I'm doing this, and I'm doing all I can to try to find a man because she was a little older too at my
Yeah.
age. And I think, and she is in a relationship now. I think I saw it on the thing, and I'm so happy when I saw it. And she's a great woman. I wish I could give her a shout out and had her name on me, but and she has the
Um,
coolest Instagram name too. I always tell her that. But she was saying, look at somebody like Walter. And this before I even knew who Walter was on the show. She's like, this dude has the pick of his litter, like in the city. Like, you know what I mean? Like he literally like can have wherever he wants. It always stuck with me when she said that. I was like, okay, he must be the man. You know what I mean? He's him.
Yeah.
So yeah, so he came in knowing he was good, and you can't compare him to necessarily to Lamar, and it's different scenario.
Mm. Yeah, I said cult leader. So think of charismatic and leadership and put them together. You got cult leader. But okay, that's just me. I'm playing. I'm playing around. I'm playing around, Lorraine. You better come on and do an interview with me, okay? But next up, let's see. We got next up. Oh, we kind of covered this. I think Sean brought this up. The on Harry Hines. Was that Patrice that brought that up about that being the red light district? So we covered that. Okay,
yeah, somebody brought it.
we'll
One of them
move.
brought it up. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll move forward. We get
Yeah.
that. Okay, so
Mhm.
Jonathan's journey. This is where we got the second offender in my opinion, on the boundaries, overstepping boundaries. Jonathan's journey was good. I mean, there's a couple things I want to talk about before we get to the boundary thing because we just came off of that. Let's look at this because I thought, what did you guys think when Mika at the very beginning of the season, Mika said when he told him that he had a
Baby
child, he
mama.
had a son. She
Mhm.
said, yeah, she said, yeah. So are you gonna spin the block with your baby mama? You done spent that block? You done spent that
Mhm.
block? And of course, we find out later that he has an ex-wife who is the mother of his child, not a baby mama. What are your thoughts on that? Starting with Jr.
Yeah, I think he could have. I mean, he was open with the other ladies
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
about his situation. We saw him actually detailed more with some of the other ladies than he did with Mika. Maybe because he connected with them to a point where he felt safe or comfortable disclosing that information with those particular ladies.
Mhm.
Mika uh, created her own narrative about him, basically.
Mhm.
He's the type to
Yes.
spin the block on his baby mother, and yeah, he's not to be trusted. And is he really ready for this process and all this other stuff? But she may have been speaking from a place where that's what she's expecting um, men to show up as who have
Mhm.
prior relationships with children. But yeah, like he seemed like a cool dude. Obviously we discussed the stuff he did before, the other shenanigans, but with this I just felt like he was trying to treat it like a need to know basis. The people he
Mhm.
connected with the most, he opened up to more about it. If he felt like you were going to weaponize or use it against him, or you've already made up your mind about him, or you're not feeling him, then he didn't feel the need to go into detail with you.
Mhm.
That's what I took it as.
Okay. Okay.
Mhm.
Sean, what? Thank you for
Well,
that.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. She assumed, and you know what they say assume stands for.
Right. Right.
She assumed that he he was just another reckless black man that had a making out there just making babies just to be making babies, and he was no good,
Hmm.
and that he had never had a marriage or nothing like that. And
She
I mean,
stereotyped him. Sounds
she
like.
stereotyped him. So the idea is that how much do you really need to know about me? I mean, you'll know, like I said, as a need basis, as you need to know, what have you. I didn't ask you about yours, or what have you. And and I think that's where Mika as well as April got caught up in the fray. When Mika and April went on a date with Jonathan and what have you. And I think that's how April got caught up into it. Kind of remind me of a little bit of Frick and Frack. Uh, no offense to Ron, but but the the idea I think is just that I think she was projecting out of her own experience upon him that this is what this is basically what he is, what have you. Which it proves just a different opposite. And just meeting him in person, he's a real chill, cool guy, real
Right.
soft spoken guy, real cool guy. He dynamite guy, tall as a tree, but he cool.
But now,
Like,
now
dang, I
this is the
love.
thing. Like people need to realize that if you, and this is on both sides, you can't really judge a book by its cover, right?
Mm-hmm,
If you come in judgmental, or especially if you're in the situation yourself, it's kind of hypocritical as well for you to be throwing out those type of labels. Just because that's your situation doesn't mean that he's in the same situation, as you.
She projected almost.
mm-hmm,
Sounds like.
Exactly. So
Oh.
I think
mm-hmm,
like when you come in judgmental, you've already made your mind up about someone and this, that, the other. It's repellent. It's instant repellent in a situation like this because people are going to read your energy as, okay, well, you know what? I'm gonna stay away from this one because she seems like she's already
mm-hmm,
set in her ways about how I am. And I don't have
mm-hmm,
to prove you wrong. I don't have to do nothing for you. I don't know you, and I don't want to get to know you after that either. So,
Right.
uh, you can run with your narrative, and I'm going to keep doing me. But on the downside, you don't know how infectious her narrative is going to get back to the women in the lounge. Like as we've
Mm.
seen, as soon as one person's had a negative experience, they go back into the ladies' lounge, and then that kind of casts a shadow over
mm-hmm,
your experience as one of the guys potentially. And then whether it's sleeping on the floor or whether whatever narratives they want to create, like that can be the
Mm.
reason why you get voted off. So I think Mika was very wrong in that instance, um to judge him like that, and to she even when she was taken by surprise that he was married, it was still seen as some type of slight that he kept it against her, like he didn't tell her, I should say,
mm-hmm,
right? There's
Right.
nothing wrong with him not disclosing it. It's his business. He doesn't
You
have to give
mm-hmm,
you full disclosure because he doesn't know you like that yet.
mm-hmm,
you you bring up, you make a very good point, which leads me to another thought, Jr. So, um, Mika seemed to have made an assumption that he was never married to his child's mother, who was his ex-wife. She seemed to jump up and make that assumption, and she said it. And like you said, that could have been put out in the women's lounge. I'm not sure if I recall her doing that or not. But at the same token, the men, if they had something against the women, they might have been putting it out in the group chat, and we as viewers would have never seen it.
Yeah, well, we can see
mm-hmm.
that it was said in the women's lounge because when he was being eliminated, that was one of the
Okay.
reasons they voted him off.
Brought him up, and they
Okay.
gotta,
Okay. Yeah.
yeah.
Because but she said it like I thought the women said it like he wasn't open enough, which he was. He does seem
Exactly.
like someone said here, soft spoken and quiet. He really
Yeah,
wasn't
but
opening up.
again, he opened up to the ladies he was connected with about that particular issue.
Okay, yeah, true, true, true. Because
He
my
did
next
actually do that.
that's my next ticker, which we
It,
maybe already covered it. What do you guys think about the difference between because some people are saying it's a negative connotation to be called a baby mama or be labeled as such versus ex-wife. What do you think, Ron?
um, I hear this all the time. Me, I'm thinking of it as what's the situation. So either way, there's a kid there.
Kind of
Either
fact.
way, that kid has a father. Either way, is moving in some certain type of way. If I'm taking her serious and this is going to be my long term relationship or future wife, I just want to know what the situation is. I don't really care if the guy chose to marry you or chose not to. Um, I think in the husband situation, yeah, maybe I could get a kind of glimpse of how you handled divorce. Maybe if I'm doing some kind of research, but
Okay.
you know, um, but that's about all I get from that. Just because you were made a wife, that's not necessarily benefiting me at the time. I got to make a decision on, do I want to be stepfather to this kid, and do I want to, you know, go long term with you, or turn you into my future wife. Um,
Mhm.
Right.
so yeah, so I don't care if she's a ex wife to a husband. She was married before, and that kid don't like you, and you're in a bad situation. It ain't gonna matter to you. You're gonna be focused on what's going on with her situation. And yeah, I don't think that matters much. I think with Jonathan's situation was, it could have been and I noticed this with men. When you're in a good situation with your baby mama or ex-wife and the kid, men don't mind talking about it. If it was a horrible situation or not a very good situation, we don't talk about it. We don't want to rehash it. And two, we don't got a lot of nice things to say, so it almost comes off like you're very a negative person. And you know what I mean? Because you could start getting carried away. You're like, oh man, and she put me on child support and did this and then. Then when you look up, you didn't talk about 5 minutes of all negative about your situation, and you don't look like an alpha male or a man
Mhm.
who got it all under control and things of that nature. So it's better not to even talk about it. So that's why a lot of men, if the situation wasn't great, we just don't. We rather not talk about it, because it looks like you're whining, looks like you're ranting, it looks like you're not on top of your situation. It looks like you got extra drama. It never sounds good. So
Yeah.
we would rather not say anything about that. So I think he was kind of doing that. And he's a natural. I met him, natural, quiet person. And women kind of run over guys like that sometimes. Sometimes these women gotta make a decision. Do you want a LaRon, or do you want a guy like this? You know, y'all keep wanting both. And these are two different type of personalities, even though they're friends. Two different type of personalities when it comes to, one's gonna be aggressive and be able to handle a more aggressive woman, or another one's not. Plain
Yeah.
and simple.
Okay. Okay.
And you bring up a valid point, the balancing act, because if he has a good relationship with his ex-wife with regards to parenting the child, then he may be accused of spinning the block or being too friendly with her. And then if he has a bad experience with his baby mother, or not a good situation, doesn't see the child, whatever, then he's going to be seen as irresponsible, and it's his fault, and why isn't he stepping up, and all these other different things. So,
Mhm.
it can be a situation where you're between a rock and a hard place. But at least he was authentic, and he said what his situation was to the people that he was connected with.
You
So he
did.
was open in that regard. He just wasn't open to everybody. And that's where I feel the problem was.
It hurt him. You think in the end it hurt him that he wasn't
Yeah,
open
because
to all the ladies?
if you like, if he dispelled your myth, your narrative that you're trying to create, he says, "Listen, no, I'm not a baby daddy. I was married, and I'm still very much present in my child's life. I have a great parenting relationship with my ex-wife." That didn't do anything to ease the situation, because then it became, oh, so why was you so secretive? No, let's give him props for being able to be in that situation. Many guys aren't. So, if he's able to still co-parent and have a cordial relationship with the child's mother, that is something that I would probably put in the category as, a good situation. Um,
It
Mhm.
is great. But you're
exactly,
right. You
great.
don't get a chance to explain that. Like, I personally, you know what my out is? The only out I got while dating with a child and being a father is like, my baby mother's married. So I can't. They don't think I'm spinning the block. I can't spin the block. No, I don't spin the block, but they don't think I'm spinning the block because I lead with that. Got a good
Mm.
parenting situation. She's married. That saves
Mm.
my behind so many
Wow.
times, because I don't have to
Mhm.
answer the question of,
Right.
oh, you still talking to her, or are you still spinning the block, or whatever. I can leave it just at that. So I don't mind bringing up the situation because I got out.
You got to automate. You know, it's funny you mentioned that because last week, I think it was last week, we had someone in the chat, and I hope they're in there.
Mhm.
I hope they're in the chat today because I told them that that's something that's personal, and I would let you answer that. But yeah. So there you have it. There you have it, guys. Because the person wanted to know why you weren't with your child's mother,
Yeah, no,
basically.
I didn't break up my family. I never had a chance. But the thing is, the good part about that is we co-parented for day one. She's a great mother. We have a excellent. We don't fight. We never get into any arguments, things of that nature. I take good care of my kid. I get to see my kid anytime I want. Take her anywhere I want to take her. There's never no problems with that. But I do have to respect the fact that there's another man in the household with my kid
Yeah.
that loves my kid too, and we go through that. But when it comes to me dating now, where women would have a problem and say, I've had the last girl I dated say, "Oh no, no man with a kid." She was totally against a kid.
Right. Right. Especially a
But
young one like your daughter. So
yeah,
young.
but once I explained the situation and she kind of seen how I was living, how it was going, we dated for a long time. I was the exception to the rule because of my situation. But the fact of the matter is, a lot of guys don't have that situation where, the baby mother is married, she's moved on, they got a relationship, is out of town, you know what I mean? So basically there's never usually kids at my house, you know what I mean? We have time to go out, go on vacation, things of that nature. I take care every 3 weeks. I go see my daughter, which my parents are there, my family is there, so I can, I see everybody at the same time. So it'd be usually time I'll be gone to see everybody anyway. And it just works out that way. So it gives me a certain out dating wise than a lot of other people probably don't have, or they get more questions when it comes to uh who's the baby mama, where's the drama, are you still sleeping with her, are you still talking with her, what's going on here, and this and that. And I got lucky enough where I don't have those problems. I got other problems, but I don't have those problems when it comes to
We all
dating.
got problems, Ron. We all got
Yeah,
problems.
we all got problems. It ain't no such thing as a perfect situation in that situation for you
Yeah.
or the kid. It just is what it is. But when it comes to dating, I have less problems than some other people in those situations.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. That's okay. All right, so we're gonna slide on over to the next one, which is still on Jonathan, and we're gonna wrap this up pretty quickly. Jonathan and Alexis. So with Jonathan and Alexis, you got a couple things going on. Uh, you got the scene with him pulling her down on his lap, but before that, Jonathan and Alexis, he seemed to be very attracted to her. A lot of the fellows, if you remember early in the season, Alexis was on a lot of guys' lists. Chaz liked her. Jonathan liked her. Uh, Will clearly, they had an alliance of some sort. I don't think it was romantic, but what do you guys think? Why Jonathan and Alexis didn't even continue the relationship outside of the show like so many other castmates did? We'll start with you, Sean.
That's the $64 million question. I wish I did know. Um,
Hmm.
I mean, it's just some things that just grow cold, and there's really no explanation behind it. You know,
Okay.
why didn't they show them anymore? I don't know. I really don't know how to answer that one. So that's just leave it there, rather than conjecture anything.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. JR, you want to hazard a guess or anything that you observed or heard during the season? Why, like so many other people after the show was over, or as someone got eliminated, they still continued to date? Why do you think that Jonathan and Alexis didn't date?
Because of the incident at the retreat. I
Oh, at
think
the
even
pajama
though
party. Pajama
the
party.
pajama party, yeah. Like I think even though I think even though they may have had somewhat of a connection, I think it was kind of ended with that particular moment. So
Mm.
yeah, sometimes there's no spinning the block. There's no there's no way to revive it, right? And you just have to let it be after that, because that was a
Right.
pretty serious uh invasion of her boundaries. And and she probably did get her family members and people in the social media world chiming in on the situation, and ultimately it probably was the right thing to do, to just leave it there.
Okay.
Yeah. I think, like I said, you can tell production they do this. So when they first get the singles and everything's going on, they think of some matchups in their head, and that's how you start getting them first dates planned out from production. So I think they thought them two was going to be a match or had potential to be a match because of the age, aesthetics, things of that nature. So you could tell production was trying to push that probably at first to see if it was going to work out. But what they said is 100% true. Once that momentum is over off Ready to Love, it is hard to get that back. Everybody's telling me go back and get Chrysanthemum. It ain't, the momentum is gone. It ain't hard.
Mhm.
You can't go back and just do that. LeBron
That shit
tried to do it
passed.
with Maya. The momentum is gone. Like it don't roll back like that. So it's just that's how it works. Um, so yeah, I don't think he had the opportunity or a chance of that, or maybe he didn't even know how to get it back to where it might have been at one point because it's going off momentum and emotion.
Okay. Yeah. I think the other thing of it too, you kind of said it. Was it you that said that he's kind of quiet in real life? He's kind of seems to
Hmm.
be kind of unassuming and quiet. Was that you, Sean?
I did.
Um,
I stayed quiet. Yeah.
He is.
And then Ryan co-signed on it. Yeah.
right. Which is Alexis, my take on her. I don't know her, but just my from observation, what it appears to be. And I think she's in sales too. So she seems very
Hmm.
outgoing. And maybe those two things don't match up. If you've got a super shy person and someone that's kind of the life of the party type person, like an Alexis, maybe that was another reason too. I don't know.
And she's not gonna be able to really date for a while. People do
Hmm.
not people do not take in consideration the traumatic experience that this show has on some people as castmates. And I remember when Tressa, she said it as a joke because she's a comedian. She's on our season. She was like, "Yeah, we
Yeah.
all get along as castmates. We're trauma bonding from the show."
Hmm. Hmm.
And yeah, it does a lot on your mental and your psyche and stuff of that nature. So I bet that you gotta have a date or a conversation with her, and she probably still can't stop thinking about the show or talking about the show. And that's how you know a person is mentally affecting them still, and is went past a certain level. And some people might even need some help in between it. And like I said, we got castmates to this day. I ain't gonna say no names, but they're still suffering to this day.
Oh wow. Wow. Yeah, I
Hmm.
know from behind the scenes and our interviews, thinking of Tori during his season of Ready to Love in DC, uh, it hit him kind of hard, even when he was going through the season. Well, when it was, the season is over, they've taped it in advance, right? But when it was playing back, there was a point where he kind of disappeared from IG, and myself and another blogger, we kind of went following behind him and saying, "Hey, are you okay? Are you okay?" Reaching out to him, and to this day, we still have a close bond, Tori and I. Um,
That's my
you know,
guy. I love
it,
to. That's one of my best.
yeah, yeah, because it's
But he don't
painful.
like talking about the show, and he don't like people coming up to him
No,
asking issues or
I
anything.
made that mistake. I put something. Sabrina was in something, and I kind of tagged him in it or something, or I tagged a whole bunch of people, and I wasn't really thinking about the connection between him and Sabrina. But oh my God, he let me have it, but in a nice way. And I said, you know what, you're right. I'm sorry. I so did not think. Please forgive me.
Hmm.
Real cool dude. I really love Tori. Now that's another guy that is actually a poet. He does poetry. He does readings. He's awesome. So I love hanging out on his page on IG. Okay. I think we kind of covered that. Let's go on to the next thing. Anybody else have anything else to say about Jonathan and Alexis? Okay, we'll move right into foot fetishes then, right? So during the reunion, we had Jonathan, Chaz. I'm trying to remember everybody that was up on the stage. Help me out, Jr. Who else was up there for that foot fetish? I know Vanessa was on the stage as a female, but this whole thing was talked
And
about,
Mika,
like
and
why
Mika,
Mika. Okay, why
Mika.
men like why men are attracted to women's feet, women in high heels. Uh,
And Lonzo.
I
Yeah.
can't say. Oh, and Alonzo. Thank you. Yeah, Alonzo. Okay, so Sean, why don't you start us off? What are your thoughts? Because you're obviously a man. Are you what do you think about the foot fetish? Are you into feet? Do you suck toes?
Well, I knew I like women's feet until I saw the movie Boomerang. Eddie Murphy, Boomerang, 1991. And I
Right.
think that's what I mean, because a woman can look good from head to toe, and then look down at the feet. The feet look jacked up. Like, oh no, that's just me. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
toes all over top of each other, hammer time, and or heels all
Ooh,
crusty and ashy, and that's it. No, no, no,
ooh.
no, 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 no sandpaper. I mean, that's just that aesthetics for me. Like
Yeah,
I
yeah.
now as far as sucking toes, nah, I ain't gonna lie. I have done it in times past. I have done it. Sean Andre Stokes has done it in times past.
What? You have
Now, would
sucked
I
the
do it every
toes?
woman? No, I don't
You
think
have
so.
had the
But
you've had the
I
toes
have
in
I
your
have done
mouth,
it. I
Sean?
have done it.
Oh gosh.
I've had toy in my
I've
mouth.
got
I've
to
had toy
turn
in my
my
mouth.
fan up
Now
higher
I
now,
made sure
Sean.
she washed her
That's
feet
a
first.
of course,
Okay,
of
well
course.
now I tell you what, this is me. This was just to carry your conversation a little bit further. I have washed
All
a woman's
right.
feet before.
Tell me.
I was with I
Ooh.
washed her feet as a
Now
way of
that's
servitude.
now that's
I washed her feet
biblical. That
before.
is biblical.
Yeah,
Hey, Sean, did you
yeah,
hear me? That's biblical, and that's
yeah,
a
yeah. That's
that's a
very
that's
biblical.
a
Yeah,
religious that's a religious
yeah,
thing too. So that's deep. That's
yeah,
deep. I'm
yeah.
feeling like Chaz was feeling when Patrice said that prayer for him at the getaway. Like I feel that in my spirit. That's deep. We have to talk offline, okay? We have to talk offline.
Okay, we'll talk offline, but we'll talk offline. But
Okay.
I have done it. I have done it, and it
Mm.
depends on how she and I may do it again. I'll put it that way.
Ooh, put a thumb up in the chat, ladies. If you had your toes sucked, put a thumb up in the chat. If you're a male and you've done some toe sucking yourself, put a thumbs up because it is something that is incredibly unique. Not every man does it, but hey,
It,
I can't help
it,
that the guys aren't. They
it's
don't know
an
what they're
interesting
missing out
expectation.
on. I can't
Mhm.
help it. I can't help it. Let me move on. Jr. What are your thoughts about the foot fetish?
I don't get it.
You don't
I
get
don't
it.
understand it. No, no, no. I don't know
Must be
why
an
you'd want.
American thing.
Don't know why you'd want someone's calluses and corns and all of that in your
Well,
mouth.
let's say
Don't
she
get
has
it.
perfect feet like I do. Like I don't have any
No.
calluses, I don't have any corns, I don't have any bunions. My mom told me growing up, she said, I'm gonna make sure she bought me good shoes. She said, I don't want you to ever have any corns or bunions on your feet. And that's a true thing. My right
Yeah.
hand to God. That's a true
Yeah.
thing.
Okay. That's cool, but no, I still don't get it. Because listen, I know what a pumice stone is. I know it comes off. I know, if you wear the wrong shoes or you wear your socks too long or you train or whatever the case may be, your feet can get pretty smelly, jacked up and all
Oh,
that
you're
stuff.
thinking of it from a training standpoint, from an athletic standpoint.
I'm just thinking with all the stuff we got going on down there, I ain't trying to touch it, massage it, taste it, none of that.
Well,
So
hey,
Uh,
yeah, I have the
don't know what
opposite of
you
a foot fetish. The opposite.
don't know what you're missing. Well, do you? Well, let me just ask you
Yes,
this:
I do.
Do you like? We'll
yeah.
say you do if you've never done it. But let me just ask you this. Let me move off of that. Do you like pretty feet? Do you like a woman to have pretty feet? Let me ask you that.
I just put that down to being well groomed, but
Okay,
like
okay.
it doesn't not entice me at all. I'm not gonna look at her feet and be like, "Ooh, I gotta." No, 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 no. And Sean, listen, man. I don't know whose feet you saw on Boomerang, but Grace Jones' feet and Eartha Kitt's feet ain't looking too tempting at the stage of life.
Well, you know they did that for the movie, right? Because there could only be one woman that had those beautiful feet. They did that for the movie
Yeah.
for the
Yeah,
plot
no,
line.
no,
Okay.
it's a no. I massage other places, but
You like
if your erogenous zones are in your feet, then we need to go sort that out.
don't expect him to suck on your toes, ladies.
Oh, don't let Ron get away with it now. Don't let Ron get away.
Mm, mm-mm.
Instead of what? I
Don't
ain't-
let Ron
Okay,
in it.
Rod, you're up next. You're up next. Same question. Have you sucked toes in your day? Did you suck them yesterday? Even I don't know.
Ron ain't gonna
Do
tell.
you
Ron
like
got
a
an
woman with
NDA.
pretty
Ron got
feet?
an NDA.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Is
I'll
that a
be honest.
requirement?
I've sucked a toe before, but it's not a like I don't look at feet as a. I'm like him. I don't look at feet as an attraction mechanism to me. I do understand it's a erogenous zone for some women, and so I use that to my advantage. It's like I would use a back to massage, or you know what I mean, or things of that nature. But I don't look at feet and be like, oh my god, I gotta have her because of them feet and them toes, and them toes look good, or I really want to suck or rub those toes. If we're in the sexual moment of something and then a foot comes, I mean, that's different. You know what I mean? You get in the zone and you know that it's pleasurable for the woman. You're doing everything you're trying to do to pleasure the woman. But I don't look at it as a added attraction, if that makes any sense.
I get it. Yeah, I do. I do get it. Okay,
Well,
so we got
well, to
a
me,
yay, a yay and a half, and
mhm.
a nay. Okay, out of the three male
Well, to me,
panelists. Okay.
the foot fetish, yeah, the foot fetish is the attraction of the foot, but about the heels is just something about that woman's calf muscle. The way if she got a well developed calf muscles, Lord have mercy. Yes, that's it.
Okay,
Yeah,
Sean, you got
yeah,
to stop
yeah.
talking now. You got to stop talking. It's
Yeah,
about
I
to
know,
go
I know, right?
downhill.
I
You
know.
got to stop talking.
I'm telling too much on myself. Yeah.
I
400 here.
admire Shine. If you could find some
400 here with
attraction
the
in the
great
calf
calf
muscle,
muscles.
I
Yeah,
admire that.
400.
Or little things. If you could find the little things, because I'm just, you can call me a dog with a butt, breasts, face. That's what I'm attracted to. Like I don't know any little things. I ain't gonna notice
Everybody
your
is
earlobe.
Yeah,
different.
I'm not gonna
yeah.
notice your elbow. I'm not gonna
Okay.
notice the inner of your kneecap. I'm not gonna notice all the little things that
You're
Sean
not
gonna
gonna
notice.
notice the calf muscle? No, the calf muscle.
No,
Come on,
I
man.
want them three things in my face.
Oh,
I'm gonna notice them things. I'm
okay.
not noticing the anything else for the most part.
Woo.
Well,
The fact that
yeah,
he could pick up on the
yeah,
little
yeah,
things
well,
and
yeah,
find
yeah,
a good
yeah, yes.
attraction.
Her chest,
Bam said
her
she's not
chest
into the toe
pretty bad.
sucking. She said that's going too far. Come on now.
Well, Sean seems like he starts from the ground up when he's looking at a woman, right? So you start from the feet first and then
Well,
go all the way up.
hey
Uh,
now.
yeah, but no, each to their own, each to their own. But yeah,
It
You
depends.
guys
that's
are a mess. Okay, I'm gonna get off this foot thing. I'm gonna get off this foot thing. Next
It
banner. Next
depends.
banner. Oh, okay. I got this. This is a question kind of related to it. Okay. So, ladies, you're in the chat. What is the female equivalent to a lady in heels? So, the men were saying they love, like Chaz. He said, I love a lady in heels. I totally get that. I respect that, Chaz. That's a good one. That's a good one. But ladies, what is the equivalent for us women that admire men? Like, is it those broad shoulders when he wears that that fitted top, and you can
no,
see his shoulder muscle, his back muscles? Is it that?
no,
What do
lady.
you guys
Oh, you have a
think?
big back.
I thought ladies liked
Hmm.
gray sweatpants.
Oh yeah, that too. That too. That too. Gray sweatpants.
Hey, Grace,
Okay, so
hey, Grace, who you there?
That ain't none of that gonna work. Only thing that's gonna work extra for a man to do to attract the lady, other than what he physically and everything else he has, is just smell good. You smell good could get
oh
you in the doors sometimes. If you got the
yeah,
right
feel
cologne
good is
on, the right
important.
mix, something is good, catch her attention. She'll tell you when you smell good. She'll get close to you, and you can kind of do a little something from there. But besides that, you can be well dressed. That helps. That's all you got, fellas.
Sissy said she liked to
Spend
rub
some
her
money on
muscles.
her. Buy her something.
Right, Sissy. I ain't mad at you, girl. I ain't mad at you. But in the meantime, West over here, he's saying sucking toes like they oxtail, like they're
That's
oxtail
it.
bowls
There
with
you go.
extra
There you go.
gravy. Oh, Babs has got a good one. Yes, Babs, there you go. A man in a nice suit. That and what Ron said, a man that smells good too. Yeah, that's the equivalent. Oh, wait a minute. Baby Doll. Baby Doll says a good tank top, showing off those big arms and biceps. Ooh, yes, yes, yes. Okay, Babs is in.
Okay.
We got two for Sue. We got two votes for Sue. Give me a man in a nice suit. Grown man vibes. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Oh, here we go. Here we go. White Fruit of the Loom t-shirt. Are we talking, I
Mm.
hate to say it, but everybody calls them wife beaters.
WB,
Because you know what?
WBs. Yeah.
You brought up a good point, but here's my thing. I'm so weird. I know this is like the sapiosexual in me. I love a man with a white undershirt on or t-shirt, however you want to call it, but not the wife beater, the one with the sleeves. If it's winter time or fall, I love that. I love a man that's not out here just willy-nilly without his undershirt on. I love it. It tells me that he's well dressed. He probably has a belt on too. I love that. He's complete. Miss Iffy, I can't talk right now. Why is Miss Iffy calling me? Miss Iffy, I'm still on a podcast.
That's a
Okay.
cold Detroit thing. You got to have layers in that cold tundra.
Well, yeah, and then
You'll
I
sweat through
think
it in Houston.
right, but you know what? I think it's the military in me. It's my dad. It's like the man I admire most in my life is my father. And my father always wore a white t-shirt with the sleeves, never a white. Well, in the summertime, if it's real hot, he would have a white beater. But I love a man with those sleeves, with and nice arms. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yes. Baby Doll says cologne too. Let me see what Kimberly. I know she's got something great to say. Oh, Kimberly. Fresh haircut and a neat beard. Yes. Yes. There you go. There you go. What? Oh,
So he
Michelle.
can't
I
have
don't know.
he
What are you
can't have
talking
an
about?
he can't he can't have an Anthony Hamilton beard patches.
Nah, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. The fresh haircut. The ladies are saying the fresh haircut, the suit, the t-shirt smells good. Okay. Oh yeah, there you go. Okay, a nice teeth and smile, of course. That goes without saying. Um, not sleeveless tee. Oh, you meant the one with the sleeves? Oh, we gotta talk after the show. We gotta talk. You are we
Okay, you got
we
the
are
regular
we are
t-shirt, and then
kindred
you got the regular
spirits.
t-shirt, then you got the gauze shirt, or the white beater.
Oh, the
Yeah,
gauzy one. Isn't that the white beater?
the gauze. Yeah, that's the white beater. Yeah, I don't like to use the word white beater either,
Mm,
but yeah,
yeah,
gauze
I,
shirt.
I
Yeah,
know. Okay, the yeah. What is the other word for it? Just a is that the A line T-shirt? Is that called A line when they don't have the sleeves?
but yeah, you got the V-neck, and then yeah, yeah, regular.
Oh,
Yeah,
White Valentine brings up an excellent point. Like enough with the sneakers, guys. A nice hard bottom grown man shoe, not a tennis shoe, not a sneaker. Yeah, no bueno. I hear you. Um, okay, so
well,
we
well,
got that. What's that?
well,
What are
well,
you saying?
let me further her point. Probably a nice shined dress shoe, nice
Ooh,
shine dress shoe,
there's my
because
father
some
again.
dress
He had
so
polishing the
yeah, you
shoe.
gotta
You
have
know
some
how they
pride in
polish the
yourself.
shoe? Yeah, polishing that shoe on Sunday, getting it all extra spiffy and cleaned up and shiny.
Mm.
Yeah, you got that right. And Baby Doll says, "Oh, now that's a good one. How do we miss that as Black people? How do we miss that? You must be well moisturized,
Well, you can
especially
get
in the
away with
winter.
you can get away with that in the summertime, but not in the wintertime. Lord have
Not in the
mercy.
winter. Yeah,
Not
you
in the winter.
very good
Turn to the
point.
white as I don't
Thank
know
you,
what.
Raj.
Ashy.
Thank you for your
Ashy Larry.
participation in that. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jr.
I was gonna say Ashy Larry. No, you're not getting anyone looking
Yeah,
that.
there you go.
Now the
Um,
ashy guy, that ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work. The only way you get away with it as a Black person if you're really light skinned and then the ash doesn't show us until you get right up on
Real
them.
light
You can
complexion.
see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, real light complexion. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Guys, we're gonna move on. We're heading toward the end here. We got Chaz's journey on RTL. They showed Chaz's journey on RTL. What can we say? Chaz loved 11 out of the 10 women. So and then we find out, I guess we can talk about this. We found out who the 11th woman was. What do you guys think about
Mm-hmm.
Chaz having a whole woman when he came on the show? Um, Jay, go ahead, Ron.
Oh, you want to go first?
Yeah, no, yeah. I want you to go first. Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Well, as I knew, and I mean, we talked early in the season, and honestly, I thought I was one of the first people that knew, and I was gonna take it to my grave because I told him,
You
"Hey,
did
don't
tell me you
don't."
had a secret.
Yeah, I was gonna take it to my grave. I said, "Don't tell nobody this." I told him personally, "Do not tell anybody this. I would never tell anybody this for you as your friend. Don't tell anybody this. If you come out 3 months later after the reunion and then reveal it happily married out in the sunset. But do not post this. Do not tell anybody. I did not know the whole time when I'm trying to do it within his best interest, I feel, to protect him, that you're gonna blurt it out on a reunion to try to one up Vanessa or whatever the way to do it. I'm like, man, don't. Why did you? Don't tell anybody. This is not good.
Mhm.
Like, you know what I mean? You're shooting it off like it's hitting. I know it wasn't gonna hit. That's why I've been trying to do. I mean, do the best thing for you by not bringing it up to anybody about it when
Not
you
even
not
me.
knowing that you brought it up on the reunion.
Mhm.
Uh, because it ain't a good look. I knew that. I told him that. I stopped him on Valentine's Day. Like, oh, dog, dude, hey, what are you doing? You posting on Valentine's Day? You can't do that. There's rules and regulations to this in some kind of capacity, and you can't. And he was saying, he wants to protect her, and he wants to, and things of that nature, and all good stuff, good guy things. But yeah, yeah, I don't think you can't do that. And I think by the time anybody knew, it was kind of too late. You're already in halfway through the season, or whatnot, and you just kind of got to go with it. Production used it as a reunion move. I hope production did that and he just didn't volunteer the information. But yeah, it's just another instance of like y'all doing y'all own self a injustice. It ain't even like what anybody else is doing. Like, don't mention it.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that you're going to be married and everything else like that, and it's going to look suspicious. But by the time it comes out later, everybody already moved on. It ain't that big of a deal. But to say it at the reunion, I would advise totally against it. Like I said, I didn't know he said at the reunion. I was trying to keep that secret to my grave because I knew it wasn't going to come off the way he thought it was going to come off.
The way he thought it was.
Yeah, he thought it come off us. I got somebody too, and I had somebody on. No, that ain't.
But the thing about it though, too,
That ain't no
Ron,
flex. That ain't no flex.
a flex, yeah, that's what I
That
think
ain't
he
no
thought it
flex.
would be a flex. But the thing about it, we're all sitting here scratching our head as viewers, saying, what woman that really cares about her man is going to allow her man to come on a dating show? Like, what?
A woman who doesn't watch black reality dating TV shows.
There you go.
She doesn't watch. If she doesn't watch, you know how many people I run into that
Yeah.
don't know. They don't know what OWN network is. They don't know what Oprah. You know what I mean? I did a whole season. I worked for a company at Crab at the time with 100,000 employees. No white people didn't know I was on that show. They didn't watch that. We think it's because we watch it and we into it.
Yeah.
That everybody does. And if she doesn't watch it, if she's not aware of what it is, you could be on 6 of these things. Yeah, most people, if they see Chaz and they see him with the wife and they hand to hand, they ain't gonna go up there and be like, Chaz ready to love. They're gonna pause back a little bit and not come up to him then. And even then, he could play that off and just say, oh, the show was about something else. So she might not ever watch it. It might not be her, her cup of tea or stuff like that. So you can get away with it as long as you ain't dating no OWN network, Oprah, black woman. You know what I mean? Who watches this show on a demographic all the time. You can get away with it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true because a lot more people are watching maybe Married at First Sight or Love is Blind. And you're right. A lot of people, because for years I never watched the OWN network, and then I got into these shows, and that's what pulled me into the OWN network.
The show has a demographic. If he ain't dating within that demographic, it's a good chance he might miss the boat on that.
I got you. Wink, wink. I got you. Okay.
But with that said, you gotta. I'm like, that's why I'm advising him, like, do you really, you know what I mean? Make sure you're doing the right thing, my man. Do you really want to be married? Do you really want to, you know what I mean? Like, because now that you done went through this whole situation, we're ready to love. It didn't come out super favorable. You're a type of person who cares about what people think, obviously. Is obvious. Now it's a traumatic situation going on that we all went through, and it's really hard to give a woman your all after just going through that process. And you're about to try to get married in 2 months or so, or something like that. Like, you might have to rethink some things and deal it back. This show comes after people hard, and it ruins some things, and it goes to the next season. It does not stay back to save you. It does not come to correct what it does wrong. It does what it does, and it moves on. It does not look back for you or think about you at all. You got to think about yourself. And you just went through a lot of stuff You are confused a little bit. You're not necessarily a person that, when it comes to dating, that's real. You know what I mean? That picks like, oh, I want that, and that's what I want. You're a little indecisive. That's just naturally what you are. You can say I'm what I am, whatever for it. But I saw that. I saw a little indecisiveness. Nothing wrong with that. You have the right to be indecisive. You have a right to take your time and pick what you really want. You have the right to narrow it down and everything. It doesn't have to be a rush. And I just want you as a brother just to say, hey, man, make sure you're making the right decision for yourself first. And then make sure you're making the right decision for your loved one, for your queen, whoever it's going to be.
Right. Well, you know what? White Valentine, to your point of everybody not watching the show, you're right. Not everybody watches OWN, knows about Ready to Love. That's a true fact. But White Valentine brings up a good point. Once he told his lady that he was going to be on, she definitely watched. And where was it at? How this one right here. How did this woman feel about him kissing a strawberry out of Rasheena's mouth? And not to mention her bosom.
I don't think she watched the
She
show.
She probably ain't watched the show. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, but wait. He told his woman that he was going to be on the show, and you think that his woman is crazy enough not to watch it?
No.
If he says tell her don't watch the show and you the man of the house, yeah, she ain't gonna watch the show.
Okay. All right.
If she sneaks off and watch the show, and now she got a problem in her household because he told her not to.
Oh, okay. So wait a minute. It sounds like they're living together. Are they living together? I mean, I don't
think I'm not sure if they're living together or whatnot, but I'm just saying though, like if you're the type of guy like Chaz and you say, okay, I'm gonna be on the show, and he told me that she didn't want him to be on the show. She had disregards in it, but I believe that he said, yo, this is some BS. You don't need to be watching this. Don't watch this. A man, once they say that to you as a woman, to his woman, they're going to expect you not to watch the show. And if you do it, you've just betrayed your man. And I know guys who would break off the engagement over that.
Well, break it off then, because I'm not listening to you, dude. Break it off. I am too curious. I'm too intellectual to not want to see what this show is that I don't know anything about. I want to see what you're going to do on it. I want to see.
So I've told women who wanted to watch my season and things of that nature, I'm like, and the only reason I did it is like, I'll stand on it. I'm the type of person, I'll stand on anything I say or do. I love it. That's what I do. I'll take accountability. You know how I am.
I realize that about you. And it's one of the things I like about you, whether we agree or disagree on certain things. One thing about Ron is he's very honest and very upfront. Go ahead.
But the way they were editing my show, it wasn't me. Like my mom watched it like, that ain't you. And my friends watched it like, man, that ain't you. And I don't even recognize some of the stuff because there's no context to anything I'm saying. Sometimes it's got me blurting out words. It's all edited, messed up. I didn't get an authentic experience. I would have rather stood on a very bad experience than a made believe kind of fake one and things of that nature. They got me like I'm in church on this Sunday, but now all of a sudden I'm on the show. I have a religious problem, stuff that just don't make any sense. So if a woman's like, oh, I'm gonna watch it to get to know you, you're not gonna learn anything about me off that show. Not much. You know what I mean? Not it ain't gonna be a exact depiction because it was edited wrong. You know what I mean? And it was edited wrong because I threw a party, you know what I mean, over some dumb stuff, you know what I mean? So it ain't no point of you. So I'll tell a woman, like, don't watch that because you're not gonna get. I'm gonna have to explain stuff that don't even make sense. You know what I mean? It's hard to, if you want to get to know me, that ain't the way to do it because it ain't accurate. If it was accurate by any point, I would be the first person to be like, yeah, let's watch it together. Watch it. This is cool. This is that. This went wrong, but it was exactly me, and this is how we react again. But it just wasn't that. So. And women, and when I say it to them like that, women don't watch it.
Okay.
That I date. So, because they understand it. Like, well,
they telling you that because I would tell you that if I was just dating you after the fact and you had been on the show, I would tell you whatever you wanted to hear. To be honest, if I really liked you and wanted you in my life, I'd say, yeah, no, I'd never watched that. I don't even know what.
But if you did watch it, you would have a question or something like that. You would bring it up. You would bring it up because you would have a question. He was like, "Oh, I did watch it," or something like that. They didn't never say that. So I don't believe that they watched it. I believe that I reveal enough about myself in the beginning, and I don't want say I'm authentically myself right away. and people catch that. So I think people like, yo, I don't need to watch that. I know you by now. You know what I mean? You can't hide who you are. You just you.
Ron, we got a question. People want to know, and you don't have to answer. You can do a hard pass. That's fine, because hopefully he'll be on to explain himself in a week or so. Uh, they want to know, is the girlfriend, is she African American? Is she black?
Hard pass.
Right. Okay. All right. All right. Moving on. Moving on. To Sean, what's going on? What do you think about the Chaz's journey on RTL?
Well, very interesting journey, and I kind of co-signed with Ron because Chaz and I had brunch yesterday, and because he was asking me how do I view the show and what have you, and how do I think what I think about the show, and I said, well, I think a lot of people were judging you about it when you said you had a connection with 11 women. And they said, did you know it was a 10? He said, I did not misspeak, and it
Right.
was the fact that
Mm,
his fiance is the 11th woman, which they did not
exactly.
know. So he threw that in there. I said, okay, now I see what you meant by
Ron,
that. But
Ron, check the private
um,
chat. Check the private
I mean,
chat, Ron. Go ahead.
he he I don't know. I mean, this is why I lean on Ron's expertise on it. The idea is that you want to try to meet the women, but then sometimes some people, when they get locked into one person, they get voted out. Well, I never had any dates with him. I never, went out with him. What have you? He was only interested in one person and what have you. And so some people it bodes well for. Some people it doesn't. Clifton and Joy, it bode well for them. Camille and Cornelius, it bode well for them. But then some people, when they just try to get with just one person, then uh, it doesn't jive well. So I think if you want to call it a game, he played the game the way it was supposed to be played. I mean, he did not make deep connections, but he left enough to WHET to whet the appetite. WHET appetite.
Right. WHET, to whet the appetite. I love that word. Right.
Yeah, yeah.
And would you think too, while we're on you, Sean, was some of the appetite that some of the women, not saying any specific woman, we don't have to call any names, but was some of the appetite perhaps the fact that when they got to Chaz's house for that group date, the women looked around and said, "Oh yeah, I see that throw pillow. Oh, I see this
Hmm.
space. I see this 40 4,000 or 3,500 square foot home in this luxurious neighborhood." Do you think that helped to whet the
Yeah,
ladies' appetite too?
it did. It does. I mean, because he comes off as a very stable man. I mean, it backs up with his money.
Mhm.
I mean, so it let you know he. I mean, he's not a by stretch of imagination. It goes with what Vanessa's mama asked. Now, whether that was a production question, say, "Hey, are you wealthy?" And he said, "Yes." I mean, So I mean, uh, um, um, I think the idea is that like I applauded him yesterday. When he and I were talking, I said, "Look, man," I said, "You've done very well for yourself." And I think a lot of women want to. A lot of women want that. And the idea is that if you get the wrong woman, you could take what you've had and taken years to build and take on the seconds to tear it down. So I can understand in some ways he might be kind of guarded because he admitted to me, and it's not private knowledge. But he said, man, yeah, I think I'm kind of narcissistic myself. And so I said, well, I don't think you are, but I mean, you said that I didn't. But I think he was just he knew what he wanted. He knew what he wanted. Just like
Mhm.
like he was emphasizing to me the thing with the Patrice thing. That was a production forced relationship there because he didn't have any interest in Patrice. He said, and that's what he told me. You know, but it was like production say, look, you need to move in this direction. You need to move in this right direction and try to pursue Chaz. So Why? I mean, I guess to keep her on the show, what have you, keep her relative, I guess. And so that's why we see that narrative.
Oh, okay. I was wondering about
So I
that.
don't think
I
he
was
really
wondering
wanted to
about why.
choose her and want her to choose him. Yeah.
Oh, Ron, what happened to Ron? Okay, yeah. All right. Jr. Thank you for that. Jr.
Ron fell out.
Jr. What are your
You're
thoughts
welcome.
about Chaz's journey?
Chaz's journey was a awkward one. I think
Oh, there we go.
he expressed that he doesn't really encounter women like the ones that were on the show. So I think he found that a challenge. I think he said he meets more corporate women that do what he does or in a similar field that live in
Hmm.
his area. So he doesn't get out much. And, at times he looked very uncomfortable. Um, so I think his journey, I mean, he made it to the final scene, and that's what some people aspire to do. But ultimately, he came away with no connections. So, despite him having connected with 10, 11 women, whatever the case may be, um, he ended up going home empty handed, despite making it to the end. So, if he had a woman the whole time beforehand and, hooked up with her after the process finished, then it's better that he didn't end up with anyone, because if Patrice had said yes
Hmm.
and he had this lady outside, then that would have been another
Hmm.
very uncomfortable and awkward situation for him. So yeah, overall he had a very looked like a very awkward experience, and he's generated a lot of heat, like nuclear heat, from his appearance. And I think that's because a lot of people have made their mind up or judged him or based their opinions on him already. And I don't think he I don't think he endeared himself to the audience in a way that maybe a Clifton or any of the other guys of a similar stature come across. And also, let's be fair, the
Hmm.
lady that people wanted him to choose, he didn't end up choosing either, and was quite petty to at times. Um, you know, so yeah, like his journey is problematic. Like, there's no two ways about
Problematic for sure. But what?
With
But wait a minute. Danny has a question up here, and maybe you take a poke at it. Danny wants to know. So, what if Patrice had said yes? Then what? What do you think, Jr.?
Well, if it was a production date, then it probably would have just been okay. We said yes. Now we're gonna go back to our normal lives. If it was a genuine connection, which I doubt, because it happened so late, like literally a week or two before the final uh,
Right.
the reunion and stuff. So I don't think anybody could really buy that it was a genuine connection because it hadn't taken the time to establish one. I think it was just purely their connection was she was compassionate at the time when he was feeling particularly low or vulnerable or down, and that pushed her right up past anybody else because of the
Hmm.
way she made him feel in that moment. But in
It'd have
terms
been
of a
it'd have been just like
romantic
last season.
connection, going off to date and ride off into the sunset together, I don't think that was ever on the cards.
It'd have been just like last season.
With who?
They made it to the bridge last season as well.
You
And
talking
no,
about
you don't need to see them
Marie?
together, do you? No.
Who you talking about? Marie and I can't think of her name.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
Dallas? What's her name?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Her. Okay.
But
Hmm.
yeah, the Chaz defense though, and I'll say this:
Maria and Jessica.
if
So
you are
yeah.
gonna
So
go on the show,
Jessica and Maria.
if you're gonna go on the show
Yeah.
to date
I mean,
different types
because
of people,
I
different
think
types of archetypes than you used to dating, the show is a good place to do it because there's no penalties for dating and trying something new. I did it. Like I said, Alexis wasn't my type. Uh when I was picking her show. She was last in the bottom my first two times, when days was on there. But we talked, and I was like,
Mhm.
okay, this is new. Like, she's different than anything I ever came talk to.
Okay.
And if I don't like her, if it doesn't work out because we're so opposites, things of that nature, what's the worst thing that happen? We eliminate each other. Which, if I dated her in the real life and tried it out, bad stuff can happen to you. It ain't no press button elimination. Everybody walks away peaceful and things of that nature. People get hurt, feelings get involved, things get going on. Going, she has a kid. I might get far enough to meet the kid, then leave. You know what I mean? Some real stuff goes on. So it's
Right.
easier to try it on Ready to Love, where, okay, I tried this out. These are different type of women that I usually don't get a chance to date or talk to. Now I'm getting a chance to talk to them. Oh, now I'm having some success with them. Oh, this feels good. I understand where he was feeling and where he was coming from. It's just, you don't, you know what I mean? When it comes down to the realization of a relationship, the cream rises to the top. Opposites don't always attract, and who you are is who you are. Eventually, representatives come down and the real people come out. And similarities is what we hold on to when times get rough. And you didn't have none of that with any of the females because you're different. And they're different for what you usually date and things of that nature. So I don't think he was going to have great long-term luck with any of the women. So the
Okay.
fact that he's getting, you know what I mean, and you don't challenge Vanessa ever on this show, you're not going to win. This is a 95% female audience. You think they're going to let you drag Vanessa on national? That ain't going to happen. You're going to lose that battle. Any man going to lose that battle on this show 10 out of 10 times. You are not that smart. You're not that smooth. You're not that clever. Production would never let it happen. So you got caught up with that, thinking, oh, I can do the smooth, clever Rose thing with the dead Rose, or I could say she's an artist. I could do all this stuff. Man, they're going to switch the edits around because they know what the crowd reacts to. They're so good at it. Man, they're so good. They know you might do something and think it's going to go off real smooth. They know it ain't going to hit. And then they'll twist it around just a little bit and it'll go exactly the way production wanted it to go. And they'll laugh at you, laugh in your face because they've been doing this for so many years, so long. They know their audience. You can't win. So
Mm.
yeah, so you weren't gonna win that anyway. So you were about to have a bad experience no matter how it went. But you got a chance to try. Look at the bright side. You got a chance to try something new. You got a chance to date some women that you probably particularly wouldn't have chose, picked, or dated. You got some experience under your belt with it. And you
How
liked a
much?
little bit of
How
it.
much
You liked a little bit
experience?
of it.
How much experience? Because Orchard wants to know. Now that she brings it up, what did the fiance think about what Vanessa said in that released text message, or you know, what does she think about her tonguing Chaz down?
The fiance don't know anything. She don't watch
Oh,
the
that's right.
show.
She's not
You
watching.
cannot, you can't possibly be with a woman who watches the show
My
and
bad.
go through that. You can't be with a woman to watch. You cannot. Your woman can't watch this show the way it went down there and still be with you. That does not. It doesn't work that way. Ain't no woman. I don't care who she is going to be all into the show, all into the chats, all into the narrative while they were dating and things of that nature, and still be ready to be married 2 months. No, she don't watch the show. Plain and simple. That's how it goes. She don't know
Mm.
what's going on. She knows she got a successful husband that she finds attractive and is caring and cares about her feelings, and she gonna be walking down the aisle soon. That's all she knows.
That's it.
Yeah.
She needs to know, I guess. But
That's it.
Okay. All right, Ron. I hear your side of it. I hear your point of view. Jr. Have you touched on this yet? I'm sorry. My head is ablaze with so much information.
Well, I don't know that side of it. Ron's better place and Sean are better place to make that call. But I'll just say that the way that I thought it was that he had known this particular lady before the show, and he knew that he was going on the show, and then basically he came with no connections and formed some type of connection with her, and it's led to where it is now, based on the amount of time they've known each other, type thing, and all of that stuff. But like I said, the journey was problematic. It didn't start off that way. I'm not sure if the ladies were genuinely into him or what he had to offer if they'd got with him, i.e., solid, stable job, high income, big house, properties all over the place, tall, you know, takes care of himself in the gym, things like that. So yeah, there may have been a lot of qualities that he had that initially attracted all those ladies, but
They
how
didn't pick him.
exactly how genuine were they gonna be when him as a person, like his personality, is kind of repelling them in a lot of ways, with as we can see by the backlash and the reaction from a lot of the ladies that have watched the show from the stands. He wouldn't be attractive to a lot of women with the way he carries himself. So it depends what they actually prioritized in terms of looking for a mate. His salary, his all the stuff he has to offer. If they're looking at that, then that will get him through the door. But in terms of keeping him and maintaining a relationship with any of those type of ladies, I don't think it would have worked anyway.
If a woman doesn't pick you at the end, she never really liked you. I believe, because
Yeah,
now at the end there's no incentive no more. You already got that last check. You already made it to the end. Goals are being made. Now it's, how do you really feel about me? That's what the end really is. And if they say no, you on that bridge, you was never in the top running in in reality. Because before, she had a incentive to keep you around. Well, I got to have me somebody to go to the end with. I got to have somebody around. It was incentive. Last episode, no more incentive. Now the real coming out. Representatives are all gone.
And
exactly.
apparently,
There's no next week. There's no
right,
next week. There's no next episode. It's the end. So
and
if they're not choosing you, then it's time to walk away, right? So.
And apparently, Patrice likes the younger men, which brings us to this last one. I'm not sure who likes what, because now it seems like everybody is throwing everything totally out the window. Oh wait, that's never mind that. No. The last one here. Oh no, we got a couple more. I'm sorry, guys. I jumped too soon. But real quick, we hear Patrice is going out with William.
Ha!
Yes.
Who's zooming who, right?
Who's zooming who? And then we hear that Vanessa has never stopped dating Dom since after he left the show early. So what's really going on?
Well, that's to me, that's one of the questions I had after watching the episode. I was like, wait a minute, like Vanessa was applying a lot of pressure to Chaz to choose her, but she's got Dom the whole time. Then why so much pressure? Like, just go with the flow and see how it goes. Why are you trying to put him on the spot to select you over everybody else? You already got Dominique. Like I said, that also explains why I think she wasn't so pressed when at the bridge scene, because she already knew that she's got something solid with Dominique anyway. She probably more attracted to Dominique and sees more of a long-term relationship with him. So that puzzled me. And then also, like Patrice and William, we interviewed William, right?
Right.
And didn't I ask the question about Patrice? I did.
You did.
I asked him directly.
And
what did he say? He said no, like he hasn't really spoken to Patrice since the show ended. Like that's left where it was. So they may have had a date or two, and it probably didn't go anywhere.
Well, she certainly wasn't with him that night. He was out to dinner, which not to say that she couldn't have been out with him the night before or the night after. We saw Maya there. We saw April there, and Patricia, right?
Patricia.
Patricia, thank you. I'm sorry, Patricia. Patricia. Yeah, Patricia. We saw Patricia there. My girl Patricia. Yeah. So.
Yeah, the reunion too soon to kind of predict relationships from from that standpoint. I judge it more who's together when we see the show ends. By the time we see the show ends, so then you kind of know who went, further or whatnot. But like I said, it's a thing and between castmates, and it's almost like, and we always get mad at this. It's almost like you have a relationship with somebody, then they get voted off, and you still have to continue the process. And production wants you to not call that person or talk to that person no more while you're in the process. It distracts you from the situation. So when Cassandra got voted off, I didn't vote Cassandra off. I didn't want her to go. I'm still talking to her every day. They took me in a room and said, "Yo, you got to stop talking to Cassandra." I was like, "Well, I really didn't make a decision. Y'all made the decision for me. I don't know if Alexa's, my number one or not. I'm going back and forth. I was going back and forth still when you guys eliminated her. Doesn't matter. You're here now. You got to concentrate on her. You can't still be back and forth like that. She's not on the show no more."
So how they know you were calling her?
Oh, they know. They know everything.
Oh wow. Hey.
They know everything.
So if they know that, then why didn't they say to Vanessa and Dom, like, you need to stop communicating? Because
they probably did. That's why that's why you asked, why was she so into Chaz some of that position? Because they probably told her, "Yo, you can't be all in Dom's space no more. You ain't here no more. You got to focus on Chaz." And that's probably where the focus came in.
So again, this could be a whole production thing.
Production is so. Yeah. Some of the castmates, JR, sounds like some of the castmates are correct when they say production made me do it, huh?
Yeah. Production don't make you do it. I mean, you have a top 3. So if Chaz is in your top 3, then you have a connection with him in some point of shape anyway. So they say, okay, he might not have been your number 1. Dom might have been number 1. Chaz might have been your number 2. Dom's not here no more. You got to focus on Chaz. You can't call Dom after the show. We need you focused here. We need to focus on the show. He ain't on the show no more. You're like, okay, well, Dom might have been my number 1, but Chaz was my number 2. So let me give it a shot and see what's going on. Blah, blah, blah. And that's kind of how that happened.
That may also explain why Dominique is cool, because he knew that nothing was actually, there was no genuine connection there between Vanessa and Chaz. He's just like, what? It's just all production keeping both of you on there to give a dramatic finale, evoke some emotion from the audience. And then
very rarely you will get a Camille situation, and they're married now, where the woman is going to leave after her first pick leaves. With Cornelius and Camille. We really ain't seen it. Very rarely you're going to see that that early. And even then, they didn't want to leave. She was like, "Yo, he should have never been eliminated." In her head, they want to continue the full journey together on TV. Nobody wants to leave television. You went there for a reason.
Yeah, and she's a whole acting coach and teacher too. But you're right though. But she did self-eliminate after he was removed, right? With Camille and
yeah, because by that point she was like, everybody knows that's my pick. I'm in too deep. I'm not gonna be able to make another connection. I don't want to make another connection. I'm probably gonna be the next voted off anyway. I might as well just, the way they vote people off, they always make something negative before they do it. So I might as well save all that and just leave with my man, and made the right decision. But was not happy about it because she's like, "Yo, why can't we just run it to the sunset as one of the 3 couples and stuff?" And to this day, I don't understand why either. But it wasn't a drama. I mean, they don't want to see you guys skate to the finish line from the beginning like that, without being interested in anybody else. So,
wow.
They like that too. They like, Clifton, Joy, Dakaya. You know what I mean? They like Ryan, Alexis, Cassandra. You know what I mean? They like Morgan, Tony, the other guy. Those are the scenes. That's what they like.
They like the love triangle, is what you're saying.
Yeah, they love the love triangle. And you don't got one. You even saw it with Blake and Sue. They wasn't really much love triangle going on, so they did the self-eliminate, and the person follows after.
Oh yeah, that's right. They got them. You're right. They did. I forgot about that.
Yep.
Okay. All right. We covered all of that. All the dating going on behind the scenes with Chaz, Vanessa, Patrice. Oh, child, so much going on. And Patrice and William. Mm. Okay, we're gonna slide back up here.
Because Alonzo looked like he was shocked when he heard that. Like, what?
I got a
Yeah.
question for you guys related to Chaz and Vanessa. Chaz basically said at the reunion that, his Nola, his beloved pet, his dog, that Vanessa didn't like Nola. She doesn't like pets. She doesn't like dogs. And she said that she could neither love nor like his dog ever. And then she said, well, hey, he compared his dog to her children. He said, well, how would you feel if I said I could never like or love your children and I was trying to date
Mhm.
you? And she basically said, well, you know what? The two things aren't equal. Pets aren't equal to children. Um, what do you think, Sean? Sean A. Stokes.
But I think when he shared with me his story about the dog, I could see what he meant.
Okay.
Um, because they do say that people who have active role with pets in their lives tend to live longer and what have you, and animals can sometimes bring you out of a place of funk, of depression sometimes. And so,
Mm-hmm.
some people, even though they're not children per se like humans, the
Right.
care that you give them and the affection that they give you in return, it's kind of like it creates a bond between the owner and the pet, the dog, what have you. So if you can't accept my dog, then I mean, that's the dog's been with me for a long time. I raised the dog from a puppy. So,
Yeah.
it wasn't like just picked the dog up off the street yesterday and we have this bond, but dog, he's raised the dog from a puppy. So, I mean, they've got established history. So I see basically that he really, I mean, the dog ain't going nowhere
No,
until
no,
the
not
dog
at all.
passes, until the dog passes. So,
That's true.
but yeah, I mean, I see his point that if you want me to love your children, then, and accept your children, how can I love you and not accept your children? That's antithetical. So that's the way I look at it.
Mm, okay. Sounds like you've had a dog or two in your lifetime,
Oh yeah,
Sean.
I used to raise Rottweilers like Chaz has Rottweilers. I mean, I used to raise
Ooh,
Rottweilers.
wow. Okay.
They're ve-
Okay.
There you go.
they're territorial, but they're very loyal dogs. They're loyal.
Yeah, you scare me though. A couple dogs that do scare me, and I'm a dog person. I love dogs, but a couple of dogs, a couple of breeds, let me say that,
Mhm.
scare me, and that is one of them. But I wouldn't say to a date a guy that I was seeing because I don't feel like that. That I could never like or love your dog. And I think about Mirla and Gil during Married at First Sight in
Mhm.
Houston,
Yeah, I
and
know, Gil.
you know Gil.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
oh,
my guy. Yeah.
two reality show guys. We gotta talk offline about him. But anyway, but
Houston.
the two of them, she didn't like his dog. She didn't want to walk the dog. And look what happened. She fell in love with his freaking dog. And that's what a lot of people are telling me in the comment section on these videos. They have fallen in love with their husband's dog. I had one lady say, I would never, but now I got married to this guy and I love the dog. I walk the dog more than he does. The dog is part of the family. So dogs can really grow on you. And I got to tell you this quick story. So we had a dog. I gotten this dog when my daughter went off to college, and it was just me and my son in the home. And my son then had went off subsequently. He had went off to Syracuse, so he was away. I'm empty nester. I'm at home, and one night I was very, very sick. I don't know what it was. If it was a bug, I just don't know what it was. I was sick as a literally as a dog. The dog who never sleeps in my room, never even comes in my room, but never sleeps in my room, and knows better than to jump up on my bed. I was having like if you guys have ever been sick and you've had like where you're like feverish 1 minute and then you're cold the next, you're going back and forth, your body is just going through whatever
That
changes.
flew right.
The
Yeah.
dog the dog hopped up on the bed. I had the covers over me. The dog hopped up on the bed and put her body on mine and stayed like that all night. When I woke up the next morning, I was healed. I was totally fine. So I always say, and it may sound crazy, but I really believe that dog saved my life that night. I really do
Mhm.
because there was nobody at home and I don't know why, but whatever reason, I was too stubborn or I was afraid to get in the car and drive because I was sleepy and I didn't know if I'd make it to the hospital, the emergency room. But the dog, I think, really saved my life. So I do understand Chaz and the dog thing. I do. I really do
I
get
don't
it.
date women with dogs.
So you don't like dogs, huh?
I I ain't saying it's a thing,
You
but
anti-dog, Ron?
I don't compare them to humans. I always
Okay.
say dogs a lot of work. If you want kids, concentrate on having a kid, not necessarily having a dog.
Hmm.
Because I'm a needy guy. I know I am. So I'm like, dude, it ain't enough room for us to both work jobs, want to have kids or take care of kids, and all the needs that I have and you have and things of that nature in today's relationship, and have a couple of dogs, needy dogs running around also.
Yeah. Nah,
So I think
yeah.
they get in the way. You know what I mean? You gotta go travel. You gotta find a dog sitter for the dog. You want to come over. You gotta leave in the morning right when I'm getting comfortable. Want to cuddle in and go feed the dog, and it's just like it's already so much to worry about. And I'm like, a lot of times when women get them dogs, it's like, girl, you knew you was about to get a man sooner or later, or you wanted a kid and you wanted this and stuff. Like why'd you get this dog?
Yeah. Well, I think with me, I mean, like I said, I like dogs, but I would not date a woman with a dog like what's her name, Bree from Summer House. You know,
Okay,
I would,
yeah.
no,
Well,
I
wait
would,
a minute. You're the guy
mm,
that raised Rottweilers. Why would you do
yeah. Well, I mean, that
a
that
little
that
pit
dog,
bull dog?
that dog is just too much for me. I mean, she just does too much. The dog is supposed to be emotional support,
So you don't like the little lap dogs that are all.
I, the dog sitting at the dinner table with you. No,
Yeah, they
Oh
treating it
heck
like
no,
they do it too
no,
much.
heck
no,
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 no.
no.
You ain't
We
doing
ain't doing.
that.
We
We
ain't
ain't
going all
doing
that.
that.
We ain't going
No,
all
we ain't
that.
doing
No.
all that. No.
But yeah, I
So
understand
I
what you. I
mean,
do understand the dog with. Go ahead, Chuck.
yeah. No, I mean, I just ain't. No, I ain't. No, no, I can't do all that. No, your
Yeah,
dog been
I understand the
on
dog.
the table.
Yeah,
Wrong.
can't do that. Can't be in the bed. Can't be doing all that. But I do understand in Chad's position, the dog was here before her, so you
Mm-hmm.
ain't gonna put your dog out. See, hey girl, come in and throw your dog out on the street. Close the door.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Mm-hmm.
ain't no man doing that. The
Mm-hmm.
guys are more loyal than that. Than anything to do that for a female, even if it was the love of your life, they ain't just gonna throw the dog out on the street. So
Well, no.
she would have to compromise at some point.
Right. I agree.
I
I
mean,
agree.
now just like Chaz told me yesterday. He said, "Now I treat Nola like my baby. However,
Mm,
I don't eat behind her. She don't kiss me in the mouth. I don't kiss her in the mouth. And none of that
okay.
stuff. She don't eat at the table. Nothing. Nothing. So, I mean, there are boundaries with the dog. There are boundaries with the dog. So, when he cares for the dog, of course, and he's trained the dog from a puppy. As I said. But I mean, it's not to the point that a human just run roughshod through your house and have priority seating at the table and I'm gonna eat after you. Like I've seen some of our beloved other brothers and sisters trying to eat ice cream after their dog and kiss the dog all in the mouth. No, ma'am, no, sir, I will not do that. No, no. I don't care how clean they say a dog's mouth is. I ain't doing it. You know.
Right. Yeah. I would like when Chaz comes on, I would like to ask him about the question a lot of people are asking too is if he knew that she felt this way, Vanessa felt this way about his beloved dog, his pet, why continue to date her?
Well,
And
and
then
that's
on
the other thing. Was that really true? Was that really true? I mean,
mhm,
was it just the filler? I don't
mm.
know.
What do you mean? It was what specifically was what
That she
true?
she really didn't like the dog. I mean, was that just filler? Just to, okay, like Ron said, she made it to this point. Then hey, nobody's gonna get voted off and what have you. And I could just say this, and we just make it make sense. Make it make sense. You know, we make it make sense.
I think this goes back to his indecisiveness. Actually, like
Yeah.
the thing is, I partially think one of the reasons why he kept so many options open is because there were things about the compatibility with Vanessa that weren't matching. So if she doesn't like his dog, then he's going to be like, okay, well, I'm going to see if these other ladies are cooler with regards to that. But he didn't eliminate her. He didn't say, look,
Mhm.
let's just end the connection now because my dog's not going nowhere. I get it. He wasn't decisive. But
Yeah.
yeah, that to me could have been one of the reasons why he
Yeah.
added more connections. He wasn't 100% sold on Vanessa at any point. she may have been up there in his estimation early on, but I think he found other things more attractive from some of the other ladies that made him want to take his time in deliberating on which girl to directly focus on. But like we've already said, it was only going to last until the show anyway, because his real girlfriend or whatever she was waiting for him when the show finished.
Mm.
And the point about dogs, I just or any pets, there are some people, and I'm not saying this is Chaz, but I'm saying some people, because they don't have kids, they have pets as someone to sorry, not someone because they're not a person, but they take care of their pets as if they are that child that they never had. And then there
Mhm.
are help dogs, there are um, other reasons why someone would have a pet. But if you've taken a pet from a puppy or a young stage or whatever, and they've grown with you over the years, then that bond that you have, I don't think you should just throw it away for a relationship. If
Mhm.
it was a situation where he didn't have a dog prior and he likes dogs, and you know she has this thing about not liking dogs, if that can be a determining factor going forward. Okay, will we get a dog, won't we get a dog? That can be discussed. But if the dog's already there prior to, then not only should he have decided to go in a different direction, but so should she. Both of them. Like, she's
Yeah.
unwavering in her feelings about dogs or whatever, and he's unwavering in his. They're both non-negotiable, so both should have just said at that point, let's just call it quits.
Yeah, you got a point there. I don't know. I just I don't know about these two. I just could not understand if she knew he had a dog, why she was still talking about him, why she was still like even at the getaway, her conversation with him led us viewers to believe that she needed a decision from Chaz. Like, is he gonna pick
Exactly.
her? Is she, so I don't get him. I don't get this.
Well,
Uh,
what that looks
mhm.
like is, are you gonna? I think is he gonna pick her? And then if he does, then now you have to do something about the dog and accommodate the fact that she's coming with a couple kids as well and all this stuff. And he wasn't prepared to do that.
Now, to be fair to Vanessa, she did say that her boys love dogs. It was just her. It was, and I don't know if that's something of fear. A lot of people have fear of dogs because of something that happened when they were a child or they got bit by a dog. I actually got bit by a dog, and it could have been very severe because the dog was trained to unalive people, and had it not been for the choke collar and the chain that it was on, it was going directly for my throat, but it ended up catching me like on the side and left a scar. But I just never was afraid of dogs because I kind of always grew up around dogs. We didn't have necessarily a lot of dogs when I was a kid, but my aunties and uncles had dogs and I just loved them, big, small. I would train dogs when I was a kid growing up. I would train them to sit, to give me five. And up until this one particular dog bit me, which it didn't turn me against dogs, but it made me leery of the owners because I knew the owners had been training the dog. I found out later they had been training the dog to fight for money, like to fight other dogs. So just
Mhm.
craziness.
You know what? I just thought up an interesting question that we addressed earlier. So we
What's
did
that?
say, what if Patrice said yes? Like the
Mm.
predicament that Chaz would have been in, right? What if Chaz had said yes to Vanessa while she was seeing Dominique?
Ooh, ooh, wow. Ha! That's yeah. Good point. Good
Well,
point.
I mean, that's the thing about it, that you can say yes at decision day, and then the reunion is filmed several months later, and so it could be like it was
You
like it was last season, like it was last season.
uh
You know how it was. Tommy tried to force that connection last season,
which particular
and
one?
he said, "Yeah,
I don't.
I want to be in a wed. I want to be going to a wed. I want to be going to a wed."
Mm-hmm.
The Dallas season, and you saw all. You could have set two of Tommy right
Oh
between them, and
yeah. I'm talking about. I'm talking
everybody
about
knew good and well
Mario
that
and
they,
Maria and
yeah,
Jessica. Oh
yeah,
God, we knew they weren't getting
oh
married.
yeah. So it could have very well been like that. I mean, it was just like, this little pack, little, hey, I'm gonna choose you, you're gonna choose me, so we can make it to the end. That's it. You know, she really had no interest in it, man. I mean, just like it could have been the same way if Chaz had chosen Vanessa. Look, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna say yes, and then by reunion, things have happened. I mean, it's happened in the seasons past. Think about Joel and Vernisha. Right
Mm.
after the decision day, then next thing you know, boom, 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, it's gone. I mean, they broke up. So hey, it's not like Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's like July and then October reunion. So you got a little bit of time in between. So I don't know. I mean, they probably weren't that much invested in each other
Yeah,
as it
it's
as,
it's
as it looked
starting
like
to
on camera.
it's starting to look like that. Oh, okay. You sound like you know something. Okay, I'm not gonna put that up on screen, but yeah, you you kind of got the right idea in the chat about the dog, and part of the significance of the dog. So yeah. Okay. Next banner. Um, LaRon and Maya. Speaking of boundary breakers, LaRon and Maya's journey. We get to see their journey, and of course, we know at the finale, we know that they ended up in a big argument, and LaRon got quite heated and passionate. Maya also, she kind of like said, "Hey, f you, whatever.
Mhm.
He's talking his talk, he's speaking his speech." But this was all based around, from what we were told and what we saw, it was all based around how LaRon handled her at the club that they went to. And there was a man, and when he goes to the bathroom, he says there was a man standing there talking to Maya. Maya says it's an old friend of hers, yada yada. He says no, the man was getting her phone number. Well, but isn't LaRon the one that told us that nobody owns anybody? Wasn't he? Was that Ron that told us that at the getaway?
Do as I do, do as I say, do don't but don't do as I do. Yeah, he said that
Mm,
at the retreat. At the retreat, there's no
at
alliance
the
here.
retreat.
Nobody owns anybody. Nobody, so hey,
Mm-mm. Yeah, we're all in the process. We're in the
we're all in the
process.
process. Hey,
Yeah, yeah. It seemed like a little bit of a double standard, especially since they weren't. LaRon, you gotta come back and tell us. Did you actually talk to Maya and make the commitment that you were going to be exclusive? Because one while we heard you that Patrice was over to your house rubbing your feet
mm,
and cleaning up your house. So which one is it?
He says that there was nothing romantic with Patrice at
Mm-hmm.
about what happened, but yeah, the aesthetics of it, you could easily jump to that conclusion if he hadn't said that. But uh, I think this guy, LaRon, maybe he is a cool dude and all of that other stuff. That's cool, but I think the way he went about trying to secure Maya, he set out to get her um, under his clutches or in a relationship of some sorts very, very early, especially after things went cold with Koshia. And yeah, I think he just blew the opportunity. I think um, the the outbursts he made, I think that could come at any time with the type of relationship plus the personalities involved. Like she likes to be out there in the club, socializing and all that other stuff. So her being in a situation where guys are going to come up to her, whether they're trying to get the number or not, but he may have to, you know, uh, kind of tolerate that as a side, not a side effect, but as something that comes with dating her. She wants to be out there and networking and putting herself out like that. Um, and he's in the club too, so he probably knows how it goes. So the level of territorial and possessiveness that he has for her, I think is misplaced. And I get it. He's probably spending money whining and dining her, and she's still not seeing him or feeling him the way that he's feeling her. It's not completely reciprocated.
Right.
So I think that's where the frustration is. I think she liked him to a certain point, to accept the dates and spend some time. But I don't think she ever saw it going into long-term relationship or anything, especially after the incident that they had where it was passed to her that he called her the B word. And not only was it that word, it was the fact that he was quite possessive and quite hostile towards her about the situation. That's what I think she rightly ended their connection on. But once she's ended it, I think she should have stayed keeping it moving, not opening that door slightly for him to get false hope and keep on pursuing her to no avail, because she's never going to change her perception of how she sees him.
Yeah, I agree with you on a lot of that. Much of what you said. I also like really wonder deep down inside, like with LeBron, because like I said earlier, I thought he was charismatic. I thought he had leadership qualities, right? And he seemed to have a rapport with many of the people that he had met on Ready to Love. But what I don't quite understand is, like for him, why get why demonstrate this part of your personality if you know you spend a lot of your time partying at the clubs, you're in the clubs all the time, and you're trying to tell her that she can't be in the club and nobody can approach her. Well, I'm pretty sure when he's at the club and Maya or whomever he's seen is not around, there are all kinds of women coming up to him because he's a regular. He's a regular. If you spend 4 or 5 days of the week in a club, a bar, a lounge, I don't care what you want to call it, Laron, a pub, whatever you want to call it, where they serve alcohol and food, people know you. You're a regular. And so you trying to tell me these women aren't going to come up to you, especially if you've been buying women drinks before, right?
And yeah, exactly that. And also remember, part of the whole situation with him and Maya was the part where he had spent time with two other ladies earlier that day at the house, right? So he was like, why am I out here um looking like a fool when I've got two other ladies at the crib, or I was spending time with other ladies, something along those lines he was saying. So he was obviously spending time with other ladies too. And you're right, if he's a regular, then he's going to get people that are familiar with him being in the bar as well. Like, so again, that level of jealousy or possessiveness or whatever you want to call it, territorialism, yeah, you can't really have that as part of your personality if you want to date someone like Maya. And vice versa. If Maya was the same way, territorial and possessive of him, knowing that he's out there in the club most of the time, and that's a part of his lifestyle. He did say he wanted to give it up, but I think that comes with dating LeBron. If you go somewhere, he's going to be known in certain venues for spending that money, or just being a regular there. And if you're jealous or possessive of or in any way, then he's not going to be the type of guy for you. He's going to bring out your insecurities.
Yeah. Any more thoughts, Sean?
No, I agree with everything JR said. I mean, and both of y'all.
Yeah, I
Nothing
think
to add to it.
he kind of laid it out. We only got a couple more of these guys, so we're quickly coming to a conclusion. After that, let's talk about Mika and Justin's journey and this whole idea about children or no children. Mika and Justin, well, go ahead, Sean. You go ahead, and I'll say my thoughts for last. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sean.
1990s rap song, Black Sheep. You can get with this, you can get with that. You can get with this, you can get with that. You can get with this, you can get with that. You can get with this because this is where
Because
it's
this is
at.
where it's
So
at.
that's exactly what it was. Do I? Yes. No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't want any more children. Well, maybe one. No, I don't want any more.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You
You're
can get
giving
with
her
this. You can get with
indecisive.
that. You can get with this. You can get with that. And then him, yeah, I would love to. I mean, I'm at the age now. I would love to have a child, but I'm content now that if I don't have another child, any child, so on, so on, so on, so. But come on, for real, really. I mean, yeah, both of them just flip it to me. I mean, God bless them. Whatever they like, whatever they eat, don't make me go to the bathroom. So,
I love
um,
that saying, that expression.
so, I mean, if that's what float their boat, so be it. I don't know whether that's a deal breaker per se, or it's going to be a pressure point. Say, look, hey, look, I'm feeling you. I really want a child by you. You know,
Yeah,
So I don't
especially
know.
since this young man that doesn't have any children for his own
Yeah,
legacy.
and he might want a legacy. Yeah, he might want his own legacy. At least
Hmm.
one out of the deal. But then
Yeah,
if not, then what is the other compromise? What is the compromise? Because it seems like I'm
yeah.
giving up too much to please you.
Yeah, it's a lot at 35. I mean, I could see if the guy was 50 or something like that
Yeah,
and life had passed him by in that area. Not to say that men can't still have children at that age, but but 35 is still young. He doesn't have any children. Um, I saw
well,
other thing is I could also understand if he already had two or three kids of his own, then,
well,
I
that's the
can
way.
under
That's the way I am. That's the way I am. I'm in my 50s now. I don't even have the first child, and I said, look, I said, if
mm,
God blesses me with a child, so be it. If not, I got to make myself content with it. And I
yeah,
said,
yeah.
but I ain't gonna go there and run myself ragged trying to chase behind no 25-year-old young lady and get a
Yeah.
child. No, 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 no,
Yeah,
no,
because
no,
if
no,
you're
no.
dating Sean, if you're dating the same age, the chances of a 50-year-old woman, 52-year-old woman giving you a baby is like slim to none.
Slim to none, and a snowball chance in hell. No, so I mean, shit, look, that factory been closed. So
What? I'm trying to
and,
think, was it De Niro?
yeah, oh, Robert De Niro, yeah. Now
He
ain't nothing
just
wrong
had a
with him.
baby that was 70 what? 70
Yeah,
plus
something like
what?
that. 7 plus. I think he's 83.
76?
He might be 87. 70. Is it 83?
No, he's in his 70s, I
70.
think.
Well, yeah. I mean, nothing wrong with him, but it's the woman that's got to carry the child. So I mean,
Yeah, she wasn't
uh,
you can best believe she wasn't 73 or
oh
76 or
yeah,
80.
no. I mean, it's kind of like Russell and Kimora and Lee Simmons' child, 21 years old, one with a 65-year-old man.
Oh
Hey,
my
so
God.
hey,
We ain't gonna even touch
yeah,
on that.
I know that's publicity, but hey, but
Ugh, yikes.
the idea is that and my clock is not ticking. My clock ain't ticking. And I'm not saying that be narcissistic or self-absorbed. It's just the fact that it's just who I choose to have a child with. And then the other thing is that if you have a child by the wrong one, and you almost at this age of retirement now, and then next thing you know,
Ooh, you
you
got
get
20
left, and then
years
next
of
thing,
child
yeah,
support payment.
child support. Yeah, like no, hold on. Yeah, yeah. That's what
You
I'm
got
looking
think
at. Yeah, like
you gotta
wow.
think about that.
Yeah, you got to think about it. You got to think about it. And I think
Yeah.
like I told you, if you're gonna f up, don't f down. You know.
Okay, yeah, that analogy. You're right. You're right. Make sure you with somebody that's got as much to lose as
As
you
soon
do.
as you
Like,
do, that's it. That's it.
I'll tell you a quick story.
That's
I'll tell you a
exactly
quick
it.
story. I had a girlfriend, a former girlfriend, but I had a girlfriend at the time. Her husband, who was always out in them streets, right?
Hmm.
He was messing around with his supervisor at work at this big insurance company, right? And
Mm,
they ended up having a child unbeknownst to his wife. But then some kind of way, I can't remember how, the wife found out. She went up to the job. She made a big scene in the office in this professional environment, made a big old scene. Well, guess what? Her husband got fired. Her
mm,
husband got fired. The woman wasn't like because she made earn significantly more money than he did. She wasn't trying to get child support from him, but then she went ahead and filed a child support case. Guess what ended up happening? Those two people, my friend and her husband, who had been together for I don't know, 15 years, had two kids, had a beautiful home. They ended up getting a divorce, and he ended up over there married to his baby's mama.
mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah. So that's crazy. Like
And,
you
and
just don't
struggling to
know.
start all over.
Yeah,
And
well, yeah. I mean, but
struggling to start
he's
all
with
over.
the boss now. He's basically with the boss. He's married to the boss.
Mm,
Yeah,
well,
he's married to the boss. So yeah, I mean, but to your point, I think the thing is acceptance. So what you're saying, I hear that from
mhm,
my girlfriends that are older than me that were did not did not have children. They were waiting for a husband, but yet they unfortunately never got married, so they don't have any children, and now they're in their 50s and beyond. And the thing of it is, at a certain point, like when they were going through their 40s, they started accepting it. I probably may not ever have any children. you know it may not be in the cards for me. And some women
Mhm.
have had medical
Mhm.
procedures where they can't no longer carry a child anymore. So, what are your
Mhm.
thoughts, Jr? What are your thoughts about Mika and Justin's journey and the children no children debate?
I think as the show progressed, she found a guy that she could warm up to, open up to, and have a connection with. Justin was very open to the process, and it seems as if he locked in on her quite soon as well. So um yeah, like they're still a couple, and to see how long it lasts. I think with the whole kids thing, though, I think one of the things that made him more endearing to her is the fact that he wasn't so rigid on having kids. The fact that he was like, okay, if I don't have them, then it's not the end of the world. And how he explained it on the show, you know, if she has more qualities that are compatible with him and that he likes, then he's willing to
Hmm.
uh, forego that particular aspect. The thing is, though, is when if he does start to get broody, or he starts to revert back to wanting kids, and she's also flip flopped as well, because in front of his brother she was saying that she was open to having kids, right? And then now back on the reunion, she's like she's not willing to have kids no more. So, but
Mhm.
if he gets broody and decides, you know what, I need to carry on my legacy, I want kids of my own, she's not willing to do it, then I'm not sure the relationship's going to last too long after that. But for the most part, they like each other a lot in most other ways from what we see, and it's working for them. So
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy for them. I will say that they shocked me and surprised me, because at first I didn't know when they were at the getaway, or some people call it the retreat, the getaway, whatever you want to call it, when they were away in the house, the as they started showing more of their personality in them in the bed, them on the jet ski and whatnot, and him tipping it over and laughing with her, and she's being afraid because she doesn't swim. I began to see Mika. The thing about it, I saw Mika open up, because Mika, most of the season, the first part, she was kind of closed off to
Close.
all the men. She was
right,
she was closed off. So I mean, like, a lot of us were wondering why she hadn't went home, because we couldn't see any personality, we couldn't see any real warmth. But she hung in there, and she hung around, and found out that she found somebody that she liked. Thank goodness Glenn didn't make it there, because if not, she would have never met Justin. So
yeah,
I
yeah, that's a good point. And
yeah.
also, a lot of the guys were state that she was leading with the question, do you want to have kids? That was one of the first things she was asking the guys, all of them, like when she encountered them. And a lot of them said yes, they want to have children. So that immediately put her in a place where she wasn't going to match with a lot of them. But yeah, like you said, and because Glenn didn't show up, then someone did who was actually more open to not having kids and maybe coming in and accepting hers, if a relationship develops, and that's what she was looking for.
How
And
much? Well, go
they had to
ahead.
put
Go
somebody
ahead.
closer. They had to put somebody closer to his age, because Rashina was feeling him at first. Was it Rashina? Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
the one that
Rashina.
had
Yeah.
done, and that didn't make sense. Then they paired him
Mm-mm.
with Maya, and well, they had a little date at that lounge over in Arlington. And then, of
Okay.
course, now they put him with Mika. They opened up Mika by this time, and so now they put them together and have their interactions with one another, and they built that romance. They built that romance right there, because I don't think Mika was looking at him at first. I don't think she was. But I
No,
know
she wasn't.
Rashida said, I see what I want. I want him, man. That's the man I want right there. So hence when they
Yeah.
they went to the dog park. He had his dog sitting
Right.
there,
Oh yeah,
dogs
that's
and
right.
all that.
One of his first dates was with Rasheen at the dog park. You're
Yeah.
right.
So
You're right.
and it just didn't make sense. And so like Ron was saying, it's got to be a storyline that makes sense. It's got to be a
Yeah.
story.
Yeah.
We got to
Maybe
have
they
more
were
than just
dating.
dogs. Yeah.
Maybe they were dating off camera. I'm wondering. I'm wondering if they were
Maybe.
if
Never
her and
know.
he Justin and Mika were dating off camera. The other thing, if true, according to LaRon, I think about some interview he did not too long ago, in which he said that, according to him, just hearsay, according to him, LaRon, Mika was saying that, okay, well, Justin isn't doing this, that, and the third for her like he was doing for Maya. And I was thinking, when he said that, I was like, well, what difference does it make? Maya, LaRon, and Justin are two different men. Like, why is she
Mm-hmm.
comparing her man to another man? Like, you can't do that. You
Maybe
shouldn't. You
insecurity.
probably, yeah, it's not a good idea, because you're gonna start comparing him to LaRon. Then you also got to realize that LaRon is up in the club 5 out of 7 days of the week, 4 out of 7 days
Yeah.
out of the week. So do you want that too? That comes along with LaRon. So
I kind of took that differently. I think she was throwing a shot at Laurent, saying, "Look at all you're doing to try and get Maya
ooh,
to pay
ooh,
attention to you, to give you the time of day. Justin ain't got to do none of that."
ooh,
Mm.
good point. Good point. That went right over my. You are clever, Jr. You are clever.
Go ahead
That's a
on.
good point.
That's why she's
That's a
calling him
good
a simp.
point.
Spending all this
Oh,
money taking her out, and she don't even like you like that. Whereas Justin don't have to wine and dine and do all of that stuff. Probably does it to a lower degree, but their connection is so strong that he doesn't have to.
yeah. Yeah, that even DD says, yeah, that's a great perspective. That opens my eyes, because I didn't take it that way, but that's a great point. He didn't have to do all of that. He didn't have to
Exactly,
do
and
all of
that's
that, because
why I think
she
LeRon
was
was taking it
attracted to him.
as a diss. Why he took it so personally, because
Mm-hmm.
it's
Oh.
like shots being thrown.
No, but the way, well, okay, and I hear your perspective, but the way, and I'm trying to remember if it was Crystal XO where he came on when she was doing a recap, but the way he said it though too, he also added something, and I can't remember his exact words, but paraphrasing, he also added though too, he put that what she said with the fact that he felt like Mika was possibly jealous of Maya, which is why she was carrying back bones to Maya, according to him. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know, I wasn't there, but according to him, so I took that he thought that Mika was jealous of the fact that he was buying Maya whatever he was buying her, gifts, taking her to luxurious restaurants, spending all this money, whatever, buying her presents,
Mm-hmm.
gave her a Valentine's Day gift that was very expensive according to him. I don't know,
Took her
but
to concerts.
yeah, oh yeah, concerts these days are ridiculous. I'm so glad
Yeah,
I caught
but
pretty much
but
everybody back in the day, because I would never pay $500 for a concert. Never.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's what I'm saying. I don't. I think that that's what he tried. How he tried to appease himself, like with that. But I don't think she was. I don't think Mika was trying to say, "Wow, you're doing all this great stuff, and um, it's gonna get you somewhere, and you're simping for her right now, and keep
Mm-hmm.
going." No, I think she was trying to say, "Look at what you're doing. You're a clown. You're a simp."
Mm-hmm.
Justin and Mika have a connection where we just, we bonded, we gelled, and we're just doing it. Whereas you're trying to buy this woman's affections, and it's not working. So you keep doing that, you're just looking like a fool. And
Yeah.
that's why I think he felt like he was being played. And that's why I think he kept saying, "What, I'm not gonna have no one play me." Because you're spending all this money taking her out, trying to wine and dine her, and it's not getting you nowhere.
Right. Yeah. It's something very. It's something that seems to be LaRon is seems to do. I'm wondering, like, does he lead, or is this the way he does it? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just with Maya, but does he oftentimes lead with the financials, with the whining and the dining, the expensive concerts and the trips and the
I think
whatever?
so. I think so because if you're like, I'm only trying to picture what it must be like to go to the bar and try and pick up women. You're going to lead with buying them a drink.
Mm-hmm.
How many drinks can you buy them? What type of drinks are they drinking? and then you start talking about where you're gonna go for dates. Okay, I'll take you out to dinner. I'll take you out to this place. You want to take them out to all these fancy places. So in a way, he's leading with his money, even though he may not disclose how
Ooh.
much he makes and be driving a Rolls
Mm-hmm.
Royce like Will, but
Yeah.
he definitely leading with his money when he's offering these gestures and taking them out and all these other things. They're gonna think he's got dough to do that. So that's the position he puts himself in. Whereas I think Justin came across as, listen, this is how I am. I'm looking for someone who, who meets what I'm looking for. And he found someone in Mika, and they're doing it. So
Mm-hmm.
Mm. That's a good point. That's a very good point. Yeah. I guess Mika did. She was the one that carried the bones back because, as we found out, we thought at first that LaRon had cursed Maya out face to face, but apparently he was talking to Mika when he went outside the club. And that's where whatever happened or didn't happen, I don't know. Did he call her a bee? Did he not call her a bee? Did he just say, "I got these bees back at the crib. Me and my boy, we getting ready to go back where these bees are, because we got it like that." Like, what up? I don't know. It sounds kind of like the Lorraine we've seen on the show, at least, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So there's probably possibly some bees in that conversation, and a couple of FUs. The FUs came
Mm-hmm.
up. The FU Mia, Maya, F all women, because women ain't no doggone good. Like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but some anger issues with the ladies, some anger issues with women, and women that reject him. Seems like possibly, but final thoughts, guys, because that's it. That's all I got in my notes. That's all I got. Oh, wait a minute. One last thing. Did I get? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I think we kind of covered this, but basically the alliances between the men and the women. Do you think that there were any alliances, mostly the men, and that would go back to Lorraine with the group chat? Did you feel like that was a strong possibility that the men were in alliance to get certain women out the way, while Lorraine kind of parlayed behind the scenes and had two and three separate chats going on and were talking to the women? What are your thoughts on that, Sean?
There were definitely alliances going on. I mean, some of the guys are real good friends. Like, you could see it at the party. The guys that were there versus the guys that were not there. You see, Will and William don't fool with LeRon and Chaz and Alonzo. I mean, William is cool with Chaz. I think that's what he said. But William definitely is not cool with LeRon. And definitely Will definitely is not cool with LeRon. So I'm sure that there was some manipulation behind the scenes to maneuver the season. Like, hence Tommy came out with his spiel that this will not happen again and nothing like that, because it jeopardized the process. You know, and I
Okay,
think
okay.
there were alliances on the women's side, so both sides were playing the two ends against the middle. Looking at
Ah,
chess game versus checkers. Yeah.
okay. Turning into and just kind of ignoring the
Hmm.
process and what the process is supposed to allegedly be. I think Ron is right. I think the show, hopefully for season 10, hopefully will be revamped. Hey, Tony, stop that. Hopefully the season will be revamped. The show will be revamped for season 10, whether they go to Philly. I'm guessing they're going to do Philly first and then come to
Hmm.
Detroit. Hopefully they revamp the format. A lot of us have said maybe no eliminations on the first episode, the first week, the first, let people kind
That
of
that
get
would
to
be
know.
good. That would be
Yeah,
good. Yeah.
that's one thing they could do. And I don't know if they can't really necessarily stop the castmates from having group chats, but maybe strongly advise against it and let people know, like, if you're participating in a group chat, just expect that whatever you say is going to go beyond this group chat.
Well, have a
It's
group chat, but to eliminate all other social media, Instagram, Facebook, and all that.
Oh,
That whatever
okay.
y'all discuss among yourselves, you discuss among yourselves. Because a lot of time, I mean, because I noticed a lot of time that in the Facebook group, some of the cast would come into the Facebook group, and so if you can eliminate that, even though they couldn't say what was going on the show, but just their
Yeah.
presence of being there. Now, granted,
Yeah. And then want to get into
they are
arguments sometimes with some of the participants. Like, that's why I stopped going in the
people
group. I
just
go
like
in
we
there and
are.
I
They
read.
have feelings
Yeah.
like we do,
Oh yeah, they do.
and they want to
But
defend
go ahead.
themselves. You know,
They want to,
yeah,
okay, yeah, they want to explain themselves,
yeah.
which takes away. It's just kind of like going back to Married at First Sight this season. People want to explain themselves. They want to present the optics. They want to be liked. They want to be popular. They want to be. Everybody thinks they're the hero, and they're wearing these capes. But
Mm-hmm.
the reality is that you can't control your image once you gave it up to whatever production company. What is this? Will Packard's production company. And I got a good inside scoop about what's going
Mm-hmm.
on with that, but I'm gonna say that for next week when JR and I cover the Never Have I Met. So I'm going to give you some inside scoop on Ready to Love, right? But anyway, what I was trying to say is that you can't control your image, because once you sign those paper and you said, "Hey, I've given it to whatever production company, Carlos King or Will Packard or Kinetic Content, who does Married at First Sight, Love is Blind," you can't control the edits that you're going to get. That's the thing that they don't understand. You can't control the edits, and you can't control
Mm-hmm.
how people are going to feel about how you present on screen, because a lot of us, we don't have self-awareness, and we don't see how we present on screen. We're not aware. We've never been in front of cameras before, but the audience is getting a whole different take of you that you've never thought about before. And I understand that it hurts people's feelings. They're human too. I get that, but you sign up for the show, and we're gonna say what we're gonna say. But here's the good part, though. You got 15 minutes literally of fame, because when we move on to the next season, you guys are
Mm-hmm.
basically forgotten about. And Ron has said that. Ron has said that several times,
Mm-hmm.
that you guys are basically forgotten about. And except
Mm-hmm.
for the few that go on to either something else like Clifton and Joy are now on a whole nother reality show, or you blow up in
Mm-hmm.
some other way with a big podcast of your own, we've forgotten about you guys. We definitely have moved on. It's not
Mm-hmm.
that big a deal to
Mm-hmm.
us. It really isn't, you know?
True.
But alliances, thank you for that, Sean. Alliances, JR, your thoughts?
Jr. I think, is he asleep?
Oh yeah, sorry, I was
Oh, there you
muted.
It's like 5 o'clock in the morning there. Okay.
Yeah,
3 o'clock, 3:30. Okay.
alliances. I think that yeah, there are definitely alliances formed. There are every season. With the
Yeah.
men in
Yeah.
particular, like William said that he doesn't mess with anyone that hangs with LeBron. Um, so there may have been an alliance between LeBron and the people he's cool with, but the whole group chat and the mess that came from it, LeBron was at the center of a lot of that. Um, I think he played upon the fact that people were, this group chat was set up in the with the men that were in the first mixer.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what he did was he just used stuff that they were saying against some of them to get them voted off.
Right.
Yeah, so he's like a puppet master and pulling
Mm.
strings.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, unfortunately, he was able to kind of shift it to make it look like everybody else was being messy. When in actual fact, he was aware of everything. In fact, there are messages that show him saying that Mika and Koshia have to go. Like he actually, there was actually messages that did say that were from him saying that those two
Right.
ladies in particular had to get voted off next.
Right. Which was crazy that, like, I didn't understand, like, why he got to have his phone on him, when on reality shows at the reunion, that is normally never the case. Like Ron explained to us, they put their phones in a locked case when they go in, and they get it back when they're finished filming. Why he was able to have his phone on him and then show it to Tommy, and then Tommy read it out. And the thing, like everybody is saying, is, okay, so that's out of context. So maybe Will did say, "Let's get her off her trifling behind, whatever, whatever." But what did LaRon and what did the other guys say leading up to that? Right? You can always pull something out of context. Somebody can text me and say, "Well, JRT was talking big stuff about you, Aubrey, and what do you think about it? I'm like, what did he say? What? And I get all riled up if I'm quick to anger, and I'll say something and flip off about JR, blah, 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 blah. And then now it goes back and they show it to JR, and he's like, well, what is Aubrey talking about? I thought we were cool, But that's how people play one person against the other. We've all been to high school. We've all had those people that we knew in our lives that were messy like that, right? Telling you one thing and then going back and telling the other person something different, and they go back and forth playing both sides against the middle.
True.
Yeah, right. The manipulation at play. Exactly. That's what it felt like, at least anyway. And if the women, whatever alliances they had, like somebody, who was it that said up here in the chat, felt like, here it is, that Mika and Koisha were in an alliance, but it only saved one of them. It only worked for Mika, though. Koshia still got kicked out, right? Now, maybe that was LaRon working his magic, so to speak. I don't know. Because if Ron was really trying to get his ultimate goal was to get to Maya, which I think it possibly was from day one, then he needed to get Koshia out of there, right? You need to get Koshia out of there because why? Because when she seen how he was moving with Maya,
definitely
that was going to be a problem. Like think about the getaway. Think about if Koshia had been there, and how uncomfortable that would have been for LaRon.
Oh yeah.
Maya. So I don't know if you guys see it or not, but that's kind of the way I'm looking at it. Somebody saying both seasons of Dallas. But guys, anything else? Anything? Did I miss anything? I probably missed a lot. There's so much in my head bubbling over from all the
No, you
information.
got everything.
I think we pretty much covered it.
You got everything.
I got most everything. Oh my gosh. Give me a hand. Give me a hand, guys. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Like the video. Subscribe. This has been like the longest. Thank you, Sean. This has been like the longest RTL season ever. Where did the good old days go when this used to be such a joy? So lighthearted, so much fun. Like, whatever happened to like Sabrina and Walter, and Sabrina, like, us laughing about Sabrina choosing herself on the bridge. Whatever happened to those good old days, guys? I don't know. Bring those back.
Yeah.
Bring those back.
Long gone.
Can we get it back?
Bring them back. For real, for real. Well, before we get out of here, real quick, some housekeeping. Sean, you want to tell the people where they can find you? I think I'm going to go back up here and see if I can find your info too while you're talking about it. Tell them where they can find you on the Instagram streets and the Facebook streets.
Now you won't find me in the streets like LaRon, but
I'm sorry. You know what I mean.
In the streets like LaRon, but you can find me on the.
You're a man of God.
Yeah, I'm a man of God. You can find me in the social media streets. You can find me on Instagram at SANDRES 1906. Once again, that's SANDRES 1906. Or you can find me on the Facebook under my first and last name. Sean is spelled SHAUN, and last name is spelled Stokes, STOKES. Send a message, and I would love to connect with you and talk with you. Okay, have a great day. Thank you.
Have a great day. He's like, I love that. Okay. All right. Very good. Very good. Ryan has skipped on out of here. So you guys, you probably already know how to find Ryan, right? He's over on Instagram and Facebook. And if you're in the Facebook Ready to Love group by Lexi, I can't think of Lexi's last name, who's also
Lexi
Royal. Yeah, Lexi Royal. If you find that group, you'll find Ryan, and you'll find pretty much all of the castmates from this season and previous seasons over there talking, complaining, doing whatever they do. They're over there, except for a couple of them that have been banned because of bad behavior. I'm not gonna say no names. LaRon. But okay. But anyway, over to my co-host Jrxtv. Jr, tell the folks where they can find you while I pull up your info and what you got going on your various platforms.
Check me out on Jrxtv on Instagram. Just some fitness content, health and fitness, well-being type of stuff. Occasionally, some property and things like that. And then on the YouTube, you can hit me up on Jrxtv on YouTube for relationships, rants and reviews of black relationship shows, things like that. I'm on super panels, collaborating with, you know, people that are in the game, doing their thing too. So support everybody. You know, it's trying to get this community right and have conversations and air viewpoints and things like that respectfully. And yeah, hopefully we get some good content from the new shows that we're about to review, and we keep the trend going. And
Yeah,
thank you to everyone for tuning in over the course
yeah.
of the Ready to Love season, and we'll be back for next season, and obviously the new show that starts next week.
Y'all give me 1 year. I might be sounding like JR next year. I want to move to England, so
Hey,
might
we
might
Oh,
can
might when
okay.
Charlie
we can switch
We
when
have
Charlie
places,
been
hit the
man.
talking
HTA,
offline about that. We have been talking
my
about that
my
offline. So,
my
hmm
Charlie HTA chat. Yeah, my British accent like JR. I just love JR's accent. I
it
just
is
love
very
JR's accent.
distinguished.
So
I agree
it
with you.
is. It's very
And
distinguished.
the
He does not
tone,
have the
the
Cockney.
tone of
He
his
does not
voice.
have the Cockney accent. He does not have the Cockney accent. No,
Yeah,
no,
no,
no.
he
He
doesn't.
speaks,
He
Cockney
doesn't.
he speaks like
accent.
the royalty.
ev-
It's
Everybody
like the
here
royal.
can speak Cockney, yeah, but it's just not something that a lot of people do anymore.
Wait a
But
minute. Say that again, Jr. I couldn't hear
yeah,
you because
everybody
John
can
was
speak
laughing
it.
so loudly.
Everybody can speak it, but not everybody does speak it. But yeah, Sean, we can switch places, man. I'll come to
Okay.
Houston and you can come here.
Hey, come on out here.
Yeah, gladly
Okay.
switch because you got
Yeah.
turkey leg hut, so you don't have to.
Oh yeah, you got to go to Houston for that.
Oh yeah, you've been in the Houston. Okay, you've been in the Houston thing with that turkey leg. Yeah, I heard about that. They say that's
Yeah, for
slamming.
that. Now, if you come here to Dallas, you got to go down to Sweet Georgia Browns.
Okay.
Sweet
Ooh,
Georgia,
okay.
Sweet Georgia Browns to give you a great big old turkey leg, about that big, huge. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Sounds like my kind of
Mm,
Sweet
place.
Georgia Browns. It's down in South
wow.
Dallas.
Love to.
South Dallas. Well, I'm coming. I told Sean. He already knows to expect me. I'm coming. I'm going to
Come
Dallas.
on down, Aubrey.
And,
Come on
yeah,
over.
I've been to Texas. I've been to San Antonio. Like I said, I spent many a summer in Houston, Texas. Been to Houston. Was looking at moving to Houston actually back in the early 2000s. But been to San Antonio when my son was living and working there. I have never, ever, ever been to Dallas Fort Worth area.
Come on to the DFW. We'd
Okay,
love to have you here. You might make it your
okay.
home.
I
And
might. I
also,
might. I definitely love Texas. I love the weather there. I love it, and I love the people there. So yeah,
Your
that's
last,
and
your
that's
last
also
name might be Stokes. Your last name
on
might
a
be
side
Stokes.
note,
Okay, I'm just messing. I'm just messing.
if you keep talking about that toe sucker, we're gonna have to find out. Don't mess around and find out now.
Jay over there hating.
oh my goodness.
Oh,
But yeah,
Guys,
on a
you can,
side note,
yeah.
Kojo
What's
and
up?
gang are heading to Houston
Oh,
in a couple of
when?
months too.
What month? What month?
Can't remember the specific dates, but they are planning to do a meet and greet.
Oh,
So
okay, Denise.
it's in the works. Stay tuned for more info on
meet
it.
and greet, meet and greet. Wow. Okay.
Mhm.
And we
Yeah.
want to thank, I want to say this too. I want to thank Miss Wilson earlier in the evening, El Cid, and I think
Kiki.
uh,
Yeah.
another round was in the audience
Mm-hmm.
in the chat. They so graciously went over to JR's channel. I try to get over there while we're live. It helps build up the watch hours so that YouTube can monetize you and do all that great stuff. I will go over now in the replay. I was just had too much reading these comments and trying to get stuff up on the screen. But Kimberly, we'll talk offline. Okay. Thank you, Kiki. Thank you. And thank you for being a great moderator. I also want to thank LNV, and I also want to thank Monique King for always being, and Kiki for being great moderators extraordinary, getting the links into the chat. I don't know, Kiki, if you could go grab real quick, if you could go to my YouTube page, go to live, and grab us that link for the next week for JR and I. And Kimberly Reviews is talking about coming on too, for the Never Have Mets. That's an interesting concept. How many people?
Yeah.
How many people here have dated long distance? You know, if you dated long distance, person in another state, possibly even in another country. That's an interesting concept. So these people, for some, it's only been 6 months, 8 months. For others, it's been as long as 12 years that they were in a relationship. And that's what they're calling it.
No,
They were in a
no,
relationship, but they haven't seen
no,
each
man.
other for 12 years. That for me, especially as a woman, that's a huge waste of time. 12 years?
You can't get it
12,
back.
can't never get
Can't get
that
it back.
back.
Can't get it back.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. They're saying August. Maybe that's when Kojo. I see it twice. That must be when Kojo is going to be in Houston. Okay, okay, that sounds cool. He gonna be there in Austin in August in Houston.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna burn
Hot?
up. He gonna burn
You
up. It's gonna
be
be like
baking.
120 degrees.
Stay hydrated, my friends, because the streets are hot. You got the minerals. You got the minerals.
There you go. Wait a minute. Do the mineral song. Do the mineral song. You got the minerals. Go ahead, Sean.
Hey, stay hydrated, my friend, because the streets is hot. Because you got the minerals. You got the minerals.
You guys are a mess. You guys are a mess. But yeah, we'll be back. Sean, I'm sorry, JR and I, Freudian slip there, like on Married at First Sight. JR and I will be back next week about the same time, 6:30ish. 6:30ish ish and guys, be understanding, be patient with me. I'm doing a whole nother show, this crazy but Married at First Sight, and we're about to wrap that up, but we got one more reunion part next week with Kimberly and I. It's a lot. It's a lot, and the way I have these scheduled like almost back to back, it's a lot. So be patient with me. If I say 6:30 and it's 6:45 or 6:50, can you give a sister a break? Did you even like the video yet? Did you like the video? Did you
Yes, I
subscribe
did.
yet?
Yes.
We're bringing you good content over here. We're bringing you great content, great discussions, adult discussions. Hopefully, we got a couple of interviews still coming up with Chaz and maybe perhaps LaRon. I'd like to get some other people over here too. We've already done William. We've already done Patrice. I'm sorry, Patricia. Patricia. I keep missing their names. Patricia. So guys, come on back. Do treat me right. Don't treat me like some side floozy, like some side piece. Make us your main stop, okay, on the RTO journey and the own journey of all these different shows. Go ahead and subscribe, like the video. Do the same thing with Jrxtv too. Also, I mean, I'm serious. Don't be laughing out there, sissy. Don't be laughing. Don't be laughing. Kimberly is explaining her own. She's going to be a great panelist to have on because Kimberly has done a lot. Like, she's extensively dated not only people out of the state, but out of the country. I do believe too, Kimberly. Is that correct? Out of the country, in different countries, because she travels like widely. She just came back from Italy, Switzerland, and the Vatican City, and she's got over on her channel. She's got a whole travel vlog about that she's about to put up. So definitely, yeah. I know, Miss Wilson. Somebody's got to do it, so I guess it had to be me. Well, that's about it. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm just going to say, as we've already discussed many times privately, my baby is over in the States.
Yahoo.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You know who
do you know what he's talking about?
I do.
You know, Aubrey. So, but yeah. Okay. So I have a limited experience in what's the concept of the show, but yeah, it will be interesting to just watch the first episode and gauge kind of what they're going to be showing us, and then we can take it from there, right? So
yeah, I think, you know what, the JR too, to be fair too, I think the interesting concept is that they decided to put these people in the same house. So what I was looking at, you've got a lot of attractive single people, and what if the person you were talking to, what if you spot a single person that you weren't talking to that you're more physically attracted to and have better chemistry with? I think that's going to be an issue.
Well, it's going to happen. It's going to happen.
It's going to happen.
That's going to be a byproduct of the show. Like, These people haven't met before physically,
I
and
thought
then
you were
when they
taller
do,
than that.
mm,
Oh
I
yeah,
thought
the
you were
lady
taller
saying
than
that to
that.
the guy. I thought you were taller than that.
mm,
Well,
You
mhm.
don't look nothing. You don't look nothing like your picture. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
Yeah.
exactly.
I've got
Jr.
some
was
personal stories I'm going to share with you about my dating online back in the day, and what a fella told me once about my picture and about my complexion. Happened to be a Southern guy. Saw me one time. One picture was from the winter me. I just happened to tan deeply. I got a winter me and I got a summer me. Summer me and winter me are like about 5, 6 shades apart. Okay, dude was like, "Wow, you're not the same complexion. Did you catfish me? No, dude. I'm the same person. I, I actually tan like most black people. I actually do tan. Like unless you're like really, really dark to the point where somebody doesn't even see the difference between your summer you and your winter you, black people do actually tan.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they do. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's when the sun rays hit your melanin,
Yeah.
man, it just absorbs it in a different way and gives you that glow.
Yeah.
Tell your friend, be careful going to Houston in August because Negroes get tense when it's real hot. We ain't got
Ooh.
time. We ain't got time. We ain't got time to chase after each other when it's real cold. I mean,
Ooh.
when it's
Okay.
real hot, when it's hot, we get short tempered.
I'm not
Don't you
going to
guys
say.
don't you guys still ride horses out there, Sean?
They ride. I'm serious. They do. They ride horses in certain parts of Texas, like in I've got there's some parts of Western Texas they do.
Riding a horse? What? Let me get this off of here.
But if you ever
Riding
get
a
a chance,
horse?
well, if you
Yeah,
ever get a chance to
they
go to
do ride
Virginia,
bikes out there.
if you ever get a chance to go to Virginia, JR, there's a place called Chincoteague, Virginia, on the Eastern Shore. They got the pony swim, where they got wild horses. So these horses are
Wild
the
horses.
descendants of the Spaniards that came over from 500 years ago, and these are
Hmm.
wild horses.
Really?
They have wild horses. It's a real nice show.
Oh, wow. That
Yeah,
Wow.
sounds interesting.
they bred those wild horses. It's on the Eastern Shore, and the Eastern Shore is the
But
landmass that connects Virginia to Southern Maryland.
yeah, I was
You go
just
across
about to say,
Chesapeake
isn't
Bay
that
Bridge.
isn't that part of Maryland? Because that's what I always thought
Yeah,
Eastern Shore was
yeah,
part of
yeah,
Maryland.
yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. You go across the
Well,
Chesapeake Bay Bridge, Animal Water.
Sean,
Okay.
you'll love it when you come here too, because we have an event every year called the Grand National, and that's an
Okay.
Hmm.
equine event where you have like these horse breeders. They bring out their best horses and they basically race and jump over hedges and fences. It's a
Oh man.
race, and it's
Okay.
a
Oh
lot of
wow.
people make money from betting on those type of events, that particular event.
Oh wow.
So yeah, if you're into equine horses and all them things there, check out the Grand National. You have to dress up for it though. It's a
Okay.
suit and
So it's like the
tie.
Kentucky Derby. It's like the Kentucky Derby over here. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Oh, that
the Kentucky Derby
Kentucky
is a
Derby.
race. Kentucky Derby is a
Yeah,
race.
that's
Yeah.
big. That's big. I once heard when I was down in Louisville, Kentucky, that a lot of people didn't know this because, of course, it was kept hush hush. But the Queen of England at the time, rest her soul, Queen Elizabeth was over here, and they had horse breeders over here because they're some of the best in the world. And Queen Elizabeth would come and she would visit these horses or pick them out or whatever, they select them or whatever. But it's a whole thing. I was like, wow, I didn't know that. I did not know that. I think that's
Hmm.
the cool thing about the United States, though, is that each state is almost like a country in itself. Each state has its own products that it sources, that it produces, whether it be actual agricultural goods or like here in Detroit, cars, whether it be out west, whether it be technology, computers and chips and all this kind of stuff. I think that's to me the really fun part about the United States, that every single state has different things going on. And then the thing about it to me is almost like when I was a kid and I was traveling, it's almost like there's different cultures. You got the South, the deep South, Midwest, like Ron said. You got the East Coast, West Coast. It's different cultures.
Hmm.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh,
now
somebody
now
want.
to me, I mean, I've lived in a few places, but one good event particularly for me, is in October, last week in October around Halloween. The
Hmm.
Magic City Classic down in Birmingham, Magic City Classic, the big game between Alabama State and Alabama A&M. You know, it's a big game. It's like a big old family reunion. You know, you can go over there, or you can go over to Louisiana in November with the Bayou Classic, Grambling and Sullivan. Come out here to Texas in October where they have the fair, and they have the Grambling and Prairie View game or what have you. But I mean, it's nothing but a big old family reunion. You know, um, but like my first year when I went to the Magic City Classic in Birmingham, they had like 63,000 people in the stands, but they had like another 30,000 to 40,000 people tailgating. And these people come in on Tuesday and leave on Sunday. They party the whole week, Tuesday through Sunday.
Wow. I see you guys were in the chat. I see you,
That's good.
Sean. You were in the chat talking about those Maryland crabs, Baltimore crabs. I wanted to
Oh
know
yeah.
who has the best seafood.
Hmm.
Is it Maryland or is it NOLA?
Your
Because,
best seafood
NOLA's
will
got
be
the
people
crawfish.
places along the waterfront. Crawfish, yeah. I think your best seafood
Craw-
places are the places near water, like New Orleans, Charleston,
Right.
Savannah,
Like you
New
said,
Orleans.
Maryland.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. But
My
I mean,
daughter,
some of
when
the best
she was
seafood.
at a. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Well,
No, I
some
was
of the
just going
best
to say to
seafood
you.
I've ever eaten.
Okay. Mhm.
We keep it talking. Yeah, some of the best food I've ever eaten has been between Charleston, South Carolina, and Savannah, Georgia. I've never had New Orleans
Oh,
seafood
now those
yet.
are places I've never been. Say that again. Charleston.
Charleston, South Carolina, and Savannah, Georgia. They are an hour apart. It's only take you
You
1 hour to
are
go from
well
Charleston.
traveled. Those are places I haven't been to, and I
Yeah,
have heard, especially Savannah. I've heard Savannah, Georgia.
yeah,
They have like food
very
that's
beautiful,
unbelievable. Yeah. Would
very
you
beautiful.
compare it?
And
Would you compare it to the food as good as in New Orleans? Because that's some of the best eating I've ever had in my
well,
life.
it's different. It's a different style because in New Orleans you got the Cajun Creole style
Yeah,
versus
absolutely.
versus in South Carolina, you have more of what they call the Gullah, the influence of Gullah culture.
Oh yeah, the Gullah people
Yeah, because you got Gullah Fest now the
culture.
last week in May, like Memorial Day weekend. They had the
Oh,
Gullah Festival down in Beaufort, South Carolina, or Beaufort. Some people say Beaufort, some people say Beaufort. Beaufort, the Gullah Fest, and which is a real nice event. But Charleston, South Carolina. One thing about Charlestonians, they're gonna eat rice or grits with everything every day. Rice or grits every day. I
okay.
mean, we're gonna either eat shrimp and grits or fish and rice or pancakes and rice or pancakes and grits or it's gonna be shrimp it's gonna be fish or, I mean it's gonna be grits or rice every day. That's a staple. That's a staple, you
Wow,
know.
I
So
didn't know that.
hmm but that's some of the best seafood in Savannah, Georgia, particularly the Charleston Crab House. Real nice place.
Mm. Oh wow,
And
we'll have
and
to
then
go
and then
there
of course and then the city of Savannah is like a square. You go around the whole city like a square, but you go across the Talmadge Bridge. It leads you from Savannah into South Carolina, into Hilton Head.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Tybee Island and into Hilton Head, South
I've
Carolina.
heard really great
Yeah.
things about
Hmm.
Hilton Head also.
Well, Hilton Head used to be former slave quarters. Used to be former slave quarters, but now the other
Really?
people have owned it. It's
The
resort area.
landmark.
It's resort area.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, it is. That's what I was gonna
landmark.
say. Because
Yeah,
my old boss used to go there for summer vacays with his family.
yeah.
Okay. Oh
Mm.
wow. Wow.
I mean,
How do we
they
get
got this
on that?
they got
Oh,
this high bridge. I don't know. They got this high bridge called
I
the
know. We were
Talmadge Bridge.
talking about the never have mets. And thank you, Kiki. I see you
Hmm.
got this. Let me slide back on up here real quick before I lose my train of thought. Because she was kind enough to go get the link so you guys can watch us next week. Uh, Kiki, I can't find it. Do you still have it? I'm sorry. I'm sliding through here and I don't see it. I just saw it.
What to answer Kiki's question, is Baltimore seafood better than New Orleans? I think it depends on your taste. New Orleans food is gonna be more spicy, Cajun
Yeah.
style
Yep. Cajun
and
style,
Creole style.
Creole. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where you get like places like Papados seafood. I don't know if y'all heard of Papados. Have you heard of Papados?
Oh, I have. I'm a
Yeah.
Texaner. Second home. I
Okay.
know Papa
Yeah.
Do's.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Papados is real nice. I mean, especially in Louisiana and places like that. But it's a different style. I mean, Baltimore seafood is good because off the harbor. You know, like when you go to like City Lights or Phillips and Company. Yeah, I think they're
Okay.
still there on the harbor. But yeah, there's some
Oh,
nice
I've been
places
to
as well.
that. I've
Yeah,
been to that one. I think they have it in Annapolis though. Like when my
yeah.
daughter graduated from college, we did that restaurant, and it's very
Mhm.
nice, high end,
Oh
very
yeah,
delicious, fresh food. Yeah.
oh yeah. Now I don't know who's in it, left in the chat room, but the AKEs are going to be out here in July because their national convention is out here in Dallas in July. So, so if you ever get the chance, to come on out here.
What we need an answer to, Denise? What we need an answer to? Miss Wilson, Kimberly reviews. We definitely need an answer. Oh, I think they were asking you. Wait a minute, hold on. And then Papados. Papados taste different. Oh, I didn't know they were all the way in Chicago. I just know them in Texas. They're a chain
Yeah.
now all the way throughout the
Oh yeah, they
country.
got one. They got them in Alabama and they got them in Birmingham. They got them
See the
all over.
South, but Chicago is far, far removed from the South, though. That's
Well,
Midwest.
you think about it. You know, the direct route from Chicago is from Mississippi, Mississippi, Louisiana. I mean, a lot of people migrated.
Oh, that's true.
So
That's true. Yeah, because when we
migration.
go to Chicago, we always say you're gonna meet some black folks in Chicago, and they all from the SIP. They all from Mississippi.
No, from this from the SIP. Mm-hmm.
Just like in Detroit, I always let people laugh at me when I say if I just meet you, I'll say something like, "Where your people from?" And they just
Yeah.
start laughing. They'll just start cracking up. But I'll say because I know it's gonna be either Mississippi, Alabama, or Georgia.
Oh yeah.
No,
Oh
one of
yeah.
those three.
Exactly.
Why can't I find Kiki? Help me out.
Yeah.
Kiki, help me out. If you still got the link, I know you posted it. I'm so sorry. I had it, but I was just trying to share everybody's comments. But I wanted to leave on that note with the
Well,
with
one.
yeah
Well,
link.
while she's looking for it, one of my favorite restaurants here. I can't eat there every week now. I can't eat every week, but when I go there, I go there. It's a place called what's the place? Saltgrass, which is a steakhouse.
Okay,
And
here it is.
I know I'm messing with Jr. But we eat Saltgrass Steakhouse. The steak is so tender you can just cut it with a fork, and it's well done. It's
Ooh,
well done. Yeah, steak Saltgrass.
ooh. And
Mm-hmm.
where was this at? What city was this in? You traveled
Well,
so
I
much.
mean, Saltgrass. I mean, they have several in Birmingham, Alabama, where I lived, and here in Dallas Fort Worth area. They got it in Louisville, Texas. Louisville, which is outside of where I live. It's a nice restaurant there, Saltgrass.
Oh,
Now,
okay.
if you're talking about black-owned spots, Breakfast Brothers. For those ladies or women, if and brothers too, that like red velvet cake, they got a red velvet waffle.
Oh, I want that. I want that. I want that. I want
Well,
that.
come
My
on
my
out here, Dallas.
waistline doesn't want that, but I
Well,
want that.
come on out here to Dallas. I'll take you over to
I
Breakfast
need to
Brothers.
bring my godmother because she would probably love that too. She's like a southern lady from originally from Mississippi, and she is like
Mm-hmm.
one of the best cooks. She's one of the best cooks I've ever tasted food. Like she is so good. Like down home cooking, anything
Mm-hmm.
southern style, she can fix it. She can make it, including those oxtails that we were
Oh
talking about
God
earlier.
knows. Ooh, I take you to this place. There's a little place, a hole in the wall over here where I live called Clara's Kitchen. The place don't look like
Okay, I
nothing.
love hole in the walls.
It's a little
Okay.
hole in the wall, and your first time there, you sign the wall. You sign the wall or whatever. Sign the wall or the door or whatever when you
Oh,
first
okay. I
time
got to
there.
sign the wall then. Okay, right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
They
my
got some of the
goodness.
best meat fall off the bone oxtails that you ever want to eat.
We
Yes.
You know what? We hit on a topic. We should
Yes.
just do a whole podcast
Yeah.
next time about cooking and the best spots around the country, around the world.
Soul food.
JR can give us the England, the UK version, and all the other places that he's traveled to. Doesn't have to be necessarily soul food. Like, what were you talking about earlier today, JR, in terms of what type of food you were eating? Do you remember?
Yeah, I was cooking up some Thai food, Thailand,
Okay.
pad
Yeah,
Thai.
there you
Yeah.
go.
Okay.
You
Now,
got you got
what?
Sissy says
You
she's
know,
coming to Texas just to eat all this great food you're talking
come
about,
on, Sissy,
Sean.
come on over. Yeah, well, you got to bring your husband. 'Cause I ain't getting you in trouble. Uh, uh,
Oh,
uh,
Jamaican oxtail and Nigerian too, Miss Wilson.
yeah.
Oh my God, I had those the other day. They're so good.
I'm not a fan of plantain. I'm not a fan of plantains, though. I don't eat
Me
What?
neither.
plantains. But,
Sorry, not sorry. I don't like them. I never
I'm
have.
not. I don't eat plantains.
I
What?
don't like them. Don't like
Oh
them.
no,
I don't eat the fried banana. I don't know. Really.
I
fried
do like
banana.
ginger,
What?
Jr. I do like ginger beer though.
Yeah, ginger beer is good. Yeah.
Ginger beer.
Ooh,
Oh my god.
yeah.
Yeah, man.
You like what? Kimberly says Nigerian jollof rice is my
Yeah,
favorite. I know
jollof rice is good.
there's
Yeah.
but I keep hearing though it's a whole war between the Nigerians and who is it? Maybe you
Ghana.
can help me
Probably,
with this.
probably
Ghanaian.
Ghanaians.
That's
Probably
my thought.
Ghanaians.
Ghanaian jollof rice. So
Ghanaian
what?
jollof rice is more tomatoey, like it's red.
Ah,
Nigerian is more spicy.
spicy. Oh, I think I probably
But
want to
I
taste
think
both.
Ghanaian tastes better. And obviously, me being Jamaican, I have rice and peas every week, right? So rice and
Rice
peas,
and
brown stew
peas.
chicken, jerk fish,
Ooh, that sounds good.
uh, oxtail, curry goat, uh,
I want
you
that
know,
curry goat. I want the curry
Well,
goat. When I come
well,
there to UK, we
peppered
got to
steak.
have the curry goat.
Yeah, we have
well.
pepper steak. We have so
mm.
many different things. Kalaloo, ackee and saltfish,
See,
patty.
you made me think about the Cosby Show, JR, when you say that, because there was an episode they said Callaloo, Callaloo, Callaloo. Yeah, they kind of yeah, because next month we got the food tasting in Dallas. Every month they got a food tasting here. Yeah, Caribbean
Really?
food. Yeah, they got every month they got a food
I don't
tasting
know
going
how
on.
all them women on the show kept their figure with all that food tasting going on.
Well,
My
everybody
God,
don't go. Everybody don't go, but it's a real nice get
that's
together.
true.
It's a real nice get together. So
That's
it's down
true.
in the it's down in the hood of things, but it's good. Right
I want to go to that.
downtown Dallas.
Okay, I want to go to that hole in the wall. That's a
Oh
spot I want
yeah.
to go to. I
Oh
love
yeah.
hole in the wall places. I find sometimes they have like the best
They're the
food
best food. Yeah, they're the best food.
and
Yeah.
good service and good
Oh
service
yeah.
because usually those little waitresses that work in those places, man, they know their livelihood is on their tip. They're gonna treat you right. Well, guys, I gotta get some sleep. And Jr. Poor Jr. It's like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning for him. So
I
we're
know
gonna
that's
we're gonna
right.
let Jr. get some rest. Okay, guys, say your
And
goodbyes, and we'll
thank you,
see
baby
you again.
doll. Thank you, baby doll.
Oh yeah, okay.
Some of the Cosby Show. Well, good night, everyone. Good night. Thank you all so much for hanging with us. Appreciate you all.
Good
Thank you
night.
all.
I love you guys. I love you for hanging with us and rocking with us and our new subscriber. I love it. Thank you so much there for subscribing to the channel, enjoying our conversation. Good night, Ron, wherever you are, whatever you're doing. Thank you for being on the panel again. You always bring extra oomph to it and authenticity to it. JR, you gonna say good night too?
Yeah, good night, people. Thanks for watching and like, share, and subscribe.
Like, share, and subscribe.
Not
Thank
just
you.
not just on mine, but check out Sean, check out Aubrey's, and like, share, and subscribe the content.
Yeah,
Every
thank you. Thank you. Do all the things that are thinging. And Kiki is so graciously put the link in the chat, guys. So go ahead and click
Free 99.
notifications. Click your notifications for that. Okay. We'll see you soon. Bye.
Peace.